for before.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
I'm Mr. Familoni, and here's to Voptv. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching Voptv. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is Voptv. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
Voptv. Now, you have more than a voice.
Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, how are you? That's Shaggy, the man, back with Melanie Poppy Blast Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weights.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not playing in the front, with the sport.
Hello, my name is Inejo. Keep watching VOP TV.
What up? My name is Usimachiku. You are watching VOP TV. Keep it locked.
Hello, I am Floyd Igbo. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, everyone. I hope you're doing good. Keep watching VOP TV. And, just have an amazing day. Thank you.
Hi, guys. It's your boy Praise. Keep watching VOP TV.
Some people's voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Hey guys, it's your girl Arika of the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching VOP TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
I'm happy to be smiling this morning, and I'm sure you are smiling, and I hope that you are smiling wherever you are because I'm happy. Thank God today is Friday. Today is the 15th day of May, 2026. Good to have you join us on VOP this morning. I am Chukuma Okoro. Now, we are in the season of politics, and so we are going to be discussing politics. Ahead of 2027 general elections, Peter Obi reaffirms one-term commitment if elected. Atiku and Amechi submit ADC nomination forms. Still talking about politics and 2027, Makinde declares presidential bid. Wike calls it 419 and dead on arrival. And away from that, Atiku is working for President Tinubu, Arewa Citizens Parliament. Now, that's coming from Arewa Citizens Parliament. These are the major topics of conversation. But before we go into these conversations, let's dive into some other trending stories in Nigeria. Did I tell you my name? I am Chukuma Okoro. Good to have you join us.
Good to have you join us, and I can tell you my name. I am Moses Humphrey, and talking about some of the trending stories. First off, it feels good every Friday. You know, I love Fridays. I love Fridays because
I'm happy that someone is loving Fridays.
Well, not for the same reason you love you love Fridays. I love Friday because I get to dress down. You know, I get to raise my feet. You know, enjoy, relax a bit, even while working. You know, but some people love Fridays because
same reason, as a matter of fact.
Some people love Fridays because, oh, well, they can't wait to get out of the studio and go do something else. But anyway, it's a good day to be alive, a good day to be a Nigerian. And yes, of course, we'll be talking politics in Nigeria. I mean, that's what we've been talking about for the longest time now. And we hope that a lot more Nigerians, especially the young ones, will get involved because that's the only way that we can move this nation forward. Well, talking about something else, Nigerians are some conversation Nigerians are having right now. Nigeria's National Broadcasting Commission, NBC, that's the National Broadcasting Commission, NBC, has filed an appeal against the Federal High Court ruling that restrained it from sanctioning broadcast stations under controversial provisions of the Nigeria Broadcasting Code, reigniting the battle over press freedom and regulatory authority. The lower court, presided over by Justice Daniel Osiago, had granted an interim injunction in favor of the Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP, and the Nigerian Guild of Editors, NGE, stopping NBC from punishing broadcasters for alleged offenses such as expressing personal opinion as facts, bullying guests, or failing to maintain neutrality. Well, SERAP and the Guild of Editors argued that these provisions were unconstitutional and amounted to an unlawful attempt to muzzle journalists. In its notice of appeal dated May 8, 2026, NBC insisted the trial court erred in law and asked the Court of Appeal in Lagos to set aside the ruling, challenging the whole decision and seeking full restoration of its sanctioning powers. The case has now become a flashpoint in Nigeria's democratic space, with media advocates warning that NBC's stance threatens freedom of expression and civic space, while the Commission maintains that stricter enforcement is necessary to curb bias and uphold professional standards in broadcasting. The matter has been adjourned to June the 1st, 2026 for further hearing. But, of course, the controversy continues across newsrooms and social media, with ordinary Nigerians asking whether the regulator is protecting public interest or simply tightening the noose on dissenting voices. Well, this is some information for you, of course. The NBC has been on the lips of a lot of Nigerians, especially as elections are around the corner. And we know that these things happen from year to year. We've touched on this, and we will continue to talk about it. And well, let's see how this one goes, as they have appealed the ruling. The role of the NBC basically is to regulate the activities of broadcast stations, issue licenses, punish those that have erred. But you know, the role of punishing now, issuing fines, has been taken away from the NBC, and they don't seem to want to let that role go, because it will whittle down the powers of the NBC completely. But then the issue of constitution, the right to freedom of expression, and of course, it's you can't tell people not to express themselves when it concerns issues of public interest, because broadcasters are Nigerians as well, and sometimes they have their own thoughts, their own views on issues, and it's only appropriate that everyone is allowed to put out his or her information. Oh well, this one, let's see how it pans out.
Yes, let's see how it pans out. I need to get to this point where you have the NBC file an appeal, because I knew they were not going to let it slide, because it basically, restricts or cuts away that power that NBC has as a regulator. I am for censorship, as a matter of fact. I am for censorship, but I also am of the opinion that there should be a certain level of balance, talking about censorship. When society itself is dynamic, and so with shifts here and there, with civilization, with modernity, and all of that, things will start shifting. Value systems change over time. And so in all of these, you see that where people want to express themselves better, more than they did earlier, if you belong to the conservative streak, you will also easily find out that a lot of things have changed, in this generation. Things that were more like abominable in those days are no longer, this generation, things that my generation consider, you don't say that, you don't do that. Here now it becomes a norm, and people don't even take it seriously if you do those things like attitude, language, and all of that, having to put your hand in your pocket and greet your elder and all of that. So society itself is dynamic. In the midst of that dynamism, there should be some kind of balancing. If you take away that balancing, if you take away that control, what you eventually get is what they call a permissive cornucopia, to the extent that you consume a lot of things. And that is part of the problem that America as a nation had, because they threw their values open, to various influences. And so at the level of intersection, it spilled over. And in fact, it's boiled over to the extent that, American society was losing their value systems until they started retracing their steps. I'm trying to create an analogy with the fact that in some places, it is very strict censorship. But all said, I don't think that the NBC should say that moderators, anchors, presenters should not throw in their opinion once in a while. Like Moses said, I do agree with him. We are Nigerians, and so once in a while, we have the opportunity, to throw in our opinions. But what I am against, and what I have always been against, is that in as much as you want to, put up your own opinion, you shouldn't force your guests and listeners, to take it as an article of faith, as a matter of fact. So when you put it out, you still allow the public, to make the judgment and all of that. Eventually, this matter will get to the Supreme Court. And so when it gets to the Supreme Court, we'll now see the temperament of the Supreme Court judges, their value system. Where do they belong to? Do they belong to free space that is shrinking gradually? In fact, not gradually. Every day we'll see the free space shrinking. So the Supreme Court judges, what will be their position in all of this? Well, let's see how it pans out. But I am of the opinion, yes, I'm for regulation, but there should be balance in all of that. And they should also understand that society is dynamic. We are making progress. A lot of things change, but we shouldn't just allow that dynamism to take away the better part of our value system. That's it from me. Good morning, Jen.
Good morning.
I totally agree. I think everything just boils down to balance. We cannot overly stifle the media all in a bid to regulate. And then we as journalists, as broadcasters, we also owe the public the responsibility to be very tactful, when you are broadcasting, because really we do shape opinions. So we also want to incite the populace, but at the same time, responsible journalism is responsible broadcasting is what I advocate for. But the NBC needs to loosen the noose and not just stifle that freedom of expression. That's my take on it.
Okay, let's move away from that and talk about another interesting thing that is happening to us as Nigerians and as Africans. Because in Kigali, our President Bola Tinubu met with Rwanda leader Paul Kagame at the Urugwiro Presidential Villa, where both leaders discussed deepening bilateral ties and regional cooperation. with Tinubu announcing that Nigeria is seriously considering a reciprocal visa-free policy for Rwandan citizens, mirroring Rwanda's existing 30-day visa-free entry for African Union nationals. But the talks held ahead of the African CEO Forum touched on operationalizing the African Continental Free Trade Agreement after reviving the Joint Permanent Ministerial Commission, JPMC, signed in 2021 and activating pending memoranda of understanding in tourism, anti-corruption, and drug control. Our president also highlighted ongoing negotiations with Rwanda Air to boost Nigerian exports and expand air connectivity across Africa. While the move is held by Pan-Africanists as a step toward realizing the AU's Agenda 2063 and the dream of an African passport, critics argue that Nigeria's fragile economy, porous borders, and security challenges could make visa-free access risky, potentially worsening illegal migration, and cross-border crime. Yes, I think the intro is very explicit, very, very explicit. Our president is still in Rwanda, holding discussions with fellow African leaders on the way to move Africa forward. I mean, it's a good thing that he's there so that it will not be like, well, your president didn't come and he sent someone and that person didn't have the authority to say this or that. For all that they are doing, I agree with them. After African Continental Free Trade Agreement, Africa should trade more with itself than with foreigners. As at last count, the whole of inter-African trade, it's less than, 10% of African trade with a particular country, China. That is disturbing. In the balance of trade, it shows clearly that we are not doing enough as our people. Our economy is not productive. It's still a consumption economy because most of the balancing is that most of the trade is that we import more from them than we export to them. So that balance of trade is not there. What I am against is the fact that we want to open our borders again to AU members. I think there was, the last time we did it was with Buhari, and we saw an influx of a lot of Africans, especially from the Sahel. And so when we complain about light arms and ammunition flooding parts of Nigeria, it was partly because of that. And so a lot of people came in with a certain amount of money. I think, was it $1,000 or what? You could just come into Nigeria visa-free. And at the entry point where they come into Nigeria, they don't even have the migration control there. It's not strict, it's not tight. So it's very porous because most times they are frontiers. So people saunter in, saunter out at will. And at last count, I think we had about 1,987 unmanned borders in parts of 3 states, Borno, Adamawa, and one other state in the north. I mean, that's seriously concerning. And so if we have to throw open our borders, our gates to AU members, who is coming here? We are dealing with ISWAP. I mean, US just raised an alarm, early warning signal. Well, ISIS is here in the Sahel, and Nigeria seems to be, their dumping ground. Al-Qaeda affiliates are here. ISWAP is here. So who are we letting into our country? You understand what is going on in parts of East Africa with Al-Shabaab and all of that. So, I mean, I like the fact that we want to do Africa better. We should be very, very careful in doing that. Otherwise, we already have a lot that we are dealing with. And so if you're unable to control that migration now, strict migration, tighter migration process, we might be worse for it in the next 20, 30 years.
Absolutely. I totally agree. But just like you mentioned, we need to tackle the big elephant in the room, which is insecurity. Our borders are porous enough. If we throw open the doors and in our usual big brother Nigeria fashion, without taking into cognizance some of the things we need to put in place before allowing people come in, then we are just endangering Nigerians the more. And then we are opening our borders. We want it to be visa-free, reciprocity for Rwanda. But right back home in Nigeria, a lot of Nigerian youths, younger population, don't even have jobs. So they are mostly very skilled there. So if we have an influx of them, Rwandans in Nigeria, I'm just thinking at the top of my head, coming to jostle for jobs, for positions that should ordinarily be left for Nigerians, then we also have a big issue in our hands. It's not enough to be big brother all the time without fixing our house.
Are you still big brother?
Oh, well, funny enough, they still look at us like that. So
some of them don't.
Past glory.
Some of them don't.
Oh, you think so?
Yes.
Oh, well, so, but we need to fix
because
our
of
house.
the way they treat you. even
Yes.
South Africa, as a matter of
Yeah.
fact. Even before this xenophobia, during the swearing in of the inauguration of who was it? I think was it
Zuma.
either Jacob Zuma,
It was
or
Zuma.
Ramaphosa? I think it was Zuma.
It was Zuma.
Buhari was there. They talked to him at the back.
Yes.
At the back.
Yeah.
You know, the back row where presidents stood.
Yeah.
And so, I mean,
That says a lot
diplomacy,
about-
it
yeah.
says a lot about how that country
It's
considers you.
perceived. Yeah.
Talking about how the country considers you, I'm just looking at.
sorry, Moses. They made a defense that time, you know,
Yes.
that it was maybe arranged in alphabetical order. But
yes,
we knew
that was
that.
what I was going to say.
We know. We also know that we know what happened. We know what
Okay.
happened.
Okay, now you've clarified that. So let me move to another issue. But you see, about how visa-free and the rest, we have been attempting this visa-free thing with our neighbors, and it's really talking about trade, Africa trading with Africa. I was reading up on Rabiu Samad, Abdul Samad Rabiu, yes, the CEO of Boa Group, where he was talking about attending some convention in South Africa last year, 2025, and he was turned back. Unfortunately for him, his visa expired a day before he got into South Africa. And, you know, right there at the airport, delayed for 4 hours. I mean, you know the kind of person he is. He's a businessman, philanthropist, and all of that. Meanwhile, he said, while he was waiting, 4 other planes landed carrying Europeans. And some of them did not even have visas to get into South Africa, but they were all allowed into South Africa, while Africans were prevented, especially those without visa, regardless of the fact that what they were doing in South Africa was, you know, legitimate business that would benefit Africans, but they were turned back. And he came back. He was sent back to Lagos, Nigeria. So it speaks to, as we talk about, as Nigeria opens up its borders, you know, Nigeria is making itself look cheap, you know, in the face of Africa. Like, okay, just come. If you know what they say, there's this analogy, you know, that you take candy, we'll call it sweet, but let me call it candy for those that for those that may not understand. So the candy that is wrapped will have more value than the one that is left in the open, because the one that is left in the open, yes, will attract ants, and that's just it. It's left open right there. It will attract all sorts of ants, and the rest of them, they will feed on it. But then the one that is wrapped will have more value. That's the one you can actually sell. So Nigeria needs to wrap itself better, you know, wrap itself better, present itself better. It's not about visa-free arrangements and the rest of them. Nigeria should do better. We should do better. Whatever better means, we should start, you know, putting our heads together to ensure that we do better with ourselves, promote ourselves, make Nigerians proud to be Nigerians in Africa before the rest of Africa will be, you know, proud to associate with Nigeria. Yes, we call ourselves Big Brother, the giant of Africa, but we are giants in numbers, actually, our population size. And yes, it works in the favor of those that want to do business with Nigeria because it's a marketplace for investors. But how are we using it to better our lives? That's the question. Another video trended yesterday about the leader of the Dudula movement in South Africa, warning some African from Democratic Republic of Congo, telling the guy, look, we've given you up until June 30 to leave South Africa. Don't listen to the government. Don't listen to them. Leave South Africa. If you do not leave on June 30 or after June 30, we cannot guarantee your safety. That is a threat. And I foresee something horrible happening in the coming days in South Africa if the Dudula movement and those that clamor for such are not, restrained.
Yes.
If they are not restrained, a lot will happen, a lot will go wrong. June 30 is the date that they have set. The government is saying something different. But now they're telling the people, don't even listen to our government because we will take our country back. And taking it back from who? Africans, your brothers, your sisters, not the Europeans that colonized you in the first place, not those that enslaved you with apartheid. No, those are not they want those ones in their country, but then they want Africans out. It's horrible, and that's just South Africa. Some other countries in Africa feel the same way. Even Ghana is saying, Nigeria, go back. Go back to your country. And we are saying, oh yeah, you come. No, it doesn't make us any better. We should work on ourselves, close our doors, improve ourselves, improve in-house. And then by the time we open up, they will be begging to come to Nigeria to do business in Nigeria, with Nigeria, respecting Nigerians. Countries that come to do business in Nigeria have absolutely no respect for Nigerians. You hear of Chinese individuals that come to Nigeria to do business, and the way they treat the Nigerians that they employ, you will weep when you see them. They treat them with complete disdain, and you will weep. Well, there you have our president. Let's move away from that. Let's get to another conversation now.
The Lagos State government has declared that candidates scoring below 185 in the Unified Tertiary Matriculation Exam, UTME, would not be admitted into any of the 3 state-owned universities, rejecting the JAMB national cutoff of 150 as too low and unsuitable for Lagos academic standards. The Commissioner for Tertiary Education, Tolani Sule, emphasized that Lagos, unlike some states considered educationally disadvantaged, must uphold higher benchmarks to preserve quality, even as the state expands its university and plans a new University of Medicine and Health Sciences. Meanwhile, in a controversial parallel development, the Federal Ministry of Education has announced that candidates seeking admission into NCE programs and certain polytechnic courses will no longer be required to sit for UTME. Wow. Provided they hold at least 4 O-level credits. Education advocate Femi Aderibigbe has criticized this exemption, warning that while it may ease administrative pressure on JAMB and open doors for more teacher trainees, it fails to tackle the real crisis of teacher shortages rooted in poor welfare, delayed salaries, overcrowded classrooms, and lack of professional support. He cautioned that removing UTME requirements without clear competency assessments risk lowering standards in teacher education, potentially worsening classroom quality nationwide. I think for me, the standout here is why they have taken out exempted NCE candidate hopefuls from sitting for JAM and just O-level.
Yes, that is the way it was before.
Oh, is that a good thing? Isn't it lowering the standard?
That is the policy somersault that we always experience.
Yes.
Yeah, we go back, we go forward, we go back, we 2 steps ahead and 3 steps backward.
And not moving
when I went to university, you didn't need to write JAM to enter into a college of education. Colleges of education organized, and polytechnics organized their entrance examinations independently, So you could get admitted into like 3 or 4 colleges of education and 2 polytechnics, at the same time. Until now, they harmonized and now upgraded it. Well, you have to write JAM. And so JAM, the board now incorporated colleges of education and polytechnics. I wouldn't know the reason why they are going back.
But my argument is at the time, in your time, education standards were better.
But it was still the O-level. It was still 4 credits.
Yeah, 4 credits.
For colleges of education.
Yeah, but I think the standard, the quality of graduates at the time were much better, in my opinion. I think right now we are seeing like a downward slide.
Yeah, of course there is.
And then taking away the JAM, I don't know, because already the JAM cutoff mark that has been dropped to 185. What's it?
No, it's 150.
It's too small.
It's too low.
It's too low.
And so Lagos State said, well, we are not for 150.
Yes.
The fact that JAM sets 150 does not necessarily mean that the university must accept 150.
Wouldn't that lead to another issue? Because if a school, let's say Unilag, for instance, places its cutoff mark at, let's say, 250, I'm just saying, and then a student gets, let's say, 145, 150, and by JAM standard, that's enough to gain an admission. And a school has already set their own benchmark. So what happens?
No, it is the school that submits list of candidates to JAM to give them admission.
Okay, but JAM already has its own.
JAM already has it. And so JAM does not tell the school how many students to admit.
But shouldn't it be unified?
That is why it is unified. tertiary matriculation examination is already unified. And JAMB is the body, that does all of this. In the first place, the main reason why we had JAMB was because before JAMB came, that was in 1978 or so, universities organized their matriculation entrances separately. And so a lot of people were denied admission because you could see a bright student, get admitted to UI, IFE, UNILAG, Lagos, and all of these. And he will have 4 or 5 admissions. And he has denied someone else an admission. So at that point, the federal government said, let us unify it. Let's have a body. That was how JAMB came in. At that time, the colleges of education and polytechnics were not part of that system until I think, was it NUCO who did the harmonization and brought them into JAMB. But now JAMB is saying, well, you don't need to write UTME to get admitted into a college of education or polytechnics. Apparently saying, from my understanding, well, that colleges can also organize their own these things. But if you want to do a degree program in some of those colleges that are now degree awarding, you still have to write JAMB. But I'd like to talk more about the cutoff point. I'm with Lagos. If you keep lowering the bar, that means that's what we see now with the quality of education that we have. We talked about it the other day. Was it yesterday or there about that? If you have to, in some countries, if you have to do, if you want to do a doctorate degree, even with a master's, they require you to do first a master's degree in that college, in that country, before you get into the PhD. It doesn't speak well. And if you look at the rankings, the global rankings, you discover that sometimes between number 1 and 1,000 institutions,
you won't see Nigeria. Even the private universities don't make the cut.
Some African countries make that list. So it's very dangerous and unfortunate for us.
Very dangerous and unfortunate indeed. Well, let's quickly run to the papers now. Let's take headlines. From Nigerian Tribune, these are the big stories. ADC faults FG's move to seek fresh $1.25 billion World Bank loan. APC primaries, Tinubu cautions party leadership. Governors urges fair contest. Crisis rocks Oyo, APC. Secretariat attacked over alleged imposition of candidate. Makinde declares for presidency. Calls for national unity against one-party rule at massive PDP APM rally. Southwest Development Commission secures rail license to drive regional connectivity, economic transformation. SEC raises alarm over rising Ponzi scheme on social media. Here we go again. A return of MMM days. Oh, well.
Money-making machine.
Automotive industrial growth. NADDC DG Oshanikmain calls for strategic development of after-sales services. OPE supports over 1,000 Osun students through Play for a Child initiative. And then on health, scientists reveal the best exercise for knee arthritis, pain relief. All right. Those are the headlines from the Nigerian Tribune.
The Guardian newspaper, economic crunch squeezes poultry farmers, pushes eggs off menu. Makinde declares for 2027 presidency. Wike rejects PDP APM alliance. Amid pushback, APC opts for direct primaries as Tinubu warns against do-or-die politics. NMA threatens $1 billion lawsuit against EFCC over assault on UUTH doctors. Nigeria rallies donors, partners to fund $6 billion Ogoni cleanup. MSF treats over 440,000 malnourished Nigerian children as hunger crisis worsens. Federal government worried as regions receiving 80% education funding record lowest literacy rates. ADC falls fresh loan. Federal government's economic model. NEMA alerts 30 states to possible severe flooding, urges prevention. Nigeria will attract almost $20 billion FDI this year, Tinubu projects. Those are the lead stories from the Guardian newspaper.
Oh my, well, that's how far we can go on newspaper headlines. We get deeper at 10 o'clock for newspaper review. Now let's get into the conversation proper. Peter Obi reaffirms one-term commitment if elected, as Atiku and Amechi submit ADC nomination forms. Now let's get deeper into this conversation as well.
extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Voptv, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Voptv on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Voptv. Now you have more than a voice.
Nigeria, with its complex political atmosphere, divergent views, and discordant views, better still, coming with bass bows. Only one question matters: who really has the best candidate? Something is here. 5 political camps, 1 stage, no filters. Join us in this clash as supporters of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Peter Obi, Atiku Abubakar, Omoyele Sowore, and Adewale Adebayo go head to head in no holds barred town hall debate. No script, just raw, unfiltered conversation. This is more than politics. This is where opinions clash. Facts are tested and the truth fights to be heard. Happening live on May 22nd by 11 a.m. at Golden Tulip Terrace Hall, Ihoka Tower, 36 International Airport Road, Lagos. Don't miss it. Watch live on YouTube at Voptv. Set your reminder, subscribe, join the conversation. My candidate is the best. Or is it?
Welcome back and thanks for staying with us. This is VOP this morning. Peter Obi, presidential candidate, presidential hopeful. Peter Obi, former presidential candidate of the Labour Party in 2023, now an NDC presidential hopeful, has reignited controversy by doubling down on his vow to serve only one 4-year term if elected president in 2027, declaring emphatically that even with a gun to his head, he will not seek re-election. While speaking in a recent interview and public sessions, Obi framed the single-term pledge as a selfless sacrifice for national unity, stability, and allow power rotation, insisting his focus will be on rapid turnaround in security, economy, and governance within 4 years. However, the promise has drawn sharp criticism, particularly from the southeast, where an Abia APC chieftain, Paul Ikone, warned that the 4-year Obi presidency will shortchange the zone, arguing that after other regions enjoyed 8 years, the Igbo nation deserves a full 2 terms and should not accept what he called a gimmick. On the same day, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar and former Rivers State Governor and ex-Minister of Transportation Rotimi Amechi both formally submitted their presidential nomination forms at the African Democratic Congress Secretariat in Abuja. Amechi, while responding to questions by journalists, vows to turn Nigeria around in 4 years, restore dignity to citizens, and deliver unity, peace, and prosperity. Amechi's entry adds to the growing list of heavyweight contenders in the ADC, including Atiku Abubakar, who also picked forms, further intensifying the battle for the opposition ticket. We have in the studio here to help us make sense of this development Mr. Dele Fanimo. Dele is a seasoned reporter and a public affairs analyst. Okay. We also have beside him Mr. Eze Eluche. Mr. Eze Eluche is an attorney at law, but he's here in the capacity of a public affairs analyst. And virtually, we've been joined from Abuja by Dr. Mushood Wasiu Abiola. He's a data scientist and a business administrator, but appears here in the capacity of a public affairs analyst. We also have joining us virtually from River State, Chief Asim Adams. He's a constitutional lawyer, but he appears there in the capacity of a public affairs analyst. Gentlemen, good morning and thanks for joining us on VOP this morning. We do appreciate your presence. Let's start from the studio here. Mr. Eze Eluche will be reaffirming, reiterating, re-emphasizing emphatically, if I get elected into the presidency as the president of this country, I will do a single term of 4 years and lay the foundation and leave. And when he was asked why, he says it's because of stability. I mean, to maintain the balance of 8 up, 8 down. How do you react to this? And the fact that some people are saying, well, it is going to shortchange the Igbo nation. If other regions do 8 years, why should we do 4 years? Your reaction, sir?
Yeah, thank you very much. I very much like what Mr. Obi is saying, and then those who are claiming that it will shortchange the Igbos are not really serious. Because the Igbo man is not even very keen on becoming president. What we want is good governance from wheresoever. I mean, at any time, anywhere the good governance comes from, that is what we want. So if, for now, it seems to be coming from the angle of somebody who happens to be from the southeast, so be it. But once there is good governance in place, once the template is assured, there is no need for a particular person or my brother or your sister. That is what has placed us where we are. And when Mr. Obi makes that comment, you ask yourself, look at the past presidents of Nigeria. For instance, the current president, he virtually destroyed the Nigerian economy in the first week. By his pronouncements at the date of when he was sworn in, he crashed the Nigerian economy. He was very intentional, and this was what he said he would do. So he didn't need 4 years or 8 years to do what he said he would do. He would say he will broaden the tax net. He said he will reduce the purchasing power of the naira. And then he said, those are the kind of things he has done. So if somebody is intentional and goes with straightly for what he's doing, he will achieve it. Also look at Muhammad Buhari. Buhari said he will restore the Fulanese grazing rights. And throughout his 4-year tenure, he was busy planting scams or schemes to ensure that it was achieved. So if somebody now comes and says, I will achieve this in 4 years, he'll go about doing it and he'll get it. And again, another example, look at Mr. Donald Trump, the current US president, which we can actually call the disruptor in chief. I mean, he has achieved so much, whether you like it or like him or not, but he's done what he said he will do. And did he need 4 years to do it? Mr. Trump, in his first 100 days in office, signed about 143 executive orders. Okay. Yes, and he was very intentional. In fact, on the first day, he signed 21 executive orders. And that changed the trajectory of the United States. Okay. On day one. Our great sage, Awolowo, also said he will want to rule Nigeria for only 1 day. Because if you are intentional and you know what you want to do, you don't need 10 years or 20 years. You don't need 10 years. You need even the first 1 month. Okay. You set the panel, they set the emotional cost and ensure it is sustainable. And once you do that, you're home and dry. Okay, 1 year to make a difference. Yes. Quite interesting. When you talked about destroying the economy, some people will disagree with you. They say that the economy is making progress. I'm not asking you to react to that. Okay. I'm just saying some people will say, well, that's the direction that we are traveling now. That is a good one. And we're talking about Trump. Some people also said, well, Trump was able to make that impact because he was already working on a solid foundation, unlike what we have in Nigeria. We'll come back to you in the course of the show to get more insights into this discussion. In the meantime, let's go to Dele Fanimo. Dele,
As you react to this development, I would like for you to consider the fact that is 4 years enough to make a difference? If you understand the problems of Nigeria, you know, how we have traveled in the past 65 years, in the past 27 years, in the past 3 years, do you think that 4 years is enough to lay a solid foundation to move this country forward?
It is possible, and it's also not possible, depending on the temperament and the sincerity of purpose, or whoever is making those assertions. I would say that why it appears impossible is the fact of the human element in Nigeria. We are so adept at, because of the divisions, on religious grounds, on ethnic grounds, anything a particular ethnic group is as led by that particular group is doing, the other group will suspect that, no, this policy is targeted at me. So the day that policy is taken off, there are people that are working against that policy already. On religious ground, if you say Muslim tickets or Christian tickets, it doesn't really matter. It's about who is there, what he is doing, what he intends to do. Until we begin to downplay these primordial cleavages, we are not getting anywhere in this country. And we are not likely to have the kind of leaders we deserve. Okay. Because tomorrow I will say, this is a Yoruba man, even if it's not working, because I want my Yoruba person, even if I'm not benefiting, even if my family is not benefiting, but because it's a Yoruba man. This man is a Christian. I don't want a Muslim. Whereas the Muslim could be the best.
Okay, so within the prevalent circumstances, your position is that it is possible, but it will be very difficult.
Very difficult. Because why I said it's possible is anybody that wants to make drastic change in Nigeria must be ready to kiss the bullet. Step on toes. Not the kind of toes Obasanjo promised he will step on that he never stepped on. You should be intentional. And for every day you wake up alive, you consider it as a bonus.
Okay.
You should be ready to die. Look why you did that in Singapore.
Does come across to you as someone who is willing to kiss the bullet for the Nigerian people?
I can't say. Okay. You understand? I've not seen that courage in him enough for me to believe that he can do that. Okay. Or maybe he's saving the best for last. I don't know. So let's see how it pans out. Honestly, I want somebody who will go there, ready to die, ready to close his eyes and say, this, even the first person that I'm going to use as scapegoat should be my brother.
Okay. All right, then. Thank you very much.
Sorry, please, let me take this conversation to Chief Asim Adams, who is a lawyer and, of course, a public affairs commentator. He joins the conversation. I take it from the ready to die aspect. You see, how do you react to that statement for our leaders, those that vie for that position, to be ready to give it all? You do remember one of the presidential aspirants in the 2023 election, Omoyele Sowore, also did say at a point that if Peter Obi was serious in claiming his mandate in 2023, if he was ready to die for his mandate, he would have come out to support him to ensure that he got the mandate. How do you react to the statement of, doesn't that sound like a do or die approach to governance?
Thank you very much. People who say they want to die for Nigeria, I don't think any Nigerian politician is ready to die for Nigeria. None. Whether Obi, whether anybody, I don't think any of them.
Oh, well, but some people have come out to say, run with it. It's do or die. I mean, we heard Obasanjo say a similar thing. We've heard President Tinubu say a similar thing, like, take it. Take it by all means. That's what I mean.
Okay, that is taking power by all means.
Through electioneering, of course.
Playing politics in Nigeria. Yes, Nigerian politics, yes, to that extent, I agree. If they want to take power, they want to take power by all means possible. If not that, why do you see these killings? Why do you see these heated debates all over Nigeria? Do you see these promises being made by politicians? Why are they talking and their supporters are always insulting people on air and everywhere you go to, if not desperation? They see politics as a do or die affair. No Nigerian politician has ever accepted defeat in an election. From 1960 to date, no Nigerian politician has ever accepted defeat except Jonathan. Yes, Jonathan did that. But people say there are circumstances that made him even agree. And that is why he's one of the greatest presidents we've ever had in Nigeria. You see, during campaign period like this, you are going to hear a lot of things. Mario Cuomo said that politicians, and I'd like it to Nigerian politicians campaign in poetry, but govern in prose. As they are out there now, they are coming to make promises. Just name any Nigerian politician that has kept to his word. Name one. Obi said he wants to do 4 years. Well, I don't doubt him, but I doubt him somewhat. Being a Nigerian politician with a trajectory and pedigree of not keeping to his words. Abga, I will not leave Abga. Now in this, he left. So these are things that have happened. He said, why don't let them swear you in first? When they swear you in, if you really have good intention, don't use this as a campaign gimmick, because we can't hold you responsible if you do not hand over in 4 years. We cannot begin to hold you. Say you have 1 more year under the Constitution. Why don't you play your politics? When they swear you in as president of Nigeria, you shock the Nigerian nation. With good intention, I say, no. I know that I'm supposed to do 4 years. I'll be sworn in. I'm just going to do 4 years. I want to turn this country around in the next 4 years. I will not do more than 4 years. Mandela did it. Mandela never campaigned with say, I want to do 4 years. He campaigned for the presidency and said, they gave it to him. On the day of swearing in, he said, I'm doing 4 years to put South Africa in that platform, not campaigning with it. Let me tell you, anybody can transform a nation. You can use it by word of mouth. If somebody coming to tell me he can build a house for me for 2 weeks, I would think very well, first of all. If you want to build me a story building and you're telling me you can do it in 4 weeks' time, I will sit down first of all and think about whether you are insane or you are sane. If you can erect a building for 2 weeks, maybe if you explain to me, I might see your impact and your expertise, maybe I'll begin to look at you. Now, let me quickly say, because of time, Obi always referred to Malaysia, Indonesia, Japan. Lee Kuan Yew transformed Singapore. 31 years it took him. 31 years. Because people always make it 31 years from the 50s. That was when he started the journey. You look at Suharto of Indonesia. Suharto, it took him about 20-something to 30-something years again. Is it Japan? Is it China? Nobody was able to transform those countries in 10 years, even as it is. Because they were in power for a period of time. So when people say this, I say, well, he may be the first man. He may be a magician. I wouldn't doubt him. Even Jesus Christ left for 35 years trying to change the world. He couldn't change the world. 35 years, he died.
No, 33
when
actually.
When says he can do that, I will clap for him.
Yeah.
But I pray he's able to do that.
All right then.
If he says so, because not really intention. I don't think any Nigerian politician has any intention. Shagari.
All right.
Please, let us.
All right then. Thank you very much.
Campaign, don't use it as a campaign tool.
Thank you. Thank you very much,
You can
Chief.
come and tell us, oh, I'm going to do.
All right then. Okay, let's bring Comrade Destiny and Abulele into this conversation. Comrade, good morning to you. Welcome to the conversation. All right, I understand. Okay. Dr. Moshood Abiola, good to have you join us this morning. Well, let's take it from the do or die approach to governance. Some have said that this is taking Nigeria is what is due unto them. And also, I would like you to react to Peter Obi's statement that he will just do 4 years. I mean, saying that he will do that because zoning is on the table. The issue of zoning is on the table. We are zoning to the south and then taking it back to the north after 8 years. So if the south has done 4, is it wrong to say, okay, let me do the remainder of the 4 for the south, and then the north can have their own 8 years? Is there anything wrong in campaigning with that as well? All right, those are 2 questions in one. What's your reaction?
Well, thank you. The do or die approach of Nigerian politicians are shown now to be are shown to cut across all ethnic, almost every Nigerian politician share that trait. And Mr. Peter Obi is not an exception. Every of them want to get into power by every means possible, either whether you are wanted or not, whether you have the criteria, the capacity to govern or not. Just want to be in the office. And but when you look at the statement made by His Excellency Peter Obi, for me, he just him being whom he is. Remember, when he first of all became governor, he became governor by not winning primary. The primary ticket was won by Ralph, and it was snatched away from the man and given to him. By him accepting such shows desperation, because why will you take a ticket that you lost, that you did not win, you are given? And he promised not to leave Abga. He promised our late leader, Odumeko Ojukwu, that he would never leave Abga. He left. He went for PDP. He promised to stay. He didn't stay. He went to Labour Party. He promised to build Labour Party. Labour Party has problem. He refused to demonstrate capacity to resolve internal crisis. He left.
Well, I don't recall him promising. I don't recall him promising to build the Labour Party. I don't mind. I mean, I don't recall him making that promise.
I can give you. I can tell you. I can give you links of when he was campaigning with his running mate, whereby he promised to build the party. He promised to build the party.
Well, I also can refer you to links when he was also campaigning, especially campaigning for Badebo Road's Vival. He said, "This one I trust," pointing to the fact that he may not vouch for everybody within the Labour Party, but there are specific individuals within the Labour Party that he could vouch for. And he lifted the hands of Badebo Road's Vival, who was campaigning in Lagos at the time, to say, "This one in the Labour Party I trust and I can vouch for, not some other people within the Labour Party." Does that speak to wanting to build a party, or just indicating that, look, he met something on ground in the party, may not be able to vouch for everybody, but knows that there are a few good people in the party? Do we still have you online? Unfortunately, so I think we've had a network interference there. Let's bring this back to the studio. Daily Fanimo, please. Let's have you react to the question asked Moshood Abiola.
Is it on the issue of do or die, or which one?
Well, if you don't get it, let's continue.
No. There are 2 questions you posed to him.
What's your reaction to the conversation?
Well, for me, he just gave a rundown of what happened in the past. And I cannot really place my finger on any of some of those things. But it is clear that if you are a presidential candidate of a political party, it is incumbent on you, by Nigerian standard, it is incumbent on you as the leader of that party, as supposed owner of that party, to also make sure that there is cohesion in that party. Because parties don't exist in isolation anymore in this country. Whoever becomes the leader of that party, who is the presidential candidate, becomes the leader of that party. Whoever is the governorship candidate becomes the leader of the party. And that is the crux of the matter during this census period, where Bala Ahmed was denied taking charge of that party in Bauchi. That was why he couldn't cross to APC. In most states, the governor is the leader. Other people take instruction from him. So to that extent, if he's saying that Peter Obi should have taken charge, he doesn't need to say it. He should have taken charge at that period.
Okay, so like Peter Obi like Atiku Abubakar. Like Peter Obi like Atiku Abubakar.
In terms of movement?
No, in terms of being unable to organize their party together. I mean, Labour Party has a problem. PDP has a problem. Obi presidential candidate, Atiku Abubakar presidential candidate. Going by what you said, that more like the presidential candidate owns the party and should maintain some level of cohesion. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, then let's take this conversation to Comrade Destiny Enabulele, who has joined us virtually from Edo State. Good morning to you, Comrade Enabulele, and thanks for joining us.
Yeah, good morning, and thanks for having me this morning.
Good to see you. Good to see you.
I guess you can hear me.
All right, I can hear you.
Yeah, thanks. I'm back.
All right, you're back. All right, let's get straight into the conversation. I'm sure you have followed the conversation. Peter Obi says, I'm going to do a single term of 4 years. How do you react to that? Do you think that 4 years is enough time for one to lay a foundation that others could make progress on? What do you think?
Yeah, Mr. Okoro, let me be very frank this morning. You see, I've listened to some person saying using Lekwan, you blah, blah. You see, when we are talking about what Peter Obi meant by a single term, it is to put Nigeria in a proper perspective, set the pace that we had the Nigeria of our dreams. It's not saying that it's going to start and end it. You see, there's this Nigerian mentality with majority of us. Because all of us, can you get me?
Yes.
Hello?
Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Can you hear me? Yes. I said there's this mentality which has not becoming a central point in the politics. We all believe that we believe in immediate gratification. We believe that if we start a project let's assume I'm the governor or I'm a local government chairman. If I start a project, or I'm the president of this country, if I start a project in my tenure, I should be able to start, reaping the dividend. It's not done that way. Futuristic projects at times it's not just a span of 4 years or 8 years. At times 10, 20 years. But a situation in this country, because over time, a project wants to start materializing. That is not a futuristic project. A project that will outlive you as a person, as a tenure, even as a person. It's not a 4 years, it's not 8 years. What Peter Obi meant, or perhaps what he's trying to let Nigeria understand by his comment is this. Yes, in my time with the 4 year tenure, 4 years a single tenure, I will be able to by putting Nigeria, finding the place that we need to grow as a people. If you look at the country as we speak very just now, there is no sector of this country that is working. That is the gospel truth. If an EFCC, if I go to an hospital to begin to spray tear gas, is that not insanity? And you want to tell me that sector is working? It's not working. If we're to be a safe society, it's enough to cost the EFCC boss his job. Going to an hospital to spray tear gas. But brother, that is insanity. Those persons that went for that raid, they need to be taken to a psychiatric hospital. Either in that University of Teaching Hospital in Calabar or Uniben, UBTH. For mental evaluation. No same person will carry out such an ignominy act. It is despicable. So for me, Peter Obi saying that he'll be able to do 1 year tenure, for me, it is doable.
Comrade
so for
Destiny.
me, I don't see it.
Comrade Destiny. His president spokesperson,
I can hear you, sir.
President spokesperson Bayo Ononuga has reacted. He said Nigerians should not take pictures of this seriously. What do you think?
Who should be taken serious? Who should be taken seriously? Bola Ahmed Tinubu that promised Nigeria that in his 4-year term that he's going to give us uninterrupted power supply. As we speak now, it's worse off than he met it. So for me, with utmost humility, those persons, they are all jokers. So they are jesters. Because if you look at what they campaign with, as we speak very just now, there is nothing that is before us. No, there's nothing that is before us. Just look at it. See, no, at any rate, the APC as a party brought, terrorism and banditry into our political lexicon. You can do your research. So for me, you don't need to take them seriously. At any rate, if you look at what is happening to all the opposition parties across this country, there's nobody who will exonerate the presidency and president in this whole crisis.
All right.
Let's not be very
Thank you, comrade. Thank you, comrade. Let's come back to the studio. Barrister Luche, please, can we have your concluding thoughts on this?
Well, my concluding thoughts are that those who are talking about 4 years being too long, they should look back into Nigerian's history. The most impactful leaders we've had, from Murtala Mohammed, Shehu Yaradua, even the first coming of Buhari and Idiago, they were very impactful and they were very brief. Those who have actually stayed longest have been the worst. I mean, so the whole idea of a 4 year, of doing everything in 4 years is realistic. And do we think that this man who is making that comment is capable of doing that? I think most Nigerians even think that's in the positive. They think it's possible he can do that. But like the comparison Mr. Hassan made from Benin or from Port Harcourt about Lee Kuan Yew and all those stuff, they started the process within the first 6 months. Within the first 1 year, everything is laid down. And if Obi wants to do that, there are certain pronouncements a man can make in his first week in office, and Nigeria will automatically turn for the better. And you don't have to stay for 100 years. So it's possible, and I think the person who made it, is it credible? I think it's credible.
All right. And Dele, any last words from you?
Well, it's just a congestion. Let's wait and see.
Okay, let's wait and see. Let's go on a short break, and when we return, ahead of the 2027 elections, Makinde has declared the 2027 presidential bid as Wike calls it 419 and dead on arrival. Let's talk about this when we return. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Welcome back. In a dramatic move in Nigeria's opposition ranks, Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde has formally declared his intention to contest the 2027 presidential election on the platform of the Allied People's Movement, APM. Speaking at a massive unity mega rally held at the historic Mapo Hall in Ibadan on Thursday, Governor Makinde announced his candidacy with a bold call to reset Nigeria, citing the country's deteriorating economy, widespread hardship, and the urgent need for fresh leadership to pull citizens out of daily survival mode. He presided over the signing of a memorandum of understanding between a faction of the PDP loyal to him and the APM, allowing aligned candidates for governorship, National Assembly, and State Assembly seats in Oyo State to contest on the APM platform amid the PDP's lingering internal crisis. The declaration immediately triggered fierce backlash, with FCT Minister Nyesom Wike dismissing the entire PDP-APM alliance as pure 419 and Makinde's presidential ambition as dead on arrival. Wike insisted that no formal alliance exists between the PDP and the APM, accusing the Oyo governor of misleading Nigerians and using the smaller party to advance personal ambitions while abandoning the PDP ticket. The development further deepens the fracture in the opposition, coming just as former Vice President Atiku Abubakar continues his own presidential moves within the African Democratic Congress. Dele, let's examine this. What are your views on this?
Well, I know, and in the last 1.5 years or two, Makinde has been launching the ambition of having his face on the presidential ballot. And I'm a little bit close to some of his aides. But he was launching that ambition, believing that the PDP will close ranks and there won't be faction at this time. But unfortunately, here we are. PDP is almost in ICU. And so it's untouchable for anybody to host his flag. And in Oyo State, majority of the big wigs are moving on to NDC, APC, in Oyo State. So what is left is like a carcass in Oyo State. And that's why his intention is to use APM to run. He just say PDP. He knows that his own faction of PDP had been declared persona non grata by the Supreme Court judgment. So he's not going to run on PDP. He's just using that as a small scale.
Do you think that she wants to run to become president?
He wants to run to do the bidding of those who are his paymasters.
Who are those?
I don't want to.
What would that bidding be, really? What would they aim to achieve?
You see, the whole essence of this is to decimate the ranks of a perceived political enemy. And unfortunately, where we are looking at is not what is going to happen with Makinde. Makinde is going to form an alliance that may further decimate the chances of a candidate.
Which candidate do you have in mind? Or which
I don't want to be interrogated to.
Okay. No. Do you think that that particular candidate that you think?
Let me give you a glimpse.
Okay.
Without mentioning name.
Okay.
When during the build-up to 2023 elections, the first step Makinde took in 2022 was to sack his deputy when he said he wanted to proceed on leave, and appointed a more pliant deputy who was then the chairman of the State Housing Corporation. Now, and incidentally, from the same locality where the former that was sacked was picked. So, and immediately this deputy governor settled in, he traveled to America, handing over the office to his deputy, the newly appointed deputy. And days after he was in America, a meeting was held in UK. He flew down to UK, and an arrangement was consummated, which brought about the movement of Adelabu from APC, having lost to Teslim Folari, to Accord Party. There was a plan to make sure that Accord, which is a fraction of APC in then Oyo State, they needed to weaken the base of APC in Oyo State for the governorship election. So Adelabu had to move to Accord, took away his own people and his structure from APC. And that also gave Makinde the opportunity to return.
So Makinde's gamble now, is it for him to return Oyo State? Or because
he has given up on Oyo State.
So he's playing at the national level.
He's playing at the national level.
Okay.
So this what is happening now is in furtherance of what happened in 2022, 2003.
Okay.
That we all know. It was with that arrangement that, for the first time, a non-party member was picked as a ministerial nominee from Accord in Oyo State. Part of that arrangement was why APC won landslides.
Okay, so impliedly,
in presidential election, and PDP won over for the first time in the history of that state, PDP won in less than 2 weeks. They reversed that voting pattern, and PDP won by over 350,000.
So impliedly, from all we have said now.
So you can now deduce.
My deduction is that Sheyi Makinde is...
I may not be able to confirm it. I may not be able to confirm anything, but you have your deductions.
All right.
But Barrister, I have a question for you. In December, Makinde did say that he overheard Wike saying, promising Tinubu that he was going to keep the PDP for him. That's for Tinubu till 2027. So this his move now to APM. Is it a gamble, a political masterstroke to ensure that he doesn't get trapped in Wike's wings? What do you think about that?
Thank you very much. When a character like Nyesom Wike talks of 419, this is a master fraud. I mean, he's in one party, he's playing games across board and making all sorts of pronouncements. You'll begin to wonder what he's really talking about.
But let's be careful with the language, because you can't call
No,
it
he
fraud
used,
if you
no,
don't
he
have
used 419 for somebody else and just using the same 419 for him. I mean, it's my view, not yours or the station's views. So he's categorizing Makinde's move as 419 is rather strange, and it's unfortunate. It's not what we expect from somebody who's a federal minister of the FCT, who should focus more on the state. But with regards to what Makinde is doing, I think it's good for the polity that as many people as possible who want to aspire for political office should be allowed a platform to express their opinions. That is the beauty of multi-party democracy. And if Wike's by his antics has made it impossible for him to use the PDP and now has to find himself in APM, then all well and good. Then I don't see why he should be castigated. But with regards to what Mr. Fanimo is saying here about Makinde playing the fall guy for the APC, ever since Wike got this G5 governors, which is the then governor of Abia, Enugu, Benue, Oyo, and he himself, to act as spoilers, characters like Makinde himself become like almost pariah status. Do you understand? This is a man who allows himself to be used by others to attain purposes, and not because he really wants to project himself to attain the office of president. It's rather sad that we have, at this level of our democracy, supposedly excellencies, he answers his excellency, who reduces himself and his office to that pitiable state. But I think it's good that he wants to express himself, he wants to become the president. Let all others who want to do that be allowed to do that. That's the bottom line.
All right, Barrister Asim Adams, let me come to you now. Some people will argue that there isn't any difference really between the role of Wike and that of Sheyi Makinde. They seem to be playing the same role in, disintegrating political parties for the benefit of one individual. What do you say?
Yes, I agree. I agree with you. Now, I want to say that I'm not scared or afraid to say what I want to say. Nyesom Wike, Sheyi Makinde, they are all working for the APC. And if you look at the target of these people, all of them is to stop Peter Obi from becoming president. Even Amechi has joined the fray. Peter Obi said he's going to do 4 years. Amechi woke up in the morning and said he's going to do 4 years too. Before Peter Obi said he's going to do 4 years, where was Amechi? We have never heard any politician that has said, oh, just give me 4 years. But the moment Peter Obi came up and said, I'm going to do 4 years, Amechi has come back to say he's doing 4 years. Another politician somewhere said, I did even 3 years, that's what I need. What they are trying to do now is to dismember the followership and the thought knack to change the country. Makinde, let me tell you, people forget so easily. I don't know why people forget. Before, I think about 2 or 3 months ago, he had series of closed-door meetings. Series of closed-door meetings with the president as a Asuro. When he came out to the last meeting he had, he said the president asked him to defect or join APC, join the bandwagon of governors who are going to APC. That he told the president that he was going to chart his own course. But they had a very good discussion. You see, from that particular period, I began to understand that this is what is happening. The man, Bala Mohammed, who was Makinde's, co-governor in PDP, went to APM, and Makinde had to go and join him there. All the political parties that he saw is in APM that is gone. These are agents. These are agents working for the president and the APC to do what? To undo the NDC and P2B. Let me tell you the truth. That is just what is going on. Because if you look at what is going on now, before they were saying that Nigeria is drifting towards a one-party state. But now we have multiple parties. Even higher today, we heard he's going to declare his intention. So many other funny characters are coming from different political parties to now say they are now going to ready to contest. From one-party state now, it has now become multi-party, state in Nigeria. Why are all these people doing all these things? Makinde knows he cannot win the presidency of Nigeria. He wants to use the position in APM to negotiate with Tinubu. Did they not do that in that election, in the presidential election, the last election? He worked for Tinubu in the last election. He only got his second term, the local election, which he won. But when the presidential election came, he worked for Tinubu. So he's been a Tinubu man. He's been a part of the G7. The only thing that caused this problem was called sharing pattern. And that somebody was talking too much than him. Otherwise, they still have the same principles. So don't be deceived. How many votes do you think Makinde can get from an APM as a presidential candidate? Watch what is going to happen. Before the election proper, you heard some of them saying, I stepped down for Mr. President, I stepped down for this. That is what you are going to be hearing now, because they know these are just agents. Is it an agent provocateurs or whatever they call them, as the case may be?
Barrister Adams.
Working directly.
Barrister Adams. All of these people, how much damage do you think they can do, to the ticket of Obi Kwakwanso?
For instance, Amechi has said he's going to do 4 years now. And if you look at the campaign he has been campaigning, his own is to deconstruct that of P2B and the Kwankwaso, as the case may be. The same thing with Makinde coming into the fray. So when you ask me how much this is going to happen, I asked the same rhetorical question. How would it have been if these people now I call it, I'm starting to use the word surrogates. If these surrogates now of Tinubu were to really come and jettison this particular platter they are operating from now, and have that national consciousness to be with them and work in NDC with P2B, how would you think it would have been? Like Amechi being the same place, P2B supporting him, Makinde supporting him. I am telling you that by now, the president would have been having sleepless nights. But when you have people like Makinde, you have people like Amechi working on the other side. Atiku is even working. Kwakwaso, to an extent, well, let's leave him. Let's watch out and see what happens. Atiku is working for Tinubu. I am telling you the truth. It with the present arrangement and how things stand right now, these people are working, they are sophists. Since they know that they cannot get it, the best way now is for them to divide the votes of the Southern people. How come it's only Southern people that are coming to the fray? Because they want to divide the votes. Obi is from the South. If Obi cannot gather the South or Southern votes, because in Rivers State, one of the largest states in that state, you have a Makinde working against him in that particular place. In Osun State, you have another person working against him. In the Southeast, again, you have those people who are working against him, the governors. So this is a scheme, it's a plan by the ruling party and Tinubu himself to make sure that this man does not get it. That is why you see the APC is so quiet, they're not doing anything at all. because more candidates are going to come from the South. And once you begin to have candidates from the South, those who are supposed to work together as a Southern bloc, they are not dissipating their supporters and energies on, things they know they cannot achieve.
Thank you,
Then you know that they are making a real serious move for them to make this thing happen.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So it's a sad one. The Southern people must understand something.
Thank you,
And that is why you find that I feel so sad when
All right.
All right.
So these people, we just come out and keep using them to do what they want to do.
All right.
Or to undo people. That's what they are doing.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you.
Honestly speaking.
Let's take this conversation to Dr. Moshood. Dr. Moshood, how do you react to all of this? Can we have your take?
Well, thank you very much. I tend to feel surprised when people talk as if the ambition of other people are subject or suffix to ambition of an individual, a person. For God's sake, Peter Obi is just an individual that is also aspiring, just like Sheyi is aspiring, just like Amechi is aspiring. So what law or what moral ground does Obi or anyone canvassing for Obi has to now ask those other persons to subject their own aspirations to the whims and car prices of Obi, and I don't get it.
Dr. Moshood, this is not Peter Obi speaking. Peter Obi is not asking anyone to step down for him. Makinde just joined the race, and conversation is being held. So how do you react to that? Peter Obi didn't say anybody should step down for him.
My initial line was in response to the last speaker anyway, but talking about Sheyi Makinde, that is my governor. I'm from Oyo State. And I must tell you that just like some other people believe that the presidential aspiration of Governor Sheyi Makinde is injurious to the presidential aspiration of His Excellency Peter Obi, so also many other persons also believe that Sheyi Makinde aspiration is equally injurious to the aspiration of the current president, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, because of the fact that they are not just from the south, they are from the same southwest, and Oyo State has the second larger vote in terms of voter strength in the southwest. When you compare that with the Lagos, after Lagos comes Oyo State. So people believe that his special bid, we take from the junk the kind of a block vote that the President Tinubu ought to have got from Ibadan, Oyo State as a whole. So him being a city governor, contesting in the same election, will affect the fortune of Mr. President. So I think these are issues. But the truth of the matter is that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is entitled to contest. Sheyi Makinde is entitled to contest. Obi is entitled to contest. Amechi, Chibike Amechi is entitled to contest. So there's a kind of a gentleman arrangement in Nigeria that is a turn of the South to serve 8 years. Not as served the 8 years. Now it's not the turn of the South to serve 8 years. This is in response to many people that are angered by many people by the bid, majority of the bid coming from the South, because the North, Buhari has served the 8 years term out. Bola Ahmed Tinubu is finishing the 4 years. We believe that the last lap of that 8 years, which is the 4 years second term, is for the South. And that is why you see many people coming in to pledge that they will serve just one term if they have the opportunity to be elected. Having said that, for me, I believe that Engineer Sheyi Makinde is actually waiting for opportunity to cut a deal with Mr. President, seeking for opportunity for him to be able to produce a successor that will be of his own making, that will be of his own choice. Like we know, he has endorsed Adekombi, and he wants Adekombi to be the one to succeed him. he has been trying to have that kind of a deal. He had a meeting, a closed-door meeting with Mr. President about 2 or 3 months ago. I think that meeting didn't go well. I believe he's seeking for another call from Mr. President, and I believe all what he's doing ever since that meeting he had with Mr. President, I believe all the steps have been taken is geared towards that. Let's not forget that opposition had a meeting recently in Ibadan, whereby all the opposition agreed that they will feed one candidate. That meeting also did not go well, because if the meeting had gone well, we do not expect, say that you see Obi featuring, and you see Atiku featuring, and you now also coming into the fray. And this negates that gentleman Ibadan opposition coalition discussion. So I think we still have more time to see how all this will play out. But for me, I'm convinced that Governor Seyi Makinde body of his own just choosing to succeed him, and all these are play into that.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Moshood Abiola. Now, let's go to Benin, where we have Comrade Destiny and Abulele. Now, let's bring the Wike, let's bring Wike back into the conversation and the statement that he made, calling the Seyi Makinde intention a 419 arrangement. But we understand that Wike, and Wike has his PD-APC arrangement, the one he calls the Rainbow Coalition. That's on one side. And then we have the PD-APM arrangement, the Seyi Makinde arrangement on the other side. How does this affect PDP itself in the coming days? Will the PDP, as a party, be able to field a candidate? That's the question some people are asking. The all-powerful, almighty PDP. Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
PDP. Let me very sincerely, it is laughable when you hear Keto calling pot black. It's very laughable. You see, I sympathize with the two characters, the person of Wike and Makinde. Makinde is my brother, because the mother is from Benin. That's enough fact. He's my brother, and I respect him so much. But I've told whoever cared to listen before now that these two characters, what they are doing, thank God it has been confirmed by all the speakers that they are just agents of the Mr. President, the Tinubu. Even the last speaker, Mr. Moshood, said something, although he was just rigmaroling, he was just being economical with the truth. But at the tail end, he alluded to the fact that that Makinde is trying to cut the president's attention how to get a successor. That is that answers some of the gray areas. So for us, it's not only Makinde or what's his name, Wike, that are agents of Tinubu. I'm able to say here and now that even David Mark, Atiku, just name them. They are working for APC and President Bola Tinubu. You ask me why. As we speak, Atiku's son is a frontliner in APC. And your father is going for the exalted throne or exalted position of the country. I am a son of a father. So at times I put myself in this character's, position. Let's assume my father is vying for. As a son, can I go against my father? But 2 months ago, I had a discussion in Abuja with some friends. I said, they said, Destiny, we've never thought of this. Is it David Mark? The daughter is in APC. He's fronting opposition party. And I've told Nigerians, this person, we don't need to take them seriously. They are doing tete-a-tete with our destiny. And gradually, they are unveiling their true characters. For me, I've told whoever cared to listen, there's that the Amechi, with utmost humility, is my senior, that for me, he cannot even win his own household. That is the gospel truth. You just try to do the spoilers game. And you can't thank God you begin to see them, unveiling their true person and their true character, which is quite sad. See, I sympathize with Nigerians, including my humble self. I sympathize with Nigerians because we find ourselves at a crossroad. Those that we thought would be able to form alliance with Nigerians, they are not doing a tete-a-tete or perhaps eating jollof rice in Aso Rock in the night, and they tend to, pro Nigerians.
All right.
But they are not. And from recent revelations, we have seen. And we came again, a man that have attained such an exalted throne to be using 419 for an excellency, quote unquote, against that to tell you the characters that will put forward as leaders. Nigerians, we need to go back to the drawing board and to begin to define what worked for us. That is why I told Nigerians not too long ago that as 2027, we should, as we all go out to gym every week, we should endeavor to set 1 hour aside to practice madness. You can see me, I'm just from the gym. I'm there to practice mine. I know definitely my practice will not take me to a psychiatric home. It's for a purpose. When that purpose is achieved, I do away with the psychiatric method. So it is sad. And Nigerians should not just sit akimbo. We all must be involved. It's our destiny. You can see the president is borrowing money left, right, center. If we cannot pay, our children will pay. All of us, we are owing. Unknown to us, we are owing. So we must speak because our destiny is in our hands.
All right then. Well, the Arewa Citizens Parliament have accused former Vice President Atiku Abubakar of weakening the opposition and indirectly boosting and helping President Bola Tinubu's chances for the 2027 re-election through his decade-long unrelenting presidential ambition. Barrister Ezeluche, even the Arewa forum now seems to be against the former Vice President Atiku Abubakar. If you want to look at his, the weight of his bloc, like he used to say, the bloc votes that he has in the north, do you think this is being affected in any way, or are they just doing their own thing? What are your thoughts, really?
Yeah, thank you very much. You see, we have to be very careful of how we use some of these words in our discourse. Somebody says it's Arewa. You ask yourself, what is Arewa? Does it include those who have been slaughtered by the herdsmen in Benue, Borno, and Zamfara? Or are you just using that name for political purposes? When you say a Northern Elders Forum, which are the Northern Elders? Or when somebody comes and says it's Ohanese Youth Forum or the Odua People's Congress. You see, the reality is this: most of these ethnic nomenclatures or ethnic tags are used for political purposes. Those characters may be somewhere in Lagos, just saying that they are whatever. Or somebody can be in Abuja claiming to speak for the entire Southeast, when in reality he's not in tune. That's on a general level. But with regards to what this group, what these people who come under this umbrella name are saying about Alhaji Atiku, the reality is this. Atiku was one of the people that contested against MKO Abiola for the SDP ticket way back in 1983. And ever since, he's always made himself available for virtually all the presidential races. I mean, that's over close to over 40 years of constant coming out for elections. So, and some of us who admired him in the past, I mean, particularly when he had a stoic resistance to Obasanjo's push to rubbish the office of the vice president, which was very good for democracy then, are beginning now to wonder, must this man continue to do this? Is it the only, I mean, what other things could he have done? What other avenues could he have impacted on the Nigerian society than constantly coming out for elections? So the reality is, he has as an individual, he has a right to contest. But then when reality dawns, when age dawns, when it begins to manifest that, okay, perhaps I'm getting too old, perhaps that is the time when we would have expected him to like sit back as a godfather and say, okay, I have, in the course of so many years of being part of the political process, I have been able to now identify some younger ones who I can endorse, who can do what I would have done, and then back such people up, rather than continually coming up. Because the reality is this, when with so many people in the position coming out to say they want to contest for presidency, there is a likelihood that the incumbent, Bola Tinubu, may use his incumbency factor to try to thwart the will of Nigerians. But I verily believe that no matter what the incumbent throws at Nigerians, Nigerians will be will intentionally say we cannot continue with the fraud and with the governance maladministration that has happened in the course of the past 3 years, and Nigerians will make up their mind. But with regards to Atiku Abubakar, if he feels that is the best way he can continue to expend his resources and be part of the Nigerian process, let him continue to contest. But it's rather sad. Thank you very much.
Well, let's go around now. Let's have everyone give their concluding thoughts. Should I consider this your concluding thoughts?
Sure. It is.
Thank you very much, Barrister Eze Eliche. Let me come to Daily Fanimo for your concluding thoughts on the matter.
On the article thing?
The entire
thing. The entire thing is that I want to say here that the political space should not be heated and people should be allowed to vent their ambition without any hindrance. And for those who are suspected of working against certain candidates, it's all about politics. You can't stop them from doing it. The only way to checkmate them is to be ahead of their plans and rise above them. They're like the eagle. The eagle will not fight when it's on ground. It will take you to the heights where you cannot survive. And then you are dropped. So for me, the essence of going into governance is to serve. And if you must serve, you must work assiduously and look at all the side steps, the landmines, and try as much as possible to avoid it. But for Atiku is forever ambitious. He wants to be president at all costs. But it is not clear to me yet if Atiku is working for or against anybody. But I know that he is forever, even if it's just one day in Aso Villa, he wants to be there. He wants his name recorded as one of the presidents of Nigeria.
All right then. Thank you very much. Let's go to Destiny and Abulele now. Let's have your concluding thoughts. Talk to us.
Yeah, Mr. Humphrey, you see, I have said it before. If you look at what has played out from the very beginning in terms of these oppositions, I like using the president at the very beginning of putting together this coalition that APC today. To put himself forward to become a presidential aspirant and a candidate. But he refused. He suppressed his own ambition and said, okay, let's look for someone that. And he did. He brought in Buhari. And to that. So one would have expected this, with utmost humility, these persons in the forefront in terms of this, opposition, to have that same mindset. I say, okay, now our common enemy is the APC and is co-travelers. But alas, what do you have? Pockets of ambition. I'm not saying them having an ambition is wrong. No. But at least because of the urgency of the moment, please, urgency of the moment. Because if I were to be in their shoe, I would do the same thing. Let me take you back to Edo State in the course of House of Assembly during the Obi and Obaseki. They called themselves a legacy group. I was at a meeting as a candidate of Obaseki-led group, and there was other candidate, perhaps aspirant this time. I stood up that if the agreement in Abuja is to consent to give some certain, constituency to the opposition, to the legacy group, I don't mind letting my seat to go to opposition as far as we all win. Because you have your party in government rather than not in government. What do we have today? And I told them, I said, my grandmother will always say that if two brothers of same parentage fight to death because of their father's inheritance, it is strangers that will inherit those properties. Where are we in Edo today? So for me, that's why I'm a little bit pissed off with this with utmost humility, these leaders that is fronting the opposition. For me, I give them. I gave it to them. And some person said, Destiny, you are too crazy. I said, no. We don't have common enemy. Except if they are telling us that they are doing tete-a-tete at night and they come and deceive Nigerians, that they are from the revelations.
All right.
Why? For me, I was expecting an association of ambition to snowball into one ambition. The one that can take us to victory. The one that can take us to Aso Rock. But today, as we currently stand, they are clearing the way for the man presently occupying Aso Rock. With utmost humility, that is my own understanding.
Thank you very much, Comrade Destiny and Abulele. And do well with your gym activity. We'll probably make our time to join you if time allows us to, because we have to be here every weekday, Monday through Friday, bright and early. But we'll, try to gym more as well. Barrister Asim Adams, let's have your concluding thoughts now.
Well, my concluding thought, number one, is that P2B should not put too much burden on his shoulders. If you ask him, he says he's going to do 4 years. He's going to solve power problem. He's going to do, we know the problems Nigeria has. And it's not
well, we seem to have a network problem that is interfering and distorting the reception from your end, Barrister Asim Adams. Unfortunately, we can't take the rest of your contribution there. But let's go to Dr. Moshood Abiola now. Let's have your concluding thoughts on the matter.
Well, my concluding thought is on Alhaji Atiku Abubakar and Peter Obi. Two of them are looking like one same. They are looking like two of a kind. They are becoming too ambitious and they just want to contest to be president. They want to seize every given opportunity to do this, and that has made them not to be able to work to build a political platform. Alhaji Abubakar has been to Atiku Abubakar has been to almost every political party ever founded in the country, and he's doing this. He's been a serial decampee from one political party to the other because of his he wants to realize his presidential ambition, and His Excellency Peter Obi is also borrowing that leaf. He's also moving from one political party to the other in order for him also to achieve this presidential bid. And two of them, they have been consumed by this inordinate ambition. And I tend to advise that it's good for you to build a political platform for the good of good governance, for the promotion of good governance. Doesn't matter whether you have to be the one to flag to fly the flag
Dr.
of the
Moshood,
party. If you
Dr.
build a political party,
Dr. Moshood, Peter Obi has been in 5 political parties in his political life. The current president has been in 5 political parties in his political life. So where is that inordinate ambition that you talk about?
Laughable. That is laughable. Comparing the political moves of the Mr. President and Obi is like comparing apple and orange.
I
together.
just told you one thing now. 5 political parties for each of them.
Can I talk, please?
No, okay.
Tinubu has never decamped from any party. Has never decamped. There are difference between moving from when party match, same party transform from one point to the other. Same party, not different party. There's no similarity between APGA and PDP. There's no similarity between PDP. There's no similarity between Labour Party and ADP. There's no similarity between ADP and NDC. When you now said AD transformed to AC, AC transformed to ACN, ACN merged to become APC, then how would I compare the two? We need to be sincere in our political analysis. There's no similarity between the two. Thank you.
Okay. I think the reality is this, which we have to be very, very sure about. There is one thing about political strategy and political criminality. If the criminal intent of the rulers are what is making it impossible for candidates to contest in a political party, as is happening now, where the current incumbent president is using the judiciary to scuttle various political parties, and people are forced to move. You don't see they are moving from political party A to B. They have been forced by the events to move because they cannot stay there and watch the house collapse on them. So the reality is that there is a proper correlation between the movements made by P2P and that of Mr. Bola Tinubu. If they've moved from 5 parties to 5 times, they have all moved. So the reality is that we should not call Nigerian political parties in the real sense, because zero ideology, zero structures. You go along as you create it. So don't compare these two political parties, these two men. They are doing what they need to do to survive. If it means to change the name of political parties or to form alliances or to leave one and go to the other, it's all the same.
Thank you very much, Barrister Eze Eluche. Thank you for your thoughts there. We've also been speaking with Barrister Asim Adams, Dr. Moshood Abiola, Comrade Destiny Enabulele, and Mr. Dele Fanimo. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for your time and your contribution. This is where we wrap it up. This is where we drop anchor on VOP this morning. Newspaper review comes up next. I'm Moses Humphrey. I'll see you at 10.
I'm Jane Ogoye. Thank you for watching. See you at 10.
I'm Chukwuma Okoro. Bye for now.
Hello, my name is Inejo. Keep watching Voptv.
What up? My name is Usimachiku. You are watching Voptv. Keep it locked.
Hello, I am Floyd Igbo. Keep watching Voptv.
Hi, everyone. I hope you're doing good. Keep watching Voptv and, just have an amazing day. Thank you.
Hi, guys. It's your boy Praise. Keep watching Voptv.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Voptv, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Voptv on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Voptv. Now you have more than a voice.
It's your girl Arika the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching Voptv. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Arco here, and I'm hanging out on Voptv. Keep it locked. Don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi, everyone. My name is Yvonne Jagade. You are watching Voptv, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post them and who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with Voptv. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching Voptv. Mwah.
Shout out to Voptv. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to Voptv. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the AV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching Voptv.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Voptv. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on Voptv. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is your girl Phil Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to Voptv.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bond.
My name is Lydia Lawrence, and
please keep watching Voice of the People Television. Love ya.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news, we analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Mama Kore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to Voptv, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girl Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's a boy that's shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is Voptv. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat. the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Voptv as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Hi, my name is Zoe Martinson, and you're watching VOP TV.
What's up, people? It's your boy Dulo checking in. I'm here with the fisherman, Dulo, aka Kubi. I want to shout out the VOP, the voice of the people. Make sure you guys tap in, tune into the voice of the people today, tomorrow, and every day.
Hi everyone, my name is Princess Fathia Nkrumah, and you keep watching Voice of the People TV.
Rukomi ni Akpeja. Ricky Adelada, the fisherman. Voice of the people. I'm part of the people. So go on and always watch Voice of the People.
Wagwami people, it's your girl Endurance Grand, and I'm giving a special shout out to VOP TV. Keep listening, keep watching.
My name is Akio Shota. This is VOP TV.
Hi, my name is William Lamte. I'm an actor, and keep watching Voice of the People TV. Keep it locked.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Thank you very much for joining us. This is Newspaper Review. I'm Moses Humphrey.
And I am Chukwuma Okoro. Thanks for joining us again.
And I'm Jane Ogoye. Thank you for staying with us.
Yes, of course, we still have Dele Fanima with us and Barrister Eze Luche with us as well. We also have Destiny and Abulele join the conversation. He's still with us virtually. And we'll also be speaking with Asim Adams, Barrister Asim Adams, in the course of the program. So let's dive into the papers, gentlemen. Let's look at the headlines here. We've focused quite a lot on politics. Let's see if we can, let's see how far we can deviate from politics.
Can you run away from it?
No, we can't. No, we can't. I just have to admit. Well, let's talk nutrition.
Yeah.
This is away from it.
Yeah.
Feels good. Nutrition crisis, economic crunch squeezes poultry farmers, pushes eggs off menus. Now, the breakdown of it here, the vanishing protein, a growing deficit. That's how The Guardian puts it. Nigerians consume just 60 to 80 eggs annually, far below the global average. Global average, 160 to 170 eggs annually. Price surge, we have 226% price surge. Eggs have gone from 6,000 to 8,500 to 10,500. Okay, it was even 3,000, 2,500 at some point in this country. But now for a crate of eggs, which has about 24 eggs in it.
Yeah.
We're looking at
30.
30? Okay. The longer I counted, I just eat. So you're looking at 10,500. And it is for the same reason Ushie Ugwamaye was punished for saying that eggs were too expensive. The youth corps member who was punished, Ushie Ugwamaye. Well, the perfect storm, why the menu is changing. Maize prices rose 89.6%. Soya beans, rising feed cost, and 6-month waiting period, the day-old chick bottleneck, and the rest of it. So, and then we have a mass sector collapse. Over 50% of Nigerian poultry farms have shut down since 2023. 25 million jobs at risk. The poultry industry lost an estimated 25 million jobs over 4 years of instability. And of course, insecurity has its own role in all of this. Gentlemen of the press.
Gentlemen of the press, including
Of course, now he's the press.
Single him out there.
Okay. I'll go to court.
Thank you very much. You see, that is why when the government reels out these figures about increase in the GDP, rise in the economy, and all that stuff, you almost have to muffle up a laughter. It's all lies. Because Nigerians are increasingly not eating well. Nigerians are not even able to access good food. Nigerians are not even something as basic as eggs. And when you look at the surrounding factors, not enough grains to produce the feed, not enough farms, poultry are even still functional. So it tells you how way down we've gone in this country. The cost of a crate of eggs runs into, it's about more than 10% of the minimum wage. It's worrisome. I mean, you now ask yourself, if our youths are not able to eat well, how will the future look for Nigerians? So Nigeria has now entered an emergency. I mean, it's a national emergency, not in the food sector, not in the agriculture sector, but in the entire national structure. We should declare an emergency in Nigeria to address these issues. And what is the government doing? Basically, little or nothing. There's no support for the agricultural sector, no support for farmers, because you can't even go to the farm if terrorists or criminal elements are making it impossible for you to access your farms. When you look at the totality of our situation in Nigeria, it's like you see the light of a train at the end of the tunnel. Sadly, this trade is an oncoming calamity, oncoming disaster that is bound to hit the Nigerian state. Another worrisome part of this whole thing you read about the agriculture, about the egg sector is when you observe that, when you realize that the baseline statistics is defective, when you realize that even the number of people we have in the country is an imaginary figure, you begin to wonder how genuine are these figures being bandied about. But you understand that there is problem in the society because you, even in your own household, Chukuma was telling us that the crate is about 24 eggs, which means only God knows how long, when you bought your last crate. So, it's cost across. It's cost across. So how many Nigerians are even able to afford this? So we have to take, I don't know, we keep on saying this every time on this channel, that Nigerians have to take their destiny and their future in their own hands to ensure that we have good leadership. Because with good leadership, it doesn't take much to change this trajectory we find ourselves in now, presently. Thank you.
All right.
The worrisome part of it is that at the base of this is the effect of not having protein in your diet. Your immune system will get weaker, and then opportunistic diseases will creep in. And that egg that is now 300 apiece, I think it's 400 now in the various bucataria. When you miss just one over a period of time, by the time your immune system gives in and then you now have diseases, you are paying more than 10 times what you would have afforded to ward off this disease. And this is so because the truth about it has not even registered in my subconscious for a long time that egg should be part of the menu. That's the truth. Except when I go to the restaurant and I see it displayed, that's when I remember that, so egg is still alive. It's as bad as that.
Still available.
Yeah.
Do you know that in some other countries, chicken, full chicken is a meal?
Yes.
And farm milk is a meal, is a lunch in some other countries. But if you kill a chicken now, you are celebrating.
Yeah, it's luxury here.
Apart from celebrating, you guard it jealously that the family will eat it about 2 or 3 days before it finishes. Just somebody's old meal. And then you want to compare the life expectancy of that person and that of yours, that you cannot afford just one egg a day. Farms are not producing. I can tell you that I have friends that are into massive poultry. Did you know that even sorghum, maize are imported now?
Even eggs are imported.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
Cassava, Gary is imported.
You understand? So if with all the facilities around us, we are importing eggs, and we are importing grains that will form part of the feed to take care of these birds, then you can imagine the kind of mess. It's grimmer than what Barrister painted. And the effect, the collateral damage this will do is much more than the way we are just looking at it. Yeah. You can imagine if you feed well, you don't need to go to hospital. Because your immune system will be there to fight back any disease that comes. If you feed well, if you have strain of malaria, you can get over it without taking any drug. But if you don't feed well, that malaria will break down your system, that you'll be admitted for days on end. And now look at the number of man-hours you will lose when you are on admission, you cannot do your job. So it's a big problem. Like he said, I think there should be an emergency.
There should be an emergency. And so Moses, you see what you have led us to. The moment you think that you are walking away from
one, another one,
you're actually walking into politics. And so permit me to use some seconds to indulge myself. I wrote a book in 2023, The Future of Politics. And in the preface, the introduction to that book, I did say that if you turn 360 degrees, you always face politics. For every decision that you make and every decision that affects you, it is made by politicians. And so that is why Nigerians should take politics seriously. That book, I made a prediction, 100%. In 3 years, more than 70% of the predictions I made about the Buhari and the Tinubu administration have come to pass, the future of politics. And so, Moses here brought us back to politics. Let us discuss politics. So in everything we have done, it does as a result of the failure of that sector, the agro sector, which was the mainstay of the country's economy up until oil happened on us. And so after a while, it turned to a resource cost for us now, to the extent that, well, every month, every other governor, in fact, the state accountant general of the state, carry a briefcase, jump on a plane, even places that are close to Abuja, they still fly to Abuja. In my own state, the commissioner for finance says, well, he takes 20 million naira to go get a FAC every month. And so when people ask 20 million naira every month to go and get a FAC from Umuahia to Abuja. A matter of 3 days.
Retinue of people,
you understand,
that will go
to go get
the director, the deputy director.
So it speaks to the failure of governance. The agro sector, now that we can, projections made, says that Nigeria can feed the whole of West Africa in terms of food, the ocean lines,
arable land,
the blue economy, everything, arable land, very massive in all parts of the country. But we have abandoned all of that to the extent that the gari that is staple in the southern part of Nigeria is now imported. While growing up in my primary school, we had a pineapple orchard that was filling the whole of my community in terms of that need. Wow. But today, that orchard, the last time I went to the village, because the church is located within the vicinity of the school, and so that orchard is no more. Plantations, we had palm plantation in that school. It is no more. Every other thing has been
in the next 10 years. I don't like to.
When you go into the market now, what you see is cartons of noodles float everywhere. And plantain that is brought in the hinterland is so expensive that a bunch of it is about 12,000 naira. So how many people can afford that? And so people come from the urban center to buy, to do what? To feed the hotels. Because people walk into hotels and like 3 or 4 slices, you pay 2,000 naira. These are the few people that can afford it. So agric has collapsed, and it speaks to, meat. While growing up, what we call the ice fish now was a poor man's food.
In fact, you have to.
If you were eating it and people come, you hide.
Yeah. Yes.
But now, go get a tail of it, 3,000 in place you go to eat. How many people can afford that? That's the protein, though. It's not the main dish.
1 million
itself.
size is like 6,000 naira now. That's Titus.
Titus that was the food of nobody. It's more expensive than meat now.
Yes.
Of course.
You talked about chicken whole meal for one person bed. A family will struggle with it for like 2 or 3 times. So it's that bad. Everything speaks to the failure of governance, failure of leadership. And until we make a reversal from the way we are traveling, we'll still be. For the past, I went to university how many years ago? We've been discussing the same problem.
Yeah. And there seems to be no end in sight. At the end of the day.
Well, talking about eggs that you mentioned, Nigeria is planning a $900 million partnership with Chinese investors to establish 6 large-scale integrated poultry farms aimed at producing 6 million eggs daily. Well,
Moses.
While we have farmers in Nigeria being driven out of their
Exactly.
farmlands.
Why China?
Moses.
Why China? Big question.
I think it's, if I want to go by Oyibo's definition of cousin, third cousin.
Okay.
He has.
Don't even.
I don't know how that because I grew up. No, because we grew up. Barrister will also corroborate this. We grew up knowing everybody as brother and sister.
Yes.
This classification of cousin, nephew, niece, up to now, I refuse to understand it because it's un-African. Your brother is your brother, your sister is your brother, your sister. Yeah. So what I'm saying is, this particular person has about the 2nd largest poultry farm in the Southwest. I tell you, what does it take government to pick people like that, energize their poultry farms by as much as 10 million naira, pick 2 in each geopolitical zones, 10 billion naira to expand their farm instead of going to China to come and bring. And then the Chinese, when they are coming to invest in your country, they don't employ your people. They bring in their people.
With their technology.
With their technology and everything. So you are only imposing them on us. It's not as if they are coming to help you. And wholesale, they will take back their profits out of the country. So what benefits? And then you use that to stifle local farmers that are doing the business.
Anyway, let me help you. Even Moses, let me help you. You people, we don't need to worry, because these things we have heard over time on paper. In 2023, shortly after the president was sworn in, he went to Brazil and he said he was going to bring a company that could process 10,000 cows in a day, to help us beef up the milk industry, and all of that. This is 3 years down the line. We have not seen that company. We also told that 6 South Korean companies were coming to build refineries in Nigeria. Are they here? So don't bother yourself about Chinese coming to build poultry here. It won't happen. Because those people also, they have their embassies here and high commissioners, and they have their economic attachés, consular, and so they feed them back. When you go there and hold discussions, high-level discussions, at your back, they will be putting up their noses because they already have the information that you are trying to manipulate before them. They have it, original, authentic, from their embassies here in Nigeria.
Well, I fear it might happen because we see a lot of videos involving Chinese people creating things that may look like eggs, but then are colored and not eggs. So it might just be a free market. We see apples being sprayed.
Yes, in terms of, you might find them here, but they will not build the factories here. They will import them. They will export them to us here. That will happen, certainly. Not for them to come and build factories here. They won't.
The whole thing boils down to leadership. If there was NAFDAC, if there was an existing NAFDAC regulating all this, or Standard Organization of Nigeria regulating products, we wouldn't be in this mess. This one you mentioned about 700 million or whatever for the eggs, the issue is the money involved. That money is gone. There will be not even one egg will be produced, and that is the end of the story. So when we have a government that is neck deep into corruption, that's what we expect, sadly.
All right, Comrade Destiny and Abulele, let's get your thoughts on this one.
Again, appreciate you for at least letting me contribute to the subject matter. You see, I think the best thing as a Nigerian, what we need to wear now, is a smiley face, whether it's
like you are
good or not. It's doable.
Okay.
You see, let me say this. My mother is about 70-something years, 75 or thereabout. As we speak, she doesn't know how to eat fish. Because growing up, the city of Benin, they see fish, just as put it by one of the discussants there, as a protein for the years old. But today, if you have fish in your menu, you are a big man. That's how they've reduced us to. Now, we've said something about as we speak in this country, we don't have no food, no security, no power. Transportation is in comatose. I heard Okoro just now said that the Akatan General will come to Abuja with about 20-something million. Which road is this going to ply? You see, Nigeria is already a failed state. You see, when we approach a physician, God forbid, approach a physician, and I decided not to let the physician know what is wrong with me. My brother, that person, God forbid, I will go back home the same way I came. Nigeria, we've refused to let us know. We refuse to tell ourselves the basic truth that all is not well with us. Indeed, all is not well with us. If transportation is comatose, we cannot move from one destination A to B, and you expect us to have food. We are daydreaming. I said I have a farm. For the past almost a year, I only call so that the next thing we'll see, God forbid, Humphrey and this thing will see that Destiny is kidnapped and they are looking for 100 million. I thought, where's the 100 million? Not the beating, not the trauma. You see, God forbid, we are not in the money. I wanted to say we are in the money, God forbid. We are gradually getting towards evening. God will rescue us. But again, what you can do for yourself, if you wait for God, that is blasphemy. It is. So for us as a people, see, I'm a realist. That's the problem I have. For us as a people, just as put it by one of the discussants again, our destiny is in our hands. A closed mouth is a closed destiny. If we refuse to take the bull by the horn, God forbid, our chief question that we don't have answer to. When you don't have food and there's no security, not too long ago, in my local government, we used to be very precise, one of the three major big towns of that southwest, there was a carnage, there was a massacre. In Edo State, my own local government. And you say all is well. I don't know. I don't know. Is it faith? Faith without works is dead, according to you, to some of you that go to the church or work in the church. So faith without work or without works is dead. So for me, I have a problem. Sometimes it's a problem. I don't know how to paint. That's why my wife would say, Destiny, my honey, it's like you will leave this politics. Because I will not tell you the truth. Some persons I told a very rare, very hard truth. Almost up to 2015. And today, it's playing out. And I advised him as a leader and as a father, don't leave that platform. See, they refuse to give you governor, go for Senate. But today, 2015 or 2014, here we are in Edo. Now I want to go for Senate. You see, I'm a realist. I don't smoke, but I don't know if I do the other one. That's why I see clearly. My vision is very clear. So for us as a people,
thank you.
I'm coming. Let me lie with this thought.
Okay.
Let me lie with this thought. There is no security. There is no light. There is no power, and there is no our transportation in Nigeria is comatose. From Scotland, Aberdeen to North London is about 25 pounds. In Nigeria, it's up to 60,000 naira. I flew from Aberdeen to North London, less than 25 pounds. Let me say 25 pounds. My job state to Lagos, less than some few minutes, it's on 100 or something. Who caused us? Who bewitched us? Say all is well, can never be well.
All is well. All is well. All is well. Thank you very much, Comrade Destiny and Abulele. Well, let's move on to other conversations now. NEMA alerts 30 states to possible severe flooding, urges prevention. Let's join this headline to it. Nigeria will attract almost $20 billion FDI this year, Tinubu projects. Let's see the rider to that headline. Kagame slams Trump's minerals coercion. APM Terminals commit $600 million to Nigeria. Now, for the benefit of our viewers, let's just go a little into this story. So, President Bola Tinubu has projected that Nigeria will attract close to $20 billion in foreign direct investment in 2026, driven by transparency, efficiency, and openness. And this, of course, came to his investment drive, received a major boost yesterday with global port operators, APM Terminals, pledging a fresh $600 million investment in Nigeria's maritime sector. But the president said that during the Africa CEO Forum ongoing in Kigali, that, quoting the president now, this year alone, I can beat my chest that Nigeria is attracting close to $20 billion in foreign direct investment. That's the president being quoted there. The president also projects, his projection comes 2 months after he approved a production tax credit to fast-track Shell's $20 billion final investment decision, FID, in the Deepwater project. Who wants to take the first shot here?
Thank you very much. You see, the reality is this. Most of us have watched the clips of what Mr. President did in Kigali, Rwanda, during that CEO's forum. And any investor, serious investor who's looking at that, saw enough reason why they should run away from Nigeria, watching Mr. President's pronouncements. I mean, he showed lack of understanding of the issues. He showed he was unprepared. He exuded ignorance of basic questions that were asked in the forum. And we had global players in the field, in the economics, all there, and they were listening. Does Mr. President realize that we're already in May, that almost by next month, half of the year is gone? Or is he expecting pronouncement from the oil sector, oil industry, that when they bring in one machine, they'll say that machine is worth $2-3 billion? Maybe that is where he's hoping to leverage his claim of a $20 billion investment coming in. But the reality is this. These investors understand what is going on in Nigeria. They have people who work on countries and understand the realities of investment on ground in Nigeria. They realize even the issues of registering with the CAC, Corporate Affairs Commission. They understand the lack of transparency in business. They understand the lack of transparency in bidding for government projects. The major government contracts under the Tinubu presidency, the Lagos Calabar Coastal Highway, Badagry, Sokoto, were all awarded without bids. And so when he makes this pronouncement, you wonder, does he think he's talking to the Nigerian audience? Or does he think he's talking to people who understand how business is done elsewhere? So the reality is this, and we shouldn't be bothering much on some of these pronouncements Mr. Tinubu makes, is that it's not realistic. It's not being truthful to himself. It's not based on any criteria that's objective. It's really just based on making pronouncements. And those pronouncements, when you interrogate it, even the slightest questions, he's at a loss of words. Mr. Tinubu in that same Kigali conference talked about the need to create an African commodities market. And it was asked a simple question. Your country is one of the biggest in Africa. Why don't you start it? And he started doing He didn't have a response. So this is the person who is heading this economy. And then sorry to use this slang, when the shit hits the fan, we start wondering what hit us. What hit us is that we have a man who is clueless or who is not intentional about making progress for the economy, who is at the helm of the affairs of this country and does not project any seriousness. When you watch how his persona, when you watch his grasp of issues, when you watch his understanding, his answer to questions, you do not feel motivated to come in and make investments in this country. But look, compare his peers outside. Compare like the Kagame, who is hosting the event. Compare with the Xi in China, or even the exuberance that follows Mr. Trump when he's acting for his country, and compare that with what is going on in Nigeria. Does that motivate any serious person to come and invest? So I keep on saying this, and maybe I'm becoming like a recurring decimal. If you want to really make sure that this country moves forward, we started the day we kick out somebody who is incompetent and clueless from office. And we have an opportunity to do that by May next year. And if we do that, then we can begin to think of progress. Otherwise, all his wishes and desires can be thrown into the dustbin. It's neither here nor there.
All right.
Okay, so talking about $20 billion investment that the president is projecting to come. Well, sometimes I do understand that these things come, but not in the fashion and in the manner that we need them. You might see portfolio investors, who have money, they just come and dump it on the stock market. They make the thing makes some appreciation, they pull out their money too. And so, what do you call it? MBS records that a certain amount of foreign direct investment came into Nigeria without actually, dovetailing to the people that is actually meant for. I studied a bit of economic diplomacy at the master's level, and I understand what FDI means. FDI is foreign direct investment, and it has three components. One of the components is that the investor will come with funding, he will come with equipment, and there is what we call the transfer of technology. To the extent that when they come, dump the money here and the equipment, which means there's a structure. Now they come with expertise and incorporate the local people and train them so that over time, they reduce their participation, their equity in that business, and eventually, over time, maybe 50, 70 years, and they exit while still retaining some part of that business. That is what essentially gave rise to that concept of foreign direct investment. And it grew out of the Second World War during the Marshall Plan when they were trying to rebuild the part of Europe and Japan, that were destroyed. So that is the foundation of FDI. But in this case, what we translate as FDI, a Chinese comes here with 10 containers, filled with produced manufactured goods, and they say, oh, we have attracted FDI. That is not FDI. Until such a time that we begin to see factories spring up here and there, with local components. And, there's this thing that we call, if you go to the Corporate Affairs Commission, there is this thing, expatriate quota, but it's not obeyed here. You see Chinese come with a horde of technicians, and when they come here, they are giving them managerial, and Indians, Lebanese, they give them managerial positions, in those places, and they use our people that are more qualified, as subordinates who now do the work, but those people are paid handsomely. And where does that money go to? The money they repatriate it back home. So a certain oil company in Port Harcourt, when the community people make a problem, make protests and say, oh, we need our people to be employed, they say, okay, bring 5 people. What did you study? You say accountancy. They will put you in welding. What did you study? Welding. They put you in accounting so that you go there and make when you make 2 or 3 mistakes, they'll sack you. You get the point. So that is what they do. That is not FDI. FDI is you come, build, more like build, operate, and transfer over time, over a long period of time. So this money that the bandit that is coming, those things are not FDI. These are people that are trading. And that's it.
All right, then. Let's take another conversation, and then I'll go to Destiny and Abulele to react to that one, and then maybe chime in on this one if he chooses to. FG worried as regions receiving 80% education funding record lowest literacy rates. I take that one again for emphasis. Federal government worried as regions receiving 80% education funding record lowest literacy rates. All right. Comrade Destiny and Abulele.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Go right ahead.
I have listened, and whether they are worried or not, that the issue of, but you and I know that from the recent revelations that there is a certain pool that all the subnational governments are currently saving money, using our FAC money. The subnational government putting money together to persecute the forthcoming general elections. So you shouldn't expect anything fantastic from subnational government. Like in my state, although there have been some, according to many, some embryo projects. It's still in embryo. I think I said it in this platform. Until I begin to see it manifest, I cannot say for a fact, because I'm a realist, that he's working. Some person have been saying that he's doing X, Y, Z, but I have had the cause to converse, to confront them, that this you are talking is in embryo. Can you please take me to where it has been executed? They've not been able for the past one month or thereabout. The issue of FDI, we must be very frank. One of the key issues that has to do with FDI, the foreign direct investment. So it has to do with the lasting management interest, investment, which is over time has been conspicuously absent. You can't talk about the FDI without the impact on the people. That is why it's called foreign direct investment. Direct investment. That you must see it manifest both in character. So for some of us that have in a first degree, both in character and in learning. You agree with me that since the inception of this present administration, I have not seen this foreign direct investment. actually, quote and unquote, affecting the people of Nigeria. For us as a people, and forgotten, one of the panelists said something just now. You see, the posture a president in a foreign land or an ambassador presents or represents his country, his state in the diplomacy will determine whether the people will take you seriously or not. I watched the video. The question is coming from right, and our president is going to left. You see, these persons, whether you like it or not, they are what we call charge the affairs. In charge of politics, economy, security. Before we shoot, permit me, before we poo-poo here, in the foreign countries, they're already aware, and they've analyzed it. So we thought that maybe they are speculating. No, they are not speculating. It's with facts and figure. Data don't lie. Unlike us, we are in terms of data, we are bankrupt in this country. In terms of data, a nation, as we speak very just now, that cannot say for a fact what is the actual population of a citizen, and you say we are moving forward. With utmost humility, we are not moving forward. They are what we call progression. There are certain things that you need to attain before going to the next level. You cannot, just as a child begin to learn how to walk. You must first of all learn how to sit. Begin to learn how to hold things to stand, right, and begin to learn how to walk. You cannot jump. You cannot say you are smart and begin to jump not from learning how to sit and want to learn how to walk. You see, you will definitely come back. Nigeria, as we speak very just now, we don't know our population. We are only guessing. Some say it's between 220 million. Some say it's between 250 million. A nation, supposed nation. My brother, we need to wake up. Yes. And Nigerians must learn to speak out. Right. Our destiny is in our hands.
All right, coming from destiny. Our destiny truly is in our hands.
Well, let me quickly react to this 80% funding on education going to a particular section of the country, and they are still educationally backward. It's very complex, but in outlook, it looks like it's simple. Did you know that majority of our vice chancellors cannot access ETF funding in the last 4 years? Because before you access the new one, you must account for the old one, and they have not been able to account for the old one. That money is sitting there. Would you blame anybody for a vice chancellor? Have you ever been to campuses lately and you see vice chancellors? You think they are governors with convoy. Vice chancellors. To contest for the position of a vice chancellor is not your academic prowess anymore. It's a function of where you come from, which party you belong to. Now, even this loan we are talking about, most Southerners don't access it. It is the Northerners that go all out for it, particularly in the Southeast. The money is there. No, majority of the Southeasterners are not accessing it. But to what end? Is it not when you ask for it that they will give you? And it doesn't matter if you utilize it the way you want it. It's one thing to pay your child's school fees. It's another thing for the child to want to learn. So this is how this money goes to this particular section of the country. Even when you talk about a Greek loan, Southerners don't go for it. They paid lip service to it. But these people, they go all out for it. Before the Boko Haram and bandits chase them out of their farms, you can travel up to 5 minutes. As large expanse of rice plantation in the north. Whereas some of us will get these ones here and go and build a new house or marry a new wife. So this is the reason why there is that lopsidedness.
All right.
Okay, let me just take it also on it. You see, sadly in this country, the government we've had has invested in ignorance and illiteracy. Why do I say this? Let me give you an example of Jonathan. Jonathan expended so much funds building universities in the north. Within a year or two, he left office. Cattle and animals took over those places. Because the people who govern those areas have realized that they are better off keeping the people ignorant. Because when they see what has happened in the south, where people are more aware of their rights and everything, there is more agitation and more demand from government. So the governments up north, they collect this money quite well, but they ensure that the people don't even get education. So that is why I think that's where the issue of 80% goes to one region, and they don't even utilize it.
They don't.
And the sad part of it is this: at the national level, I don't know if any of us has taken out time to ask or to look at what is being taught to our children in public schools, primary schools, even the secondary schools. You'll be shocked that till tomorrow, Nigerian kids are still being taught that ancient maxim that an atom is the smallest individual part of an. It's something that was blown up in 1948, in 1945 rather, with the nuclear Hiroshima and Nagasaki. But that's what we're still teaching. We're not preparing our children for the future. We're not preparing them. We're still, how do you know an intelligent child nowadays? They can sit at 6 states and capitals. If Abia, Umuahia, blah, 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 and they start singing. Or maybe they turn the school into like a chorus where they'll be singing religious choruses. Nobody's teaching these children at primary schools or nursery schools how to turn
technology.
Yes, get them acquainted with it. So those who are ruling us, perhaps they have seen that, okay, they didn't get into where they got with education, so why even educate the population? So Nigeria's problem is multifaceted, but the very worst is the investment those who are ruling us are investing in ignorance and lack of education, because it is pushing Nigeria back decades. In fact, Nigerians now have to go to schools in Benin Republic and Ghana to have functional education, because even in our universities, what do they teach? They give you handouts that were written about 20, 30 years ago, no research efforts, no new innovations. So the worst part of the harm, the misrule of the past maybe 15 years have done to Nigeria is the destruction of the environment of the educational sector. It's even worse than what we're having with insecurity.
All right, can we quickly talk about politics? Fortunately or fortunately, before we go home. 2027, PDP screens lone presidential aspirants, 25 governor hopefuls. PDP on Thursday screened its sole presidential aspirant, Sandy Ono.
Which of the PDP?
Which of the PDP? Which of the PDP?
I didn't see that coming.
So that is why some of us who had or who have got how of going through the Supreme Court judgment on a PDP that asked them to go back to the Federal High Court felt it was some mischief, sadly so, from the Apex Court. Because the Supreme Court had the powers to ask for everything to be brought to a table and to give a decision. A final decision on who should be in charge of PDP. Rather, it says they should go back to the Federal High Court, which will take another several months before there's a decision. So the reality is this: whoever is buying any forms under the PDP is just throwing money to the winds. Because even if you buy from the Turaki faction, along the line it could be said, okay, this is the other side, and when will you campaign? How will you campaign? What structure will you have? So it's really sad, and that is what this same government is trying to do to most of the political parties. We think the NDC is home and dry. But let's wait till the next couple of days.
Okay, let's wait. Now, to answer your question directly, the PDP, you know,
which of the PDP?
And which of the PDP is that of? Now, the Presidential Screening Committee is headed by former Abia State Governor Okezi Pazo, Nigeria's ambassador designate to Spain.
Yes.
Heading the Presidential Screening Committee for the PDP, the Wike-backed PDP. Does it look like he has not resumed or what? And so,
he's still waiting for his letter of credence.
Or maybe he was turned back. Maybe he was turned back. And then
because he shouldn't be here now. Okay, has resumed in France. Jimo has resumed in the US.
As a UN representative.
As a representative. So what is he doing here?
He might want to finish this assignment.
So to answer your question directly, it is the Wike camp because he's a member of the G5.
Okay. Well, it's good. Samvara 23 loading.
And so you have former governor of Kaduna State, Governor Ahmed McAfee was the,
the sole
candidate. Was the chair for the governorship screening committee. The sole candidate is one Sandy Ono. Sandy Ono.
For president.
For president. I don't know. This is about the first time I'm hearing that name.
They are jokers. I mean, that's what who was referring
that
to.
That shouldn't even attract our attention.
A governor as a 419 person. That's his handwork.
All right. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you very much, Barrister Eze Liche, Dele Fanimo, and Comrade Destiny and Abulele, and also Chukwuma Okoro and Jane Ogoye. Thank you very much. Well, that's it on the show today. Chukwuma makes a comeback later tonight, 6 p.m., Political Lens.
Yes, and I'll be joined by Dr. Peter Anosike, who will travel around the country to bring you interesting, trending political stories. Join us there, and it promises to be quite interesting.
That's it on the show. Sports comes up next. I am Moses Humphrey, wishing you a beautiful day. Bye for now.
I'm Jane Ogoye. See you on Monday.
Look, I take exception to the way you introduce me.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Voptv as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Hello, my name is Inedo. Keep watching Voptv.
What up? My name is Usimachiku. You are watching Voptv. Keep it locked. Hello, I am Floyd Igbo. Keep watching Voptv.
Hi, everyone. I hope you're doing good. Keep watching Voptv. And, just have an amazing day. Thank you.
Hi, guys. It's your boy Brave. Keep watching Voptv.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Voptv, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Voptv on SLTV, channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Voptv. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to Voptv, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from The Real Housewives of Lagos and The Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, I'm White Boy, that's shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight. Bye.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Hey guys, it's your girl Arika of the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching VOP TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Uzo Arco here, and I'm hanging out on VOP TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagada. You are watching VOP TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post them and who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with VOP TV. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching VOP TV. Mwah.
Shout out to VOP TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to VOP TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the AV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman, and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching VOP TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomo Atebe. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on VOP TV. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's your girl Folu Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to VOP TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nze.
Please keep watching Voice of the People Television. Love ya.
Hi, my name is Zoe Martinson, and you're watching VOP TV.
What's up, people? It's your boy Dulo checking in. I'm here with the fisherman, Dulo, aka Kubi. I want to shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. Make sure you guys tap in, tune into the voice of the people today, tomorrow, and every day.
Hi, everyone. My name is Princess Fathia Nkrumah, and you keep watching Voice of the People TV.
Rukomi ni Akweja. Ricky Adelaide, the fisherman. Voice of the people. I'm part of the people. So go on and always watch Voice of the People.
Wagwami people, it's your girl Endurance Grand, and I'm giving a special shout out to VOP TV. Keep listening, keep watching.
My name is Akio Shota. This is VOP TV.
Hi, my name is William Lamte. I'm an actor, and keep watching Voice of the People TV. Keep it locked.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before.
It's a beautiful Thursday morning, and of course, you're welcome to the Sports Republic on Voice of the People Television. Of course, you know how we do it right here. We give you the very best from the world of sports, and I want to say officially, good morning, sports lovers. Right here, we have a lot to unpack in the sporting world, and of course, trust me, it is about 27 days to the start of the World Cup. That's the biggest international football tournament in the world right there, and it's happening in Canada, Mexico, and the United States of America. 48 teams will be there. Unfortunately, the Super Eagles of Nigeria will not be taking part. That's not even news anymore. But of course, 48 teams, 10 from Africa. It was 9 originally from the qualifiers. Then an extra, slot was given to DR Congo, when they defeated Jamaica in the final of the Intercontinental Playoffs. And right there, 10 African teams will be representing, the continent. And of course, the Super Eagles of Nigeria would not be part of that. And we have a lot to unpack. And of course, trust me, it's going to be wonderful on this show this morning. My name is Afiz Ogubanjo. And of course, I'll be joined by my guest virtually very soon during the course of the program. And we have a lot to unpack, like I said. And we are starting from the continent. A lot happened last night, in the world of football, also in the world of basketball, in the NBA. But before we go into those stories, we'll be unpacking what happened, right here in the continent. And of course, before we go into that as well, please do like to like, comment, and subscribe to our channels. We're on YouTube, right there on Voptv Live, and of course, Voptv Plus, right there on YouTube. Like, comment, subscribe, and of course, turn on notification bells so you won't miss any of the exciting episodes on this show, the Sports Republic, and of course, our sister programs are right there on those platforms. And talking about the continent, the Confederation of African Football, CAF, they've officially introduced new regulations to address the significant failures in officiating and match management that marred the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations final in Morocco. And the CAF president, Patrice Motsepe, he acknowledged that the deficiencies in the system led to a chaotic conclusion of the tournament, emphasizing that the new laws are designed to restore trust and ensure such incidents are never repeated. I don't know what Patrice Motsepe is trying to do at this point. It's looking like they're just trying to paper over cracks, because the cracks are already there for all to see right there from the CAF tournaments right there in Morocco 2025. From the football on the pitch, we all enjoyed the football on the pitch, but off the pitch incidents, we saw the towel gate in the final. Even before the final, in the Morocco against Nigeria game in the semi-final, we saw the towel gates, what happened with Stanley Wabali and all of that. And yet, nothing was done. Then, it's like now added a more salt to the wounds, of Africans that are already complaining by awarding Morocco, the title online, right there. Titles, football games are supposed to be won on the pitch. but you went on after about 2 months to award Morocco the title. It's not done that way. And right, I think Patrice Motsepe is just trying to get back on the good books of Africans, and they're trying to bring new rules in. The main rule, the rule that has been there for the longest, you didn't follow it, and now you want to bring in new rules. Let's see how well that will go down with football lovers. And these measures are focused on improving VAR governance, strengthening stadium security coordination, and clarifying disciplinary procedures for future competitions. Well, let's see how that will go. And the controversy stems from the final match in Rabat, like I said, where Senegal was initially declared the winner over Morocco. However, the title was later stripped from Senegal and awarded to Morocco by an appeal board following a series of disciplinary issues. My question to Motsepe is, what if Morocco had won that AFCON? Are we going to see new rules being still brought in? What if Morocco had won that AFCON despite what Senegal did, walking off and all of that? If they are still won, that's talking about Morocco, if Brahim Diaz had put that penalty away, are we still going to have issues of, okay, let's bring in new rules? What happened with the toll gates? What about the Moroccan fans that were fighting with the Senegalese fans? There were punishments given, lighter punishment for the Moroccan fans, heavy punishments for the Senegalese. I think there's still somewhat of a discrepancy right there, and it is still not solved. It has to be. It has to be if we want to take our football forward right here on the continent. And with Patrice Motsepe, I'm sure he's the man on the hot seat right now, and he's trying to do everything, to get back onto the good books. And the Senegalese team, they walked off. Yes, there was a protest after a late VAR penalty, and the match was further tainted by security clashes and reports of unsportsmanlike behavior, including interference with Senegal's goalkeeper by local personnel. And that was about Edouard Mendy and Yehvan Diouf. That's the second choice goalkeeper of the Senegalese. A situation widely referred to as Tower Gate. And the fallout from the final has sparked intense global debate, with critics like former footballer Nigel Okocha. He warned that the situation has damaged the credibility of African football on the world stage, and that the Senegal Football Federation has vehemently contested the decision, labeling the loss of their title as robbery. And I think I want to agree with Okocha. What really happened after that, including announcing Morocco as the winners of the AFCON. I think it really did a little bit of damage. Some stain was brought to African football. People that have already talked about AFCON's credibility being lost. You can't use the AFCON, winning the AFCON title as a determinant for the Ballon d'Or. A lot of people have been saying that AFCON should not even be considered, as like a factor in winning the Ballon d'Or. And now, with what happened at the AFCON final, a lot of things was brought in on African football, and Patrice Motsepe and his team, they have to go about, trying to wipe that thing off, because trust me, we love our African football. We're seeing players coming from abroad, players that were born abroad but have of African descent. They are coming back home to come and play, and we are still having issues like this. Trust me, if you want to go forward, in fact, the 4-year, competition being brought forward by CAF, if we want to go about that, we should be having new rules followed to the letter, so that we can enjoy, our football here in Africa. Yes, Pelumi Adeosun has joined us virtually. Pelumi, good morning and welcome to the show. There's a lot to unpack in the sporting world. We saw a lot of games last night. We saw Lionel Messi, to a lot of people, the GOAT, still doing good things right there for Inter Miami. PSG have also wrapped up the league. We'll be talking about that. Also, the NBA, the Cleveland Cavaliers, they are doing the business right there. And now they've taken the lead 3-2, in the Eastern Conference. A lot to unpack on that side. But Pelumi, welcome to the show. How do you see CAF with what they've said about bringing new rules, for the AFCON going forward? Is this about trying to bring back, their face into the good books of Africans? Because what they really did by giving Morocco an audio trophy, it didn't sit well with a lot of football lovers. What do you think about that one, Pelumi? Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Hafiz. I hope you can hear me loud and clear.
Right, loud and clear. Fire down.
All right, yeah. It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to join you once again this lovely Thursday morning. And just like you said, a lot of actions around the world of sports to break down, and starting from the one related to African football coming from CAF. Well, I listened to you earlier on saying that the debacle that happened after the AFCON final, like it put like a little stain on the credibility of CAF. For me, I don't think it's a little stain. I think it's a big stain right there. Wow. But yes, I think it was it was a global disappointment, honestly, an embarrassment in front of the entire footballing nation. And then it came at a time where a lot of people do not even give much credence to AFCON before. You remember a lot of coaches or ex-players even undermining this tournament. And with this now happening, I think it just confirms all of their speculations, all of their assertions right there. But then I think there's a big job at the end of CAF to try and change that direction, to maybe put things right, set things straight once again. Yeah, I think they also must be feeling the heat that over 4 months after the AFCON final was played, we are still talking about this one now, when we should even be preparing for the 2027 AFCON. We're talking about this particular AFCON still very much unsettled. So I think they are trying to make sure we don't have an occurrence of this again, which is very, very important. And not only CAF, you saw that a couple of weeks ago, even FIFA had to put up a new rule concerning players leaving the field.
Right.
And saying that the center referee he now has the final say, and he can take any decision. He can send off any player, and any team who leaves the field would be disqualified. And all of these are coming off the back of that AFCON final between Senegal and Morocco. So a lot of things, a lot of laws will be put in place to prevent this from happening again. So like I said earlier on, CAF has got a big job on their hands to try and change narrative and make sure that we do not see such thing happen again. So this one that they're trying to establish now is definitely one of the ways in them trying to get in the good books of a lot of African football.
But Pelumi, is it about bringing new rules? Because the one that was there, long-standing rule, was not followed. It was supposed to be followed on that day. If you walk off the pitch, you should be punished immediately. You allow them to get back in. Now you want to bring in new rules. Is it about bringing the rules, or is it about following them? Because I think if you bring in new rules and you're not following the rules, then the rules are as good as useless. The long-standing rule has always been there. Football games are won on the pitch. Why did you allow someone to walk off the pitch and you did not, forfeit that match immediately? If Morocco had won, I'm still maintaining. If Morocco had won, if Brahim Diaz had gone on to score that penalty, are we going to be having talks of bringing in new rules?
Yeah, well, I think I completely agree with you. The rules are there and they should be strictly followed. But we should not also forget that these rules are not also crystal clear. This particular rule that was invoked, or that should have been invoked by the referee, says that if the players leave the field and then the referee has the chance to, or has the power to actually disqualify that team. But then it was not stated in that rule that this is the certain number of minutes that players use outside the field. So I think that was not clearly stated there. So players you can spend 10 minutes, 12 minutes, 15 minutes, and then come back onto the pitch, and then game continues once again. Everything, I think, lies within the referee's hands. The law has given the referee all of the power to use its own discretion. So a certain referee might say that, okay, within his own discretion, if you leave the field for 10 minutes, you are disqualified. Another referee might say that if you leave the field for 5 minutes, you are disqualified. So there is no standing rule stating explicitly that this is the number of minutes that you cannot spend outside the field of play.
But there's a rule that if you walk off immediately, whether you want to use a minute, you walk off in protest. If you walk off immediately, from a match that is still going on, there's a rule that match should be forfeited.
Yeah, actually, yes. There is a rule that the match be forfeited.
Exactly.
But then we should not also forget that the entire Senegalese players did not walk off the pitch. There was still a certain side.
It's about 98%. It's about 98%. One player standing, one player cannot play the game.
Yes, I know. But then it was also not clear that if certain number of players leave the field, can you see what I'm saying about the rule not being explicit enough? It should be stated clearly that if certain number of players leave the field, or even if players leave the field, then the referee can actually disqualify that team. So all of these were not stated. And this is where that is what Senegal is even hanging on right now. That it was not stated that clearly that this certain number of players can actually leave the field. And then they came back, the referee allowed play to continue, Morocco took their penalty and then they missed it. So a lot of things actually happened. But I agree with you that that decision should have been taken by the center referee at that particular moment. And if
Right.
that had happened, we would not be here talking about all of this now. But then it still goes back to those making the laws, those making the rule. Let them make it clear enough that, okay, if you leave the field at this particular point in time with this certain number of players for this certain minutes, then you have forfeited the.
All right. Well, the decision has been, has been contested by Senegal, and the appeal has been submitted to the Court of Arbitration for Sports (CAS), and we are still awaiting the decision. And I want to see how that will pan out because that is what we are all waiting on. And I'd like to ask Akpelumi what you think about Senegal. Do you think they still have a chance, to get a decision, from the Court of Arbitration for Sports to still maintain them as the winners of the AFCON? Because to a lot of people, trust me, it is for Senegal at this point, and they are still recognizing Senegal as the champions of Africa 2025. And let's see how that will pan out, and let's see what comes out from the Court of Arbitration for Sports. From laws, let's still move on to this one. We are still within laws because if CAF is not following their rule and their laws, let's see if the other football bodies can follow with theirs. But an incident happened last night involving a Nigerian player and his team, and that's talking about Celtic because Kelechi Iheanacho, popularly known as a senior man right here in Nigeria, Kelechi Iheanacho scored a 98-minute penalty to give Celtic a 3-2 win over Motherwell on Wednesday, keeping the Scottish Premiership title race alive and sparking a pitch invasion at Fair Park. And the Nigerian forward converted after referee John Beaton awarded the spot kick following a VAR review for handball by Sam Nicholson, and the goal came deep into stoppage time and was followed immediately by the final whistle, sending jubilant Celtic supporters onto the pitch. And the result moved Celtic to within 1 point of league leaders Hearts with 1 game remaining, and that game is taking place, is going down between Celtic and Hearts on the final day. And this time around, Celtic will be at home, and it's going to be a tough clash. Trust me. Celtic are loose set to drop points after surrendering a 2-1 lead late on before the late penalty decision gave them a final chance. And Hearts kept their position at the top with a 3-0 win over Falkirk. But Martin O'Neill's side, a victory in their last fixture could secure a 56th league title. And the Celtics' late season surge comes after a turbulent campaign marked by managerial changes, and O'Neill returned in October to replace Brendan Rodgers as a former Liverpool manager. He stepped aside during Wilfred Nancy's 8-game spell and was reappointed in January after results dipped. And Iheanacho's winner has been his latest key contribution in the running, strengthening his influence as Celtic push for the title on the final day. Iheanacho has been very, very instrumental for Celtic since making the move. The former Manchester City and Middlesbrough player, he even went on to play for Sevilla. But this time for Celtic, he's trying to push them to get their 56th title. That will be the 8th in a row for Celtic. That is like, I don't know, they are not beating the allegations of being called the Farmers League right there in Scotland. But Hearts, they've done really well for themselves this season. They've been involved in the title running. They've been getting wins after wins, even though they are coming up against the likes of Rangers and Celtic, the traditional Scottish sides when it comes to the Premiership. But Hearts, they've done really well for themselves. The likes of Lawrence Shankland, he could have gotten a move to a bigger team in Europe, but he stayed with Hearts. And of course, following the likes of Alex Ferguson, that's talking about their manager. He wants to do really well. Hearts manager is trying to follow on the path of Sir Alex Ferguson with what he did with Aberdeen right there in Scotland. But this time around, let's see if Hearts can hold on to win their first trophy since about 1960. That's a lot to take in. And Hearts, trust me, if Celtic, hadn't won that game last night, Hearts would have been confirmed winners, of the Scottish Premiership. But they have to wait on the final day, and it's against Celtic. It's first against second for the title. It's been the story of most games this season. Paris Saint-Germain just did that, defeating second place Lens to confirm their win in the French league. And we also saw the likes of Mamelodi Sundowns and of course Orlando Pirates in the Disky Challenge, not the Beto Premiership this time. The Disky Challenge, that's like for the under-21s, the under-19s and all of that, where Pirates went up against Sundowns and they clinched the title by defeating Sundowns. Well, it's even in the Beto Premiership, it is still up. It's looking like one more win for Orlando Pirates will give them the title right there, because Sundowns, they've played all their 30 games in the league and they are leading by about 3 points over Orlando Pirates, who have 2 games in hand. One win for Orlando Pirates, they have superior goals difference, and trust me, Orlando Pirates will pick up that one, just to tell the fans right there, to inform them about what's going on right there in the South African Betway Premiership. Still involving Nigerian players, Akko Adams has been very, very instrumental for Sevilla, and he scored a 72nd minute winner as Sevilla came from 2 goals down to beat Villarreal 3-2 away on Wednesday, and securing a 3rd straight league win that boosted their La Liga survival hopes and ended the 6-match winning run at the Estadio de la Ceramica. And Sevilla started the night just 1 point above the relegation zone and fell behind early when George Michaltadze set up Gerard Moreno in the 13th minute before Michaltadze himself tapped in from Alberto Molero's cross in the 20th to make it 2-0. And Sevilla, who knew that they just had to get a win to maintain, their push for survival, they pulled one back in the 36th minute through also, that was a brilliant finish, by the way, a solo finish, and it finished after Lucien Agume's diagonal pass, and equalized in the first half stoppage time when Kike Salas volleyed home from Ruben Vargas' cutback, and the visitors completed the comeback with 18 minutes left after Alexis Sanchez won possession high up the pitch, with Juanlu Sanchez and Djibril Sow combining to set up Akko Adams himself for a powerful finish past Arnau Tenas at the near post. And that goal put Adams into double figures. That was his 10th in La Liga this season, taking him into double figures, like I said, in his debut campaign in Spain. Brilliant for Akko Adams. That was a beautiful goal, by the way. And back-to-back now, he's gotten winners, crucial winners for Sevilla. 2-1 in their last time out, right there against Espanyol at their home in Sevilla. Right there, the Roman Sanchez Pijuan, he got a goal for himself. The winner right there, taking off his jersey and all of that. And they came into this game against Villarreal, a tough place to be in. They were on a winning run, 6-match winning run for Sevilla, for Villarreal at the Estadio de la Ceramica. And Sevilla, who know that if they don't get to win, it will put them in a dire situation in La Liga. They went up there and got a crucial win with a crucial winner scored by Nigeria's Akko Adams. Good one for him. And the Nigerian striker has now scored 10 goals from an expected goal tally of 9.82, averaging a goal every 195 minutes, and has added 3 assists in 30 appearances as well. Villarreal pushed for an equalizer late on, but Jose Angel Carmona cleared off at the line to deny Pau Navarro, and the win ended Sevilla's run of 4 straight away defeats and moved them further clear of the drop, while Villarreal dropped points at home against a team outside the top 5 for the first time this season. The relegation running in La Liga is not easy. Trust me, the team in 12th, the team in 8th might still get relegated. That's how tough the league has been this season. For the bottom sides, maybe, because it's been very easy for Barcelona. They've clinched the league title. And for Barcelona themselves, they also lost to Alaves 1-0. Alaves also trying to beat the drop. But right now, with that win over Barcelona at home at the Mendizorroza, they are now in 15th place. And let's see what they can do if they can get the crucial 3 points at the end of the season to maintain their status as a La Liga team. If not, they will drop to the La Liga, a second division right there in Spain. It's just been wonderful right there for the top leagues in Europe. But let's move on right now. Let's talk about the Super Falcons. Well, it's heartache for them. While others are rejoicing, while the Nigerian players, the male players are rejoicing, the Super Falcons, they've been added another disturbing news because they've had another disruption to their preparations for the 2026 Women's African Cup of Nations after Jamaica withdrew from a planned friendly in the UK later this month. And the match was set for Nigeria's training camp from May 23rd to 28th, which the Nigerian Football Federation arranged to keep the squad active outside a FIFA window. And Jamaica's pullout adds to a pattern of limited friendlies that's frustrated the team. The team's build-up to the tournament in Morocco, now scheduled for July 26 to August 16 after a postponement from March. And since qualifying for the 2026 WAFCON last October, Nigeria have regrouped only once, playing Cameroon in a 2-legged friendly in Yaoundé, and they lost the first game 1-0 before winning the second 3-1. And the Falcons are the defending champions, obviously, after beating host Morocco 3-2 in last year's final for their 10th continental title, and they are looking to take on other teams from Africa for the 11th title, potentially. But right now, their preparations for that one has been very, very, very poor. They only played Cameroon in a double-legged encounter. They've had a chance to play against Cape Verde. They pulled out, and right now Jamaica has also pulled out from a friendly. Why is everybody avoiding the Falcons? Is it that they are too good, or just lack of preparation? Because everybody is just looking to pull out. I was also expecting that Jamaica game because I want to see their striker, Bonnie Shaw, and I want to see what she can do. Pelumi, I don't know what's going on with the Super Falcons. I mean, it's just looking so funny. Why is everybody avoiding the Falcons? I wanted to see Bonnie Shaw come up against Nigeria's defense. Now that Jamaica has pulled out, what's going on? Who are they going to play? The WAFCON is just a few months away. What's going on? Pelumi, are you with us? All right, while we're still trying to get Pelumi in, well, let's let you know that the WAFCON will be coming up very, very soon. And, well, if this lack of games are undermining preparations for both the WAFCON and the 2027 Women's World Cup qualifiers, well, the likes of Captain Rashidat Ajibade and goalkeeper Chiamaka Unadozie, they've questioned why the men's team, why they have fixtures lined up while the women's team, they don't have. And it's looking so bad right now. Nigeria, they are drawn in Group C alongside Zambia, Egypt, and debutants Malawi for the 2026 tournament. And the competition will also serve as qualification for the 2027 FIFA Women's World Cup, raising the stakes for the squad's readiness. Let's see how that pans out. The WAFCON is starting really soon, and we don't know what the Falcons are getting up to. Pelumi is back with us. Pelumi, quickly before we move on into the running involving Manchester City and Arsenal, what is going on in the Super Falcons camp? Is it that teams are afraid of the Super Falcons, or is it lack of preparation from the NFF? What is going on? Why are teams avoiding the Super Falcons?
You people are too good now. They don't want to play against you.
Not Jamaica, not the likes of Jamaica. If it were to be African teams, we could say, okay, maybe the fear factor is there. But Jamaica, they're not involved in African football.
Honestly, it's a very, very, very unfortunate scene right there that the Super Falcons are being treated this way. Just like you said, I was also anticipating that against Jamaica, but unfortunately, they pulled out due to administrative issues. And that is like the second team pulling out of facing the Super Falcons back to back. I could remember the game against Cape Verde as well. That has been lined up, and they also pulled out of that one. I think the NFF they are the ones to blame in all of this. I was listening to the NFF General Secretary Mohamed Sanu speaking some days ago about some of the teams actually pulling out, and it is not their own fault. But then I think they should also look away from their own scope. Look at some of the other teams right there. In our group, for example, you look at Malawi. They played against Australia. They played against India as well. Look at Zambia. They played against South Korea, Brazil, Canada in the FIFA series. So, and then you look at Nigeria, you are arranging games against Cape Verde, which, with due respect to this particular team, I don't think is good enough. So I think the NFF should also be looking beyond playing some of these teams and actually look for top-notch friendlies for the Super Falcons. Now, the competition is happening in July, and it looks like they just have just one more window for a friendly game. And they are saying that they will play a WAFCON-bound team now. And it will be to the start of that competition, which is not good enough. And like you said, this competition serves as qualification for the 2027 World Cup. So it is very, very important. And then where I think the NFF are getting it wrong is that they don't start preparation early. At the start of every year, in fact, before the start of every year,
you should have games lined up.
Tends to release all of the international windows. So you know how many international windows have. Exactly. So you should have games lined up. You should know the team that you want to play at this particular point in time. But unfortunately, you see those running our football in this country. But it's also unfortunate that they are the ones there, and that is the way that they have decided to run our football, especially as far as the women football is concerned. These girls will go to the WAFCON again by individual brilliance. They would win it again, and then you see the NFF claiming glory, claiming the victory. It is not very good enough, to be very honest. But then we do hope that they still inspire that confidence, that belief that they've always got in themselves as the champions of Africa that they have always been.
Right. I think they are still looking at it like saying, despite wherever we are playing in Africa, the Super Falcons will always get to win. I mean, maybe what they don't know is that other African teams are actually coming up. We're seeing the likes of Morocco, the likes of Ghana, even Egypt. They are coming up. Even Cabo Verde, their female team is actually coming up. But they feel like, okay, if they face the Super Falcons, whenever it comes to the WAFCON, trust me, the Super Falcons will carry the day. Maybe one loss one time. Maybe if they don't even make the semi-finals, maybe the NFF will sit up and see what they have to do. Because trust me, other teams are playing. Look at the games. Pelumi mentioned in the FIFA series. Other teams are being involved. They're playing the likes of Brazil, playing the likes of Australia, and Super Falcons are playing Cameroon in a double-legged encounter. They are lining up games against Jamaica. Much respect to those sides, but we know the quality of the Super Falcons. They should be playing, bigger games. But let's see how the WAFCON will still pan out. I still feel like the Super Falcons will go on, to maintain their trophy and make it number 11 on the continent. But what if it doesn't happen? The preparation will be blamed. Well, let's move away quickly from that and let's talk about the Premier League running. Manchester City, they are back within 2 points of Arsenal in the Premier League title race. They kept their race alive with a 3-0 win over Crystal Palace at the Etihad Stadium and cutting Arsenal's lead to 2 points with 2 games left. And Pep Guardiola, he made 6 changes from the side that beat Brentford. 6 changes. At this point of the season, Pep Guardiola can still make 6 changes. That shows the squad depth, and not just squad depth in quantity, in quality, because this changes the likes of Phil Foden still being shown that is the Manchester City second team, and he dropped 2 assists. That's about 100 goals contributions right now in the Premier League. What a player. And he rested Erling Haaland and Jeremy Doku, while the likes of Oliver Glasner also rotated his Palace lineup, and goals from Antoine Semenyo and Omar Marmoush gave City control in the first half, and Savinho, he added a late third goal to seal the result and put a gloss on it. And the winner puts City on 77 points, 1 ahead of Arsenal on goals difference and 7 goals clear in goals scored. And the title momentum has swung back to Arsenal after City's 3-3 draw at Everton last week and Arsenal's 1-0 win over West Ham on Sunday. And it stood after a late equalizer was ruled out by VAR. And Guardiola said the changes were necessary given the tight schedule, insisting every fit player needed to contribute. Pelumi, quickly before we go on the show, we saw changes. The likes of Vadio, they're back within the squad. The likes of Phil Foden. I mean, Phil Foden has been a player that has been freezing out of Manchester City's first team recently, where the likes of Bernardo Silva and Ryan Sheki are doing well. You can't blame him. Even the likes of Tijani Reinders has been benched in recent times. Antoine Semenyo started the game. Savinho started the game. And they still went on to defeat a Crystal Palace side 3-0. It shows the squad depth in quality. And right now, they're just 2 points, off Arsenal. Is the title race still very much alive? Or is that game consequential? Inconsequential? Do you still think Arsenal will still carry the day when they play Burnley?
Well, Man City want to keep fighting until it is mathematical.
Belumi, are you with us? All right, Pelumi was trying to get his point across, and let's hope he will get back in time, to pull that point across. Manchester City, they still look to be fighting, and trust me, if Pep Guardiola is chasing you, it's going to be a fight to the finish, and it's going to go on to the final day in the Premier League. All right, let's talk about a title that has already been wrapped up. And this time around is in the French Ligue 1. Paris Saint-Germain, they secured their 5th consecutive Ligue 1 title on Wednesday following a 2-0 victory over Lens at the Parc des Princes. And the win puts PSG 9 points clear at the top of the table with only 1 match remaining in the season, marking the club's record extending 14th domestic crown. And this title is the 3rd league trophy won under manager Luis Enrique, who has now successfully positioned the club for a potential seasonal treble. And that game didn't go on at the Parc des Princes. It was at Lens Stadium, and PSG went there and they got a win. And the match featured a breakthrough in the 29th minute when Kvicha Kvaratskhelia capitalized on an intercepted pass from Ousmane Dembele to open the scoring. And despite the early lead, Lens created several dangerous opportunities and heavily tested the PSG defense. And the title was officially clinched in second half stoppage time when 18-year-old forward Ibrahim Mbaye fired a shot off the crossbar and into the net following a setup by Desiree Doué. And goalkeeper Matvey Safonov played a pivotal role in the victory, earning praise from Luis Enrique for a series of crucial saves that kept Lens off the score sheet. And Lens striker Wesley Said and substitute Alan Saint-Maximin both struggled to convert clear chances, while Abdallah Sima notably hit the post late in the game. And Lens manager Pierre Sage has opted to bench some of his top offensive talent for the first hour to preserve them for the upcoming French Cup final against Nice. Not a bad decision. I think the likes of Saint-Maximin and Florian Thauvin, they were benched, for about an hour, but then Paris Saint-Germain just proved too strong and they went on to secure their 6th league title in a row. And Pelumi, Paris Saint-Germain, now the Ligue 1 has been wrapped up. Now they are now turning their focus and their attention to the Champions League final up against Arsenal, who are still involved in the title running. 4 of the top 5 leagues in Europe have been wrapped up. The Ligue 1 has been wrapped up, won by Paris Saint-Germain just now. The Bundesliga has been wrapped up about 2 or 3 weeks ago by Bayern Munich. The Italian Serie A has been wrapped up by Inter Milan. The La Liga has been wrapped up by Barcelona, but the Premier League is still there, involving Arsenal and Manchester City. What would that do to Arsenal now? Now that PSG has wrapped up the Ligue 1, they are now already preparing for the final of the Champions League. What do Arsenal have to do? Should they also try and do their best to wrap up the Premier League now so that they can match up and also focus for the Champions League final? Pelumi, are you with us? All right. All right, so we're still trying to get Pelumi to join us on the show. While we're waiting for Pelumi to join us, let's take a quick break quickly. When we get back, we'll be talking about the World Cup 2026 and let's see the squad list that has been dropped, because trust me, a lot of teams are already dropping their squads for the World Cup, either provisional squad or the full squads. When we get back, we are going to enter all the teams that have dropped their squad, and we'll be telling you all what you need to know about the World Cup coming up in June 11th. Stay close and stay close with us. We'll be right back.
On Edgy Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's law.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, Voptv, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills 3 things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. Voptv, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right? The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
All right, welcome back. It's still Sports Republic on Voice of the People Television, and of course, the FIFA World Cup, 27 days just before the start of the tournament. And the Super Eagles of Nigeria, and of course, Nigerians will be watching from home, but I mean, that's not anybody. Hopefully, the NFF can do well and get their acts right so that we can qualify for the World Cup right there in 2030. But the 2026 FIFA World Cup, like I mentioned, co-hosted by the United States, Canada, and Mexico, is set to be the largest in history, with 48 teams competing from June 11 to July 19. While the tournament spans the continent, many international fans will face rigorous entry requirements, particularly for matches held in 11 host cities across the US, and authorities are urging prospective travelers to begin the visa application process immediately to account for processing times and security screenings. And for Nigerian football fans and sports journalists, the travel landscape is currently complicated by Presidential Proclamation 10998, which has restricted entry for certain nationals since January 1st, 2026. And despite diplomatic efforts by the Nigerian government to negotiate a removal from the list, the restrictions remain in place just weeks before the tournament begins. And while Nigerians are not completely barred, they face limited entry conditions and must meet specific criteria to be considered for a visa. Well, let's hope that even though the Super Eagles are not going to be involved in the tournament proper, let's hope that Nigerian football lovers, the sport journalists, can get in and they can also meet with the visa requirements. All right, let's look at teams that have already dropped their lineups, for the tournament. The likes of Belgium, Brazil, Argentina, they're already dropping, their squads, their provisional squads. A lot of squads are still going to be released even today until the end of the month. All right, this is Turkey, and we can see names being involved right there. I mean, the popular names are there. Kenan Yildiz is also there. Kerem Aktürkoğlu. The squad has been released. A provisional squad, by the way. We have 6 goalkeepers there. The squads are going to be, be restricted to 26. Those are going to be the official names that are going to be involved. It's going to be a 26-man squad, but there's about 40 names right there involved with Turkey. And we have the likes of Enes Ünal of Bournemouth, a name that has been with the Turkey national team for a while. Deniz Gül of Porto is also involved in that one. Yunus Akgün is also there. The likes of Arda Güler of Real Madrid also involved. The likes of Can Uzun are also there. Orkun Kokcu, Hakan Çalhanoğlu, Ismail Yüksek. These players are looking to represent Turkey at the World Cup proper. All right, let's have more scores coming in. We have the likes of Mulder, who is also there. And also, this is Sweden right here. The likes of Viktor Gyökeres, of course, is there. Is like, I won't say the biggest name. The biggest name right there in that team should be Alexander Isak, though he hasn't had a lot of game time for Liverpool. The likes of Anthony Elanga is involved right there. Benjamin Nygren has also done well for Celtic this season, is also involved. This is the full squad list for Sweden, by the way. They are one of the teams that have dropped their full squad. And there are a lot of names that people are expected to have been there, but they are missing. The likes of Samuel Dahl, Sebastian Anasi, they are not going to be involved. Hugo Larsson, for me, I think is the biggest name that's missing in this Swedish squad. And let's see what they are going to do at the tournament. Likes of Dejan Kulusevski, of course, is also missing through injury. But they have Alexander Isak, Viktor Gyökeres of Arsenal, Gustav Nielsen of Club Brugge, Nygren of Celtic, like I mentioned, Anthony Elanga of Newcastle are still there, Carl Starfelt of Celta Vigo, and Emil Holm of Juventus. Smith of St. Pauli is also involved. Victor Lindelof, the former Manchester United defender, also there as alongside Alma Ekdal, who plays for Burnley. Well, let's wish Sweden all the best, in the tournament proper. Let's look at more teams that are coming up with their squads right there for the World Cup. Now, the 55-man list released by Brazil, and also likes of Argentina. All right, squad announcements. We have been seeing the likes of Bosnia. They released their squad in May 11. DR Congo May 11 will be bringing you their squad list. Sweden, they've dropped their squad. France, they should be dropping either the full squad or the provisional squad today, May the 14th. Belgium, they've dropped their list. Ivory Coast as well. Japan. These are the squad announcement dates that have been released for squad announcements for the World Cup. And as the scores are dropping, trust me, on this show, Sports Republic, we'll be giving you the very, very best. And of course, all the names that are going to be involved, that will be playing in the tournament. And let's look at more scores that have already dropped their list, their full list, and of course, the provisional squad. Bosnia and Herzegovina, they have dropped their squad, and we have seen the regular names. Edin Dzeko at 40 will be looking to lead his side for the World Cup. The likes of Kerim Alaibegovic is there. Esmin Baktarevic is there. The Ichis, they are all there involved for Bosnia. The likes of Benjamin Tahirovic, Amal Dedic is also there, and Sead Kolasinac, the former Arsenal left back, are also involved. They also have their players that are going to be on standby if there are any injuries to these players right there. Let's look at more scores before we go on the show. Argentina, they've dropped their squad list. This is Belgium. Wow, I think this is the final squad for Belgium, and the likes of Jeremy Doku are involved. Alexis Salamakas is also there. Let's take it from the goalkeepers. Marcels of Nottingham Forest, Thibaut Courtois of Real Madrid, and Saint Lamens of Manchester United. I'm particularly happy for Lamens because he's had a fantastic season with Manchester United. At their defenders, Arthur Thiat, Brandon Merkel, Nathan Ngoy, Connie De Winter, Zeno De Bast of Sporting Lisbon, Maxime De Kuyper, Joachim Seyss, Thomas Meunier, and Timothy Castagna. And if you look at the midfield, Nicolas Raskin is there. Axel Witsel, wow, who plays for Girona, is part of their golden generation and is still very much involved with this squad. Hans Van Aken, Kevin De Bruyne, and Yuri Tillemans, and Amadou Onana. And let's look at the attack. Jeremy Doku of Manchester City, who is in red hot form at this minute. Alexis Salamakas of AC Milan, Matheus Fernandes Pardo of Lille, Lucas Tassan of Saint-Etienne, Romelu Lukaku, wow, of Napoli still with the squad, Leandro Trossard of Arsenal, Charles Ekatelara of Atalanta, and Dodi Lukebakio, who plays his football with Benfica. All right, let's look at how the chances of Belgium in this squad. This is Argentina's squad, and of course, Belgium, Brazil has also dropped their list. We will be taking more, as in subsequent shows on the Sports Republic. But now we have to go. It's been a wonderful show on the Sports Republic this morning. Up next is going to be the midday news, and David Edwin is going to take us around the world right there. And make sure you stay tuned. It's been the Sports Republic, and I am Afizo Gubanjo, and I'm saying have a wonderful rest of the day. Bye for now.
Mbụ ezigbo nwa afọ Naịjirịa ka ihe m ga-eme pụrụ iche
nwanne m nwoke
Adanne
m ga-akwụ chi n'eziokwu kwanyere ndị ọzọ ugwu ma lekọta obodo anyị anya
gbam
ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m obodo anyị bụ Naịjirịa ga-aga n'iru ma ọ bụrụ na anyị jikọta aka kwado ndị na-achị anyị ka ha mee nke ha, anyị ga-emekwa nke anyị.
N'ezie ọganihu ga-adị ma ọ bụrụ na anyị na ndị na-achị anyị jikọta aka rụọ ọrụ.
Asaa bụ
onye ndị na-achị anyị kwekọtara ha ga-eme ka obodo wee dị mma.
Igbo kwenu! Igbo kwenu! Igbo kwezuenu o! Ọ bụrụ na bụ ezigbo onye Naịjirịa aga m eme na-edosa ụzọ anyị ụcha oge niile na-akwụtụsi n'ụzọ eziokwu na-emere ndị agbata obi anyị ebere ndị ọchịchị ga-arụ ụzọ ọma na-abịa nwee ụlọ ọgwụ ọma na Anambra Menugwu ka ọ dị nchebe ihe n'abalị nkwekọrịta gọọmenti na nzaghachi ndị obodo ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m bilie ka ebulie Naịjirịa elu nkwekọrịta ndị ọchịchị anyị ga-aza ọnụ obodo anyị ga-eme ya ọ bụ nkwekọrịta anyị na anyị ga-eme ka Naịjirịa gaa nke ọma. ọchịchị ga-eweta ahụike ọ bụrụ na nrọ ọrụ ike mụta aka ọrụ ndị ọchịchị ga-emepe ụzọ ọrụ n'Ebonyi Imo ọ bụrụ na nkwanye ugwu nye agbụrụ niile n'otu ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị ndị ọchịchị ga-ekpe ikpe ziri ezi nye onye ọbụla nkwekọrịta gọọmenti na nzaghachi ndị obodo ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m bilie ka anyị bulie Naijiria elu nkwekọrịta dị ọchịchị anyị ga-aza ọnụ obodo anyị ga-eme ya ọ bụ nkwekọrịta anyị na anyị ga-eme ka Naijiria gaa nke ọma Naijiria obodo mmanụ aṅụ na mmiri ara ehi na-asọ ụzọ ọma o ụlọ ọgwụ ọma o ebe obibi ọma o Igbo ndị ọma pụtanụ ka anyị yọleba onye agbakwara nke nwanne ya gbara let's go
Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu na Imo anyị na-ekwe nkwa na anyị ga-eso ụzọ asaa na asaa ndị na-achị anyị wepụtara.
Powered by National Orientation Agency.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Voptv. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
Nigeria, with its complex political atmosphere, divergent views and discordant views, better still, coming with bass bows. Only one question matters: who really has the best candidate? Something is here. 5 political camps, 1 stage, no filters. Join us in this clash as supporters of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Peter Obi, Atiku Abubakar, Omoyele Sowore, and Adewale Adebayo go head to head in no holds barred town hall debate. No script, just raw, unfiltered conversation. This is more than politics. This is where opinions clash, facts are tested, and the truth fights to be heard. Happening live on May 22nd by 11 a.m. at Golden Tulip Terrace Hall, Ihoka Tower, 36 International Airport Road, Lagos. Don't miss it. Watch live on YouTube at Voptv. Set your reminder, subscribe, join the conversation. My candidate is the best, or is it?
Hello, my name is Inejo. Keep watching Voptv.
What up? My name is Usumachiku. You are watching Voptv. Keep it locked.
Hello, I am Floyd Igbo. Keep watching Voptv.
Hi, everyone. I hope you're doing good. Keep watching Voptv and, just have an amazing day. Thank you.
Hi, guys. It's your boy Praise. Keep watching Voptv.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them and the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King.
Hi guys, my name is Kegan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoy Med Landlord. It's Voptv. Keep watching Voptv. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me. My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Mind but last, more than No Mind or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching Voptv. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on at Voptv.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Voptv as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Evans, Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
In Africa, my name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to Voptv, man. Keep watching, don't change the dial, and thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
Alright, hello, it's about that shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weights.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers wherever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Hello, my name is Inejo. Keep watching VOP TV.
What up? My name is Usimachiku. You are watching VOP TV. Keep it locked.
Hello, I am Floyd Igbo. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, everyone. I hope you're doing good. Keep watching VOP TV. And, just have an amazing day. Thank you.
Hi, guys. It's your boy Brave. Keep watching VOP TV.
Some people's voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Hey guys, it's your girl Arika of the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching VOP TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Arco here, and I'm hanging out on VOP TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagade. You are watching VOP TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post them and who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with VOP TV. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching VOP TV. Mwah.
Shout out to VOP TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to VOP TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the AV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman, and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching VOP TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomo Atebe. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on VOP TV. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's your girl Philly Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to VOP TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nzaya.
Please keep watching Voice of the People television. Love ya.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Voptv, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Voptv on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Voptv. Now you have more than a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get drum! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 60 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender, and Jackson Guitars.
Well, hello and welcome to the Midday News on Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. First, the headlines. PDP begins presidential governorship screening in Abuja. Obi says Nigeria needs wealth creator, claims edge over Tinubu Kwankwaso. NJC recommends 12 justices for promotion to Court of Appeal. Troops kill 2 Lakarawa suspects, recover weapons, livestock in Kaduna, in Castina State. Or your CP seeks journalist support to strengthen policing. TNC adds 600 megahertz to national grid with new Edo transmission lines. And in business, Naira dips marginally in official market as dollar trading slows. In sports, Tobiamos are thankful after third hurdles win. In entertainment, Ghanaian filmmakers bring cross-cultural storytelling to Lagos. And now the news in full. The People's Democratic Party, PDP, has commenced the screening of presidential and governorship aspirants in Abuja ahead of the 2027 general elections, with the exercise marred by internal power struggles. The exercise is being conducted under the Abdulrahman Mohammed-led National Working Committee at the PDP Annex Legacy House, Maitama in Abuja. Moving on, former Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi has said Nigeria requires a leader with experience in creating and managing wealth, describing himself as that candidate. Speaking in a television interview, Obi stated that no current presidential candidate, including President Bola Tinubu, could match his record as a wealth creator. His remarks were made in response to former Kano State Governor Rabiu Kwankwaso, who said in 2023 at Chatham House that his academic qualifications made him more suited for the presidency than being Obi's running mate. Kwankwaso ran for president under the new Nigeria People's Party at the time. Both politicians have since joined the Nigerian Democratic Congress. The party has zoned its 2027 presidential tickets to the south, Obi's region, with Kwankwaso likely to serve as his running mate. In the meantime, Minister of Solid Minerals Development, Dele Alake, says Nigeria's current economic difficulties, while painful, are part of a necessary transition to build a resilient and sustainable economy. Speaking at the Maiden Solid Mineral Excellence Awards in Abuja, Alake stated that the country is undergoing a decisive transformation aimed at achieving long-term prosperity, industrial growth, and national development through reforms and strategic leadership. He added that President Bola Tinubu's administration remains committed to implementing difficult but necessary reforms to tackle corruption, weak institutions, economic instability, and overdependence on oil revenues. Moving on, the National Judicial Council has recommended 12 High Court judges for elevation to the Court of Appeal. The decision was taken at the Council's 111th meeting, chaired by Chief Justice of Nigeria, Kudirat Kekereekun. The recommendation will now go to President Bola Tinubu for approval. According to a statement from NJC Deputy Director of Information, Kemi Babalola Ogidengbe, those nominated include Justices Emeka Nwite, James Kolawole Omotosho, Yakubu Muhammad, Abodunde Oluwatoyin, beg your pardon, Ajuwan Raphael, Abua Ojei, Ijoho Jennifer, Shoaibu Bala, Buba Njane, Sanusi Kado, Ademola Enikyo Mehi, and Veronica Dadam. Meanwhile, troops of Operation Fasanyama killed 2 suspected Lakurawa terrorists and recovered weapons and rustled livestock during operations in Sokoto and Katsina states. The military said troops responded to a distress call on Friday over an attack on the Nigerian Immigration Service facility in Ruwa Wili village, Tangaza local government area of Sokoto state. 2 attackers were killed in the gun duel, while others fled. According to Lieutenant Colonel Olaniyi Oshoba, Acting Deputy Director, Army Public Relations, 8th Division and Sector 2 Operation Fasanyama, troops recovered 2 AK-47 rifles, ammunition, and a motorcycle after combing the area. In a separate operation in Jibia local government area of Katsina State, troops intercepted terrorists moving with rustled livestock at Dayam Bakwai settlements. The attackers abandoned 62 animals and escaped under military fire. The livestock were returned to owners at the palace of the Dadara district head. Oshoba said the operations were part of ongoing offensive against terrorists and bandits in the northwest and urged residents to provide credible intelligence. Away from that report, the Bauchi State Police Command has arrested 2 men accused of planning to kidnap and rob 2 businessmen in Misau local government area of the state. Police spokesperson Nafiu Habib said the arrest followed credible intelligence received on May the 12th, 2026. He added that operatives responded swiftly, tackling and detaining the suspects before they could carry out the plan. Habib identified the suspects as Yelumi Umar, Mohammed Aliu Gawo, and according to the police spokesman, preliminary investigation showed they allegedly targeted businessmen Alhaji Labdo and Alhaji Baba. He said the suspects are being held at the State Criminal Investigation Department and will be charged to court once investigations are completed. In another development, the Edo State Special Security Squad says it has arrested 12 suspected cultists and sealed 2 apartments allegedly used for initiation in Benin City following the killing of a young man near the University of Benin Gate on May the 10th, 2026. Authorities say the suspects are not directly linked to the incident, but were arrested with incriminating materials and have been handed over to the police for investigation. Our correspondent in Benin City has more in this report.
Special Security Squad, Operation Flush Heart cultists and kidnappers, has arrested 12 suspected cultists and sealed 2 apartments allegedly used for initiation in Benin City. The operation followed the killing of a young man near the University of Benin Gate on May 10, 2026, and was led by top security heads Togoklomondo Pueblo. Raids were carried out across several hotspots in the city. Authorities said the suspects were not linked to the Uniben killing, but were identified through incriminating materials and have been handed over to the anti-cultism unit of the Nigeria Police Force for investigation.
Based on what happened yesterday, as of the killing of a victim in Uniben campus main gate, led us into actions as in going around the environs of football. And during our operations, we were able to apprehend some suspected persons anyway, not actually connected to the act, but we have to profile them, so we handed them over to the police for proper profiling before they will be left to go or to face the wrath of the law. And on same operations led us to this very house that you see behind me, where persons were forcefully initiated into a cult group and seized. They were held against their will, kept here. This information got to the men of the ROT, who quickly swift into actions on getting to these premises to carry out their arrest. They actually confirmed that persons were held victims here on a hostage.
2 apartments were sealed, one allegedly used for initiation, and another where shrines were found. Security officials also warned against unlawful gatherings and heading criminal activities.
We're using this medium to advise our young folks in Edo State, not just young folks as such, in general terms, those that are mainly involved in this art of cultism they use to carry out fraud activities, or they call this Yahoo thing, or what they call them, as the Azamen. Let me use that local term that we hear every day. because like the incident you saw happen in Uniben is related to issues like that. The state governor is warning every person involved in this act to desist from this act.
Brother Johnny, EOP TV News.
Well, thank you so very much, Rhoda, for that report. Moving on, the Edo State Police Command says it has intensified its crackdown on violent crimes through intelligence-led operations and the deployment of surveillance technology, including drones, to strengthen security across the state. Our correspondent, Rhoda Johnny, has more in this report.
Man says it has recorded major breakthroughs in tackling violent crime using intelligence-led policing and modern surveillance technology, including drones.
Distinguished stakeholders, gentlemen of the press, senior police officers, ladies and gentlemen, it is with a deep sense of responsibility and gratitude to God that I welcome you all to this press briefing where we present the scorecard of the Edo State Police Command from March 2026 to date. Today is not just about figures, statistics, or data. It is about the resilience, sacrifice, strategic planning, and operational transformation currently ongoing within the Edo State Police Command in our determination to rid the state of crimes and criminal elements. From the very first day I assumed duty as Commissioner of Police Edo State, I made a firm commitment that under my watch, the command will be intelligence-driven, technologically compliant, operationally proactive, and professionally responsive to emerging security threats across the state.
Recent operations led to the dismantling of a kidnapping syndicate in Esan Southeast, with victims rescued and suspects arrested, including a kingpin. A kidnap attempt along the Benin-Akure Road was also failed, with 2 victims rescued after a gun duel. Several suspects have been arrested for kidnapping, courtesan, armed robbery, and murder, while weapons were recovered during the operations.
I am pleased to inform the good people of Edo State that the introduction of and deployment of drone technology, high-tech surveillance gadgets, digital tracking systems, and intelligence-led policing strategies have significantly improved our operational effectiveness, especially in combating kidnapping and violent crimes across Edo State and Edo senatorial districts. A clear example is the recent arrest of a notorious kidnapping syndicate responsible for terrorizing innocent citizens within Olomi, Ewatu, Emu, Okwesan, Ugoha, and the entire Esan Southeast axis.
The command has unveiled a violent crime response unit to strengthen the fight against kidnapping and other violent crimes. The Commissioner of Police, CP Monday Agbonika, honored the unit's commander with an award and presented operational vehicles to support its activities.
And I want to say congratulations to you, and I wish to commend all the officers and men of the Edo State Police Command. Congratulations.
Rhoda Johnny, BOP TV News.
Well, thank you, Rhoda, for that report. Elsewhere, the Oyo State Police Command has arrested a man suspected of kidnapping during an operation to collect a 10 million naira ransom in Otefon village, Atiba local government area of the state. Police said the victim, Alaji Bagudu, was abducted from his home in Iloa village on May the 9th, 2026 and taken into Otefon forest, where his captors held him and demanded payment for his release. According to police spokesperson Olayinka Anyolade, operatives of the anti-kidnapping squad and the vigilante group of Nigeria acted on intelligence and moved into the forest around 1 a.m. on Wednesday. The team prioritized freeing the victim before detaining one suspect at the scene. Investigators said about 6 armed men carried out the abduction. A motorcycle, a mobile phone, slippers, and a cap recovered at the site have been sent for forensic examination. Police said the suspect made confession statements and that efforts are ongoing to apprehend other members of the gang. Meanwhile, the Oyo State Commissioner of Police, Olugbemiga Abimbola, has called on journalists in the state to partner with the police to improve security and policing. Abimbola made the appeal on Thursday during a courtesy visit by executives of the Oyo State Council of the Nigerian Union of Journalists to the command headquarters in Ibadan. He said collaboration with the media is vital for addressing emerging security threats and enhancing effective policing. The commissioner noted that the long-standing relationship between the police and the NUJ had produced positive outcomes over the years. And in Ekiti State, the Ekiti State Police Command has dismissed Sergeant Osaigbemi Temitokwe over misconduct linked to illicit drug use. Command spokesperson SP Sunday Abutu said the officer appeared in a viral video behaving erratically in Ikole Ekiti on May the 9th after allegedly consuming illicit substances. Abutu noted that the officer underwent medical and psychological evaluations and internal disciplinary procedures. Medical tests revealed traces of tobacco and amphetamine, while psychological assessments found him emotionally stable. The command concluded that the officer was culpable of misconduct. His recommendation for dismissal was upheld, and the dismissal took immediate effect. And in Edo State, the transmission company of Nigeria has added 600 megawatts to the national grid following the commissioning of the new transmission lines in Edo State. TCN Managing Director Sule Abdulaziz announced the development on Thursday at the launch of the Ihobo Bini and Ihobo Ajaokuta 330 kilovolt turn-in, turn-out transmission line project. Abdulaziz said the project strengthens the nation's transmission network and will improve the evacuation of bulk electricity from the Ihobo substation to distribution centers across the state and the country. You're still watching the Midday News right here on Voice of the People television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more in the studio with us is Mr. Dele Fanimo. Mr. Fanimo is a seasoned reporter and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. A very good afternoon to you, Mr.
Good afternoon, David.
And thank you for joining the conversation.
It's always my pleasure.
Also joined us virtually is Mr. Mazi Amobi Iheguru. Mazi is a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Mazi, a very good afternoon to you, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon.
Thank you for having me.
All right, then let me start off with you, Mazi. I want to call it cherry news coming from the transmission company of Nigeria saying that it has added 600 megawatts to the national grid following the commissioning of the new transmission line in Edo State. Now, this statement was clearly announced by the TCN Managing Director, Sule Abdulaziz, during the launch of the Ihobo Bini and, of course, Ihobo Ajaokuta 330 kilovolt turnout transmission line project. What do you make of this story? Cherry news at a time like this? Or some would say the effect is relatively not seen on the power supply of the citizens?
Thank you very much. 600 megawatts, a little drop in an ocean. That is what it is. To encourage more of these strides, we encourage more, because with 600 megawatts in addition, it is still infinitesimal. Will it solve the problem of this country in terms of energy security? My answer is no. So everything that will be done to encourage more of it, will be supported. We need to move in that direction, because the issue of energy is very critical in development and growth of particularly a third world nation like us, where some of our contemporaries have left us for the second world. and itching towards the first world. So it is that government, put more energy, put more strive, and attempt to get more of the middle world.
All right, then. Well, let me stay with you in a bit because the managing director of TCN, Abdulaziz, also did say that these projects will strengthen the nation's transmission network and will improve the evacuation of bulk electricity from the Ihovo substation to distribution centers across the country. Now, questions are being raised about how much is being, transmitted and how much is being shared to the public. But then from your perspective, do you also share the sentiment that even as this is being projected to strengthen the nation's transmission, some other means of generating power is needed at a time like this, rather than just this over-reliance on some of these substations that are coming up very gradually across the country? Oh dear. Well, I understand the network is a bit not friendly here, but I don't know if Mr. Fanimo heard my question. As it stands, the project, according to Mr. Abdulaziz, said it will strengthen the nation's transmission network. But the question surrounding other means of generation of power is at the front burner as well. Do you think at this time we need even much more than what we are seeing with some of these substations that are beginning to find their feet across Nigeria?
You see, maybe the reporter that wrote that story didn't get the story right. There is no correlation between generating 600 megawatts and strengthening the transmission component. Generation is a way of sourcing energy.
Okay.
You will it to the transmission lines.
Right.
And based on agreement, the discos, distribution companies, will now distribute after stepping it down. So we have had threshold of between 7,000, 7,005 megawatts. But as we speak today, except maybe something happened yesterday that I'm not aware of, you can't wheel 5,000 on our transmission line. It will crash. Some of the time when they say the thing crashed, it's not a function of vandalism, or sometimes, we just try to say, okay, last time we did 4,300. Let's push it to 4,600. And the result is what you see. So they quickly step it down and you continue. Just like if you have a generator that can't take more than one AC, apart from your other electrical appliances,
yes,
you now put 3 ACs there. It will start, but it will shut down. And over a period of time, you begin to notice compromise.
So this is not just about the generation, it's about distribution.
Distribution is our major problem.
How is it a major problem?
Okay. You are a farmer.
Yes.
You produce, let's assume, 10,000 metric tons. And the thing is lying inside the forest, the deep forest. No vehicle to move it from that forest to the end users in Lagos, Ibadan, Enugu, Kaduna. It is either the thing rots there or open to the vagaries of those who want to steal and all that, or wild animal. So it's the same thing. Transmission is the vehicle that moves it from where you produce those things to the distributors who distribute it to the people that wait it in Lagos, Abuja, everywhere. So if you don't have a vehicle, how do you jump from producing to market it.
So from your perspective now, what do you think has been the problem?
Attention should be focused on transmission. Manitoba was here around 2011. They went back. We couldn't get solution to it. Siemens came during Buhari's tenure. About last year, they were complaining that the subcontractors they gave jobs to disappeared with their money. So I don't know if Siemens is still on ground or not, but we have not seen any appreciable improvement in our transmission line. Most of the transmission line you see there were constructed more than 35, 40 years ago.
And definitely would need some level of improvement and maintenance following.
It.
Well, then again, just yesterday, if I can recall clearly, there was a statement credited to the transmission company around Ibadan, asking some of the consumers to please bear with them because of maintenance operations that will be carried out within the period of time. Because again, that simply would mean they would have no power at all within that area. But on the part of the transmission company, what can be done to mitigate this lacuna that you did mention a couple of minutes ago? Because look, the power companies have been privatized, so to say. I mean,
TCN is not privatized.
I'm talking about the discos now.
The discos, yes.
Yes.
You see, the point is, what do you do if you have 4 people in your household that you feed? Then suddenly you now have 10. From 4, you now have 10 people that you must feed in that house. What that tells you is, if you have been using a smaller pot to cook, what do? You go to the market and buy a bigger pot.
Okay.
Otherwise, you'll be cooking for the whole part of the day. Because you cook one set, other set will be waiting. You cook another set will be waiting until you cook about 4 times before it goes round for every breakfast, every lunch, every dinner. That's why they call it load shedding.
Okay.
So, if you must ensure that you don't want to go the route of load shedding, what do? You increase the size of the pot so that it can accommodate everybody at one go. And that's what the government has been trying to do, but they have not succeeded in doing it. So until we sort out the problem of transmission, we are not getting it in the power sector. That's the truth.
Again, some really would be wondering at a time like this, a lot of Nigerians are concerned about the level of funding that have gone into the power sector. Now, President Bola Tinubu did approve 3.3 trillion naira plan to clear long-standing debts of the Nigerian power sector a couple of days ago.
And that's the money owed the Gencos and the Discos.
Now, with all of this money, and I'm talking taxpayers' money, which again, it should be of concern.
One of those who was siphoning that money was the convicted man that was sentenced to power or energy minister. That was sentenced to 75
years in prison. But looking at
if somebody, a single person, is convicted for stealing 33.8, there's another court waiting for him for another case entirely still on this power sector, just one person. So now imagine the directors there, the general managers, and all other officers there. You know where that money goes to.
But unfortunately, Mr. Fanmo, you have been so big about the fact that within the civil service, that is where a lot of corruption is embedded.
I said they should change that name to Evil Service.
Again, why I brought up that is because the figure I mentioned about the approved money by the president, clearly the plan includes the collection of 501 billion and the initial 223 billion naira payment to boost electricity supply. Now, the agreement here covers 15 power plants and aims to stabilize electricity supplies and restore investor confidence. Let's talk on these two, power plants, investor confidence. With these...
Now, the power plants.
Yes.
there wouldn't have been any reason to be servicing 15 power plants. Because most of these power plants they are talking about, they are thermal plants with turbines that is powered by gas.
Right.
Which is exposed to the vagaries of supply and demand in the chain of supply of gas to this area. But did you know that out of these 15, Sungeru hydro plant can effectively take care of 6 out of these 15? What the output of Sungeru alone, hydro plant, can take care of 6 out of these 15. That won't require gas.
Okay.
Mambila hydro plant,
yes,
can take care of another 7 or 8. So if this man had not taken that 33.8 billion, perhaps we'll be talking about the day of commissioning of these 2 plants. Combined, it's over 5,000 megawatts. The 15 you are talking about, combined, may not be up to 3,500 megawatts. Because some 150, some 100,
right,
some 80.
Oh, well. So much to talk about when it comes to the power sector. But let me return back to Mazi, who has joined the conversation again. Thank you so very much for staying by. Now, I did make mention of a figure that, of course, was approved by the president clearly to alleviate the power sector. And just, of course, while you were listening, you also did hear Mr. Fanimo talk about the convicted person, Nigerian, for 75 years. And of course, that judgment was just a couple of days ago. What do you make of the fact that figures are being rolled out, and to a very large extent, we see minimal results of those figures? And I'm talking taxpayers' money. And then in the very holistical view of it, how much of an impact would a very, I don't want to use the word stable electricity, a very minimal stable electricity can have on the economy of Nigeria in a whole?
Yeah, thank you very much. The issue is not on how much has been earmarked. You know, we have said, even at the expense of redundancy, that the problem of this country is not earmarking some money for a project. The problem is using the money for what it is meant for. And that is where the corruption, comes in. If you remove 33.8 billion naira from what, has been earmarked for energy, you can imagine, what impact, what negative impact is going to have on the energy subsector of this economy. And this is just one of multitude of corrupt practices in that sector. So the question is, bringing money to this. The issue is how these monies that have been brought in, how judiciously has it been applied in the sector, considering the sensitive and critical nature of this, the energy subsector. How have we applied it? So I implicate corruption in all, because if the system is corrupt, with the much we have spent from Buhari era, recall, Jonathan era, recall, could have been achieved. I mean, a lot more could have been achieved on the energy sector. But along the line, when you hear, I'm not thrilled. I'm no longer fascinated by hearing figures that has been earmarked for a project. I am almost always interested in what the figures have been able to achieve. Because once you throw figure at, the Nigerian nation, before you say Jack Robinson, those things fizzled out. You don't know how it goes in. And thanks to the EFCC that successfully prosecuted this, we want them to hit harder, with a view to recovering more money from the looters.
All right, then. Well, this is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment of the Media News, because so much to talk about when it comes to these conversations, when, of course, we have the moment to talk about them. I want to say a big thank you to you, Mr. Mazi Ameobi Iheboro, public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Thank you so very much for being here as well.
My pleasure.
Also, Mr. Dele Fadimo, thank you so very much for being here as always. We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, Lagos adopts a new revenue model for waterfront projects. These and more after this break. Please stay with us.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
We're glad to have you back. It is still the media news right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to other stories. Lagos says it is intensifying efforts to build a smarter technology-driven city through investments in artificial intelligence, digital governance, intelligent surveillance, and cybersecurity systems. Our correspondent, Yeko Golo, has more in this report.
Says it is expanding access to tertiary education through new institutions, improved infrastructure, digital learning facilities, and modern research laboratories across the state. Commissioner for Tertiary Education, Tolani Sule, says the reforms are aimed at positioning Lagos as a leading educational hub in West Africa.
Already we have accommodation for our students in our main campus at Ikeja, just that the accommodations are not usually enough. It is for this reason that the state government, the governor, decided to convert the COVID center at Bagada and the other one in Yaba to hostels for the students. And as many as 196 bed spaces will be provided through this initiative. Another thing the state government and the management of the college is doing is going to acquire. We are making frantic efforts at acquiring buildings from private owners around the college, where which we can convert into hostels and provide for our students. Our programs in our vocational and adult education centers. We are providing education for those that have missed it. We are providing vocational and technical education for training for working class, and meeting up our target and surpassing it means Lagosians have come to term. They have really realized the need for them to patronize and attend these centers because we are really doing well.
Sule says the government is also improving staff welfare, scholarship schemes, and innovation funding to strengthen teaching and research outcomes. He says plans are on the way to establish a new University of Medicine and Health Sciences to address shortage of medical personnel, increase the number of healthcare workers, and reduce brain drain. The commissioner adds that academic activities have fully resumed at Lagos State University following the resolution of recent staff strike through dialogue with unions. He says Lagos is strengthening partnership with private and international institutions to improve technical and vocational education, including training in solar technology and engineering skills for modern economy. Sule notes that the state remains committed to creating safer and more inclusive learning environments through measures aimed at tackling sexual harassment in tertiary institutions. From Alausa Ikeja, I am Monica Ogola, reporting for Voice of the People TV.
Well, thank you so very much, Erika, for that report. Moving on to some business stories. The Naira edged lower against the dollar on Friday, with modest losses at the official rate and steady levels on the black market. Central bank data show this Naira settling near 1,371 per dollar in the official window, down from roughly 1,369 the prior day. On the parallel market, the greenback changed hands between 1,392 and 1,395 Naira, depending on location and deal size. The spread between the two rates stayed narrow at about 20 to 24 Naira, a sign of reduced volatility. Daily forex turnover in the interbank market also slid, dropping to $78.8 million from $130.6 million, pointing to thinner trading and weaker dollar supply. Market watchers linked the Naira's relative stability to ongoing central bank support, stronger foreign reserves, and higher bank participation. From business, we move straight to talking sports. World record holder Tobi Amusan says she is determined to win more medals for Nigeria after claiming her third title at the ongoing 2026 African Senior Athletics Championship in Accra. Amusan, who won the women's 100 meters hurdles, further cementing her status as one of Africa's top athletes. Ashley Miller of Zimbabwe finished second, while Team Nigeria's Adobe Tabubo came third. Amusha thanked her team and supporters, saying that she remains focused on achieving more successes. The 29-year-old will now turn her attention to the Shanghai Golden League meeting in China this weekend. And from sports, we move straight to wrapping up with entertainment. The cast and crew of the Ghanaian film The Fisherman have premiered the movie in Lagos, attracting actors, filmmakers, and industry stakeholders from across Africa. The event highlighted African storytelling, cultural identity, and growing collaboration within the continent's film industry. And with that entertainment story, we've come to the end of the media news right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at Voptv Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. You have a good afternoon.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Hi, my name is Zoe Martinson, and you're watching Voptv.
What's up, people? It's your boy Dulo checking in. I'm here with the fisherman, Dulo, aka Kubi. I want to shout out the VOP, the voice of the people. Make sure you guys tap in, tune into the voice of the people today, tomorrow, and every day.
Hi, everyone. My name is Princess Fithian Nkrumah, and you keep watching Voice of the People TV.
Rukomi ni Akweja. Ricky Adelada, the fisherman. Voice of the people. I'm part of the people. So go on and always watch Voice of the People.
Wagwami people, it's your girl Endurance Grand, and I'm giving a special shout out to VOP TV. Keep listening, keep watching.
My name is Akio Shota, and this is VOP TV.
Hi, my name is William Lamte. I'm an actor, and keep watching Voice of the People TV. Keep it locked.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Mama Kore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's a brother shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Blast Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know where you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight. Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
You guys, your boy Chela. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut tout le monde, Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation president. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much. Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. Like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Aronzo. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOPT.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Spotlight on Voptv, the place where stories come alive and voices matter. This is the show where we shine the light on creativity, style, culture, music, and purpose-driven people. And people we're talking about are people who are shaping the world around us. And yes, it's another beautiful, beautiful day, to be inspired and stay grounded. And yes, we're going to talk about a lot of things that has been happening lately. And first off, and I'm sure you've not forgotten that I'm your special baby girl, Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Pressy. And yes, it's another day to talk about a lot that has been happening. And first off, on our list, we have talking about Pastor Peace Ibiome, the wife of Salvation Ministries founder David Ibiome, has stirred conversations online, following remarks on Mother's Day, the remarks she made during Mother's Day, and concerning divorced women and friendship in marriage. So she advised married women to be cautious about taking relationship advice from divorced women who are unwilling to reconcile or remarry, stressing the importance of protecting their homes and marriages. So this particular statement has caused mixed reactions online of, some commenters has actually come out to say a lot of things concerning her statement. And this actually brought me to talk about divorced people that are actually divorced. Is there a stigma to that? Because seriously, it's now like, people that are divorced don't really need to walk freely anymore. No, seriously, because for her to make such comments, maybe in a way I understand where she's, coming from, but talking about divorced women, and making friendship with them, there's nothing wrong with them. Those people a lot of them have come out of abusive relationship. So you can't tell me that, oh, you don't need to make you don't need to be friends with someone that has been in an abusive relationship because the person doesn't need to we advise you wrongly and stuff like that. I'm serious. I don't see that as, very important. Seriously, because those people are not less of themselves. You don't need to make them less of themselves, actually. These people are human beings, and they breathe, they talk. You don't make them look down on themselves. So even if person don't come up for marriage, we don't do marriage, they beat them, they do most likely abusive relationship. So you tell me that you need to wait you can't make friends with that kind of person that person needs to go and reconcile. Reconcile with who first? Hey, God. Reconcile? Seriously? Sometimes I feel, well, maybe from my own perspective, I feel people need to balance this whole thing. Yes, they need to balance this whole thing. I understand where she's coming from, that people like that, they always advise you wrongly. Maybe because of their experience. But what do they say about experience? Experience is a what? It's the best teacher. Yes, now one person who don't experience that kind of thing, I go know if something like that is about to happen. So that actually particular statement doesn't really sit down well with me. I don't know for others, but me personally, I don't think it goes down well with me. But yeah, we're going to go over to our comment section and see what our comment section people have for us. Definitely, so a lot of people are really against, what she has said, while some people are still, still finding it somehow, good that she actually said it. Because trust me, some really divorced people really do a lot of things these days because they can't find love and feel like, oh, they are not going to be loved. And, they try to go after other men's husband, go after other women's husband, do things. It's basically because of, particularly for an individual that has been divorced. But it's not all. You can't use one, how will I say it? You can't use one egg to say, oh, because this person is like this, the other people that are divorced are just like that. Well, it's a personal thing. I just feel that that really didn't go down well with me. But let's go back to the comment section and see what they have for us. And yes, Ada Real said, not every divorce is caused by bad behavior. Thank you for that. Some women left to save their lives. Exactly. And Kingsley Peter said, Mama was simply advising married women to guard their homes. Yes, you can tell them to guard their homes. But do you know that guarding your homes, a lot of people don't, even some men know they agree they guard their homes. Yes, because some men are, how will I put it? Some men are strange men. They don't even like especially for the one that has come to not give you peace, but destroy you. So you can't tell me that you want to guard that kind of place. No, it's not possible. If a marriage is meant for you to live, it's very important. When it has come to the fact that it's abuse, please live for your own safety, because person when they are alive, now I will explain the aftermath. All right. And Choma Daniel said the church should stop stigmatizing divorced women, actually. And Esther Johnson said they are happily divorced women living peacefully without bitterness. And come to think of it, a lot of divorced women now feel that, oh, they are not, they're not good for marriages anymore, especially the young ones. And this has to really stop, because, putting that kind of, stigma on them and saying, oh, because they're married ones should stop associating with divorced women. That's a lot. That's a lot. Now I don't know if you're trying to make people, making divorced women, scared, making them feel, oh, that they are not good enough. But seriously, there are lots of, divorced women that, can actually give you peace more than more than the ones that you feel that are even single. Actually, because I see a lot of guys these days, they don't even want to, they don't want to associate themselves with single moms or, probably divorced women. They, in their head, they feel like, oh, women like this are too, they are too rude. They behave anyhow. They don't keep themselves. They are not reserved. All this kind of, thoughts comes up to their head. And I'm like, these people are good people. You don't need to, because one person's behavior, one person's bad behavior will try to, stain the other people that actually, because they are divorced. Come on. I just feel that this is your own personal perspective of how you see them. But seriously, that's really wrong. It doesn't really sit down well with me. All right, we'll still have more comments on that. Let's take more and see what somebody said. And yes, Esther Johnson said, there are happily divorced women living peacefully without bitterness. And Mimi Gold said, people are misunderstanding her message completely. And Prince AK said, divorce is painful already. Society should not make it harder. And come to think of it, these people people that are actually divorced that are living, it's a painful thing. That particular thing is more painful than how we even see it, because a lot of people feel that, oh, you can just go into a marriage and you can come out and after all you just get a divorce, everybody separate, and it's harder. Like, it's the individual, it's harder for people that really divorce, seriously, because you come to think of, you are never loved, depression goes a lot of ways, seriously. So I just feel that people should be more kind. Seriously, if you are talking about keeping your marriage, it's only God that can help you keep your marriage. Definitely bad advice, because basically some advice doesn't really come from divorced women. You saying, oh, because divorced women, you have to stay away from them because some of them that give bad advice. Even the ones that are married still give you bad advice. Seriously, they give you wrong advice. Friends give you wrong advice that you cannot, that because maybe they feel that they are intimidated about your own marriage or, relationship. And they feel that, they're coming, say a lot of things. So I just feel that this is a personal thing. Like basically, in that aspect, or when you talk about divorced people or divorced women, basically, it's not just that way. This is a personal behavior. Seriously, there are lots of single mothers that have bad character. There are lots of married women that also have bad character. Bad character past the ones who don't divorce. So it's not about how you say, oh, please, you need to stay away from them because they take people's. Come on. I think basically all these things are personal, experience on those bad characters or bad behaviors of some women. So you don't need to, generalize it that, some women that are divorced. Come on. Well, I just feel that that's why I always say this. Always say, please, anytime when you want to talk about divorce, make you just be sure, because all these things that causes divorce is basically not being careful about marriage. Yes, a lot of people will go into marriage with a blind eyes, and it keeps lingering. It keeps going on. A lot of people, a lot of women, a lot of men, I don't even want to say basically women, but men too, because of what they see with their eyes. They don't talk about the character. They don't talk about emotions. They don't talk about necessary things. That's the way they enter marriage. You need to shine your eyes. Relationship or marriage, not be something where you go just say, oh, you won't go inside, come outside. Even coming out of that marriage is more painful than you that has been staying basically and seeing all the shaggy that is more painful. It's more painful. A lot of people, feel that I overheard a lot of persons have, met me and say, oh, Prezi, I see, I don't want to talk about all these things again. I just want to get married. That is what is on my mind. We know you want to get married. We know that you want to get married because you're 40, because you're 50, because you're this, because you're that. But trust me, they said a broken relationship is better than a broken marriage. You go enter a relationship where you know if you come out. That's hell. That's that one. The hell where they that one self is it's more. It's more. It's hell than even coming out. Coming out, even there's any word like hell herself. You go even seriously, because people that I see that come out and say, "Oh, marriage this, marriage that," but I don't want to, shift your mind away from that. Trust me, they are beautiful couples. They are lovely relationships. They are God-fearing marriages that have been blessed, that people you could look up to. Definitely. And you when they hear advice, you get some advice where you go to hear, you self know, say it no good. Seriously, but you go say, oh, maybe you sit down, they listen to all those kind of advice. See, I just feel that you self waiting that marriage. Suppose open your eyes. Don't be all advice. Now you go to hear. You see a woman will tell you, oh, because your husband did this. And maybe your husband know they do this kind of thing. You got they feel, anger, or because of another person's experience. See, I always say this over time. I said, the way another person handles his or her marriage doesn't define the other person's way he or she handles his or her own marriage. So marriage for you should be your own thing. The way it works, everybody should do what works for them. Do what works for you. You cannot just come and say, oh, because this one, you just hear super story up and down. And seriously, that really endangers, it causes a lot of things. A lot. And basically, I understand where our mama is coming from, definitely. And maybe she's basically talking about women that have been in a position where they've experienced pain over time in their marriages and gone out of that particular place. And they feel that, oh, because of some women that have made that a narrative that, oh, that they feel peace with another person's husband. Come on. These are the women that they should run away from. Basically, not categorizing it that it's, oh, single mothers. Definitely not like that. I feel we should be more kind to people. Both if it's single mothers, both single fathers, I don't know how to put it, but yeah, we should be more kind to people like that. They are going through a lot. Seriously. They've come out through pain, through thick and thin, and I just feel we should be more kind. This life will not just be anything. We should just see it more a peaceful place to live. Seriously. All right. And we're still talking about beautiful things that are still happening. And yes, we're going over to our next story. And seriously, this particular one has not been um, sitting down well with me lately. But in all things, we're always going to be happy and give thanks to God. So yes, our second story, we're talking about popular Nollywood actor and media personality Alex Ekubo has reportedly passed away at the age of 40 and after an alleged prolonged illness. So the shocking news actually surfaced, and a lot of people have been talking about this, and reactions from also our celebrities, and a lot of people have been sad about the news. And yes, basically, I will talk about Alex. Alex is seeing him on movies. I think this is one of the best. Like, to me, I will explain. It's one of the best actors I've seen so far, and getting this kind of news was something that really broke my heart. And it's a lot of people have really been talking about him, and people that have known him have already expressed that he's a very, playful person, a kind, beautiful soul. And seeing this particular, news about him really broke my heart. And I know that a lot of our celebrities have really come out, to share their experiences they've had with Alex. And a lot of people are so sad. And I wonder how, his friends would be feeling right now. It's a lot, but for both the family, for both the friends, for the people that has been close to him. And a lot of people came out to say, oh, that he would have, told people that he's sick, so that you people will come out and say a lot of things for the ones we don't happen. I just feel, Alex, he needed his own space. And that space he needed was, I think it's just the best. Basically, because a lot of people, trust me, if he had even come out to say anything concerning this, it would have been worse. That people would say a lot of things, talk bad, talk about a lot of things, basically. And this has to bring me to the aspect where I talk about cancer. See, that particular sickness is something that I cannot, like, when, a lot of people have actually come out to bring out the fake news about cancer, I weep in my heart, and I'm like, why would you bring out stuff like this when you know you don't have it? So it's a lot. It's how people, bring up things, try to gain attraction on social media and, feel happy about it. It's a lot. It's a lot. I feel we should start doing better. Start being kind to people, because this life, trust me, it's painful to to really see this beautiful soul. It's really gone. And really, I don't know, but I just pray that God continues to give the family, the friends, colleagues the strength to actually bear this loss. And you see, we're going over to the comment section, where a lot of fans have actually come out to say their side of the story about Alex, and how sad they are about the news, and how actually they met this news. So let's get some comments and see what people have actually come out to say. And yes, Olami said, I knew something didn't feel right about him since his sudden disappearance from social media. People are really going through a lot these days, both rich, poor. I just pray this news turns out to be false. It's well. And somebody else said, all right, Wendy said, oh my God. And we have more comments. Let's take more and more comments. Simi Boy said he was offline for a long time. And this is to me to bring to you, boy. Please start checking up on people. Very important. Even if you don't see them, like, it's important. Be more kind, be more loving. Start checking up on people, because a lot of people are going through a lot of things that they can't say to anybody. But the kindest words, the encouragement can take them a long way. It could help. A lot of people came out, brought out their, their chats with Alex, people, checking up on him. And I just feel that basically that part, even if, nothing happened. But that particular aspect of them checking up on him was really thoughtful. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are still, still so surprised about the sudden news, and a lot of people are still commenting. And yes, somebody said, no way, Ikuku. Okay, and it's Fatima said, Jesus Christ. And Lola Gold said, okay, Adeswa said, nah, play. It's not a joke. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are so not happy. And Omar Kata said, this is a very sad news. I have been wondering where this guy had been. I do not know him personally, but I am pained. May his soul rest in peace. And Official Mercy Crew said, I discussed this a lot with people around me, but I don't want to be talking about it too much, this life. All right, and Obas Solo said, oh my God. And Duke of Spades said, guy, this news is killing me. How could you do this? How, my brother? How? Alex, you who has always supported and helped me, my bro, is indeed devastating. This is indeed devastating. And seriously, a lot of people came out like, beautiful stories, memorable stories about him. It's how people are really saying good things about him. And it's painful to see such, such beautiful soul, die or late. And it's painful, actually. It's really, really not a good story. I just keep praying, because losing a loved one is painful. I don't know, a lot of people that have experienced this kind of thing can say, for me that have not been, that have, had such experience, I know how painful it is. So right now, the family, the friends need so much prayers, and just that prayers. I just pray that God continues to, uphold them in strength in this particular time. All right, let's take more comments and see what people are saying before we go over to our next story. I have a lot of people talking about this. Let's talk about this. And another person said, make it no be. All right, Official Sarah said, if this later falls, I will unfollow this blog. All right, Belts said, come on. A lot of people still can't believe that truly he's gone. And yes, and Miss Yene said, I am not even gonna lie. This one is so painful. Like how? All right, and somebody said, stop, please. All right, this had better not be true. Another person said, it's really, really painful. All right, I just still pray that God gives them the strength, to the family and friends and colleagues and everyone that has been really mourning Alex Ekubo, the strength to, bear this loss. All right, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll still have more topics to talk about. Please don't go anywhere. Stay with us.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bomakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to Voptv, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you, and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's a boy, but I'm shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weights.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
my name is Inejo. Keep watching VOP TV.
What up? My name is Uzimachiku. You are watching VOP TV. Keep it locked.
Hello, I am Floyd Igbo. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi everyone. I hope you're doing good. Keep watching VOP TV and just have an amazing day. Thank you.
Hi guys, it's your boy Praise. Keep watching VOP TV.
Turn on some people's voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Hey guys, it's your girl Arika of the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching VOP TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here. If you're
And yes, welcome back to the show Spotlight. Yes, it's still happening here on VOP TV. Yes, your favorite hub. And I'm sure you've not still forgotten that. Still your special baby girl, Precious Akumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And yes, because we've been talking about a lot of things that has been happening recently. And yes, next on our story, we have media personality Frank Edoho has reacted to growing social media rumors alleging that singer Chike was involved with his ex-wife Sandra. So the speculation, gained traction after Frank made cryptic posts about relationship and commitment and on leading online users to comment to Chike. Although, a lot of claims have been going on, but Frank had indirectly confirmed the allegations. So yes, let's see what this Frank Edoho posted. So yes, he said, life unfolds in different seasons and sometimes moving forward quietly is the most dignified path one can take. I am well focused, at peace, and deeply grateful for the love, respect, and support so many of you continue to show me. Thank you kindly. All right, you see, a lot of people, and he actually responded, concerning the claims and avoided directly, addressing the allegations, saying he had nothing to say about that matter while shifting, all the attentions, out of it. So it's like a lot of people came out and said a lot of things that have been going on between Chike and Frank Edoho's wife. And it's, I still talk about, when on know they show off a particular thing about relationship or people, when it comes to husband and wife matter, make una just stay on a day. Even Frank don't talk, say, any problem we go make him, get issue with person, his goal game is keep you quiet. He's always a silent person. They two talk too much. So he has a reason why they've said he and his wife are separated. And fine, make everybody rest. Dragging here from here to there and people without claims or, true or be truthful about the whole thing is weird. So I just feel people should, be more kind to the man right now. And talking about his wife, addressing and Chike's whole story, it's a lot. So make una allow everybody make them rest. When it comes to a husband and a wife's matter, I beg. We can put our mind out of it because what is this? What do they do? Seriously, it's a lot. And he has actually said a lot of things, but he doesn't want to really basically, point out this or this. And I just feel that people should stop, saying things that they are not sure of. All right. You see, our comment section, people don't talk plenty things concerning the whole situation between Chike, his and Frank Edoho's ex-wife and Frank Edoho. All right, let's go back to the comment section and see what they have for us. And yes, somebody said, so this is true. Okay. She was Frank's second wife. This is hard luck. Okay. And yes, I am Priscilla said, why is everyone saying Chike isn't she supposed to be faithful to her man? Abi Chike forced her sometimes. You guys should speak about the ladies' atrocities, not the men. Because if reverse was the case, una go they blame the man. Okay, and somebody said women. So another person said, wear and smile, and he said, now wow, to see man or woman, we get fear of God now by fasting and prayers. Okay, and Sabi Girl Official said, I didn't even realize it was this particular Chike, as in Nakupenda Chike. Okay, see, a lot of people are really saying things. Let's take more comments, and we have more and more comments from our fans. And yes, Nene Jones said, one guy said to me that the reason he would never forgive his wife if she cheats on him is because his fellow man can own everything he himself owns, but his wife is the only thing his fellow man does not have. Deep, women stay at a place. I see a lot of men coming out to say women stay at a place. Please, I think this has to be generalized, because when women cheat these days, it feels like we are the main problem. But when a man cheats, it's more, people see it as as a very good thing, and they can just move on. Please, let's generalize this. If you're saying the women should stay at one place, the men should also stay at one place too. So you have to generalize it, you have to make it fit. Because trust me, in as much as we get plenty women where they do things, they get bad character. The men too will get bad character they. Yes, not the truth. And Emi Kanmu said he has been healing in private for 2 years while people are busy guessing. It just goes to show that you don't owe the public a front row seat to your pain. And when it comes to about divorce, I've said this over time. I said, if divorce where you go do, say if you did that marriage again, please move, leave for your peace of mind. Because I don't see where you have to, say you have, because you want to stay in that relationship and because of what people will say you want to be in that relationship. If it's important for you to leave, please leave for your peace of mind. A lot of people have been, abused emotionally, physically, a lot of things. And this is not just the women, but the men too. They go through all this heartbreak and all this kind of things. So see, I just feel that if you feel that you're done with the marriage and you cannot stay again, say now you don't tire, say now abuse you they receive. Basically, strictly when it comes to abuse, please leave. It's very important for you to leave. I won't even advise that you stay because of what people will say. You want to protect, because a lot of women have been found in that position where they want to say, because what somebody will say, because of what the society will say, because of what the community will say. Who cares? Like, seriously, because trust me, if they talk finish 1 or 2 days, everybody don't go their normal way of life. Don't be only you carry problem. People, they work out with problem up and down. Yes. So please, guard your own peace. Your peace of mind is very important. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are still talking about this. And yes, we still have more comments. And somebody said they can handle what they serve. Okay. And hey, for this marriage thing, make good people meet good people. Amen to that. And make bad people meet the worst people with bad intentions. All right. And Midday Burston said, Chike T. Rogo. Okay. And Yusuf writes, marriage is an audacious decision. And Olakurani said, the only kind of men that sleeps with another man's wife is those men that avoid of understanding. Okay. All right. See, I still say this and I'll say it over again. Please, for your peace of mind, if you say relationship where you they abusive, please work out. It doesn't matter if it's emotional. It doesn't matter if it's physical. Please move out. And yes, when it concerns husband and wife matter, please, if people should leave them out, promote your mind for people. Because when they go reconcile, go there. Yes, you even said if you did there, they go use you reconcile. Very important. And please make all these people where you don't want to stay with somebody in a relationship. You just want to marry them because of their money. I pity you. Because even as they talk saying that money, they make you they enter that marriage. Sure, say you know what you they do. But shine your eyes if you decide say you want day with person. Very important. When it comes to the aspect of marriage, it better, say may you shine your eyes well. All right, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we have a guest joining us. So please don't go anywhere. Stay with us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Voptv, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Voptv on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Voptv. Now you have more than a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews.
And yes, welcome back to the show Spotlight. Yes, it's happening here on Voptv, your favorite hub. And I'm sure you've not forgotten I'm my special girl, Precious Akumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And guess what? We have a guest joining us today. So yes, joining me on the show today is a visionary entrepreneur, entertainment executive, and now a rising music artist. So he is the CEO of the Crown Empire Entertainment with a strong background in both visualizing in both industries and now stepping into the spotlight as German. He is set to make his musical debut with his upcoming single, Ekoile, Lagos Our Home. So a soulful anthem celebrating the resilience, culture, and spirit of Lagos. Please help me welcome German to the show.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
See, there's this thing I said, steez and composure. So tell me, German, how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling all right.
So tell me how they, we have been seeing, witnessing a lot of little rain, sun, and everything. How's it been for you?
It's been good generally. I thank God for life.
Okay.
And I'm happy to be here.
Oh, that's lovely. So, German, tell me. See, we're going to play a game before we go into our normal thing. Okay. So we're going to play a game, and it will be a tongue-twisting game. Okay. So let me see how good you are at it.
All right.
All right, let's go. Ready. So yes, we're going into our spotlight game, and we have German Jams Joyful Jazz in June. So that's it. Okay. So German, you tell me, this is the rule of the game. Okay. You have to mention this like 3 times, slowly. Okay. Then the 3 times, after the 3 times, you have to mention it 3 times fast.
Fast, okay.
So yes, so this is German Jams Joyful Jazz in June. 3 times slowly, and then the 3rd time, go fast. Let's go.
German Jams Joyful Jazz in June.
1.
German Jams Joyful Jazz in June.
2.
German Jams Joyful Jazz in June.
All right, so this is the first time you have to go fast. Let's go.
Okay, German Jams Joyful Jazz in June.
Yes.
German Jams Joyful Jazz in June.
Yeah.
German Jams Joyful Jazz in June.
Oh my God. Well, you tried.
Yeah, I think I did. I tried.
All right. So how did you even come about the name German? Because trust me, when I heard the name, I said, no, this name looks like all this. So how did you come about your name? Tell me.
Yeah, the name, I came about the name from my surname. Yeah, my name is Oriyomi Jawolusi. So basically, they call us Ja. my family.
Yeah.
So once you are part of the family, you're a member of the family,
Yeah.
they refer to you as Ja. For example, you're Precious, so they call you Precious Ja.
Hey, this is serious.
So I had to, just add the man. Yeah.
And the name sounds like, have to be like kind of rap, not basically rapper. How would I put it? Like, basically the kind of songs you do, it's like,
Kind of reggae song, right?
kind of, well, when I first said the name, I was like, oh my God, this is gonna be a reggae person. But when I saw, really? Okay, that's cool. So tell me, how has your journey into music been for you?
Well, it's been challenging, I must say the fact. It's not been easy.
Yeah.
Especially when you have to do it all alone.
Yeah.
No support. You just have to, get yourself straight.
Yeah.
It's not been easy, especially in Lagos. I actually moved from Ibadan to Lagos.
Wow.
Yeah, many years ago. It's been about 10 years now.
Mm.
And then I recorded my first track in 2012.
Yeah.
That's in Ibadan.
Wow.
I
That's
didn't
a
like,
long time.
Yeah, that's a long time.
Mm.
I didn't like the track, so
Wow.
I didn't do anything about it to promote it or rather to release it.
Yeah.
I still have it in my record till today.
Wow.
So then one night, on a lonely night, I had to sit back and then reminisce about life. There was a time I was trying to build my brand.
Yeah.
That's the Crown Empire Entertainment.
Yes.
I had artists, staying with me under the same roof. I fend for them.
Yeah.
And then, I supplied basically everything they need if you want to go to the show, the feeding, accommodation, and everything. And then in the long run, now there are challenges in life now.
Yeah,
Sometimes the ups and downs of life, you have to make you re-strategize.
Yeah.
So, there was a little challenge. Then I realized you're on your own.
Wow. So you're into your music and you also do business. How do you even join this? Like, how do you collaborate with both of them? Because I need to ask, when someone says, oh, I'm into real estate, and I'm like, okay, you're into, and I know the stress that comes with that.
Exactly.
And now you're saying, oh, I'm a music person. Like, how do you even go about both of them?
It doesn't actually affect,
Really?
Yeah, it doesn't affect.
Okay.
Just have to set the time. That's it. Time I spend in the studio is
Yeah.
different from the time I spend on the field. Yeah. So that's just it.
You always have this in mind that you're going to be an artist.
Yes, I've had it in mind for so long. And then the main reason for going into real estate is I need money.
Ooh.
Without money,
yes,
and without support, it's very hard, to survive in the music industry.
Yeah.
Only the grace of God can keep you going.
Of course.
Probably if you have a sponsor, like record label or something.
Mm.
Then I had to okay, doing this real estate will at least, help me fund, get some funds, and then going into music wouldn't be hard. And that's exactly what I'm doing.
So tell me, what are the challenges you face so far as a music person?
Well, the challenge has been so crazy.
Yeah.
I need to say that it's been so crazy. Like I was saying before, I was trying to build a brand, a record label, the Crown Empire Entertainment.
Yeah.
Then, after all the old drama, I had to go back home. That's to my dad's house in Ibadan, Oyo State.
Yeah.
So that was when I came about this song.
Wow.
Like, what's the whole essence? I've invested so much in people, and then when they got it right, they left.
Wow.
Without looking back.
Wow.
That's one challenge. Then I was like, okay, instead of me investing in people, why don't you invest in yourself first, German?
Yeah.
So that's exactly what I'm doing now.
Wow.
So I've been trying, and the Lord has been, really good.
So in all the songs you've produced, which particular one would you say? Because I know you talked about this particular one that made you do this particular song.
Yeah.
So, but apart from that, which song would you say that if you're going to perform anywhere, that particular song will be the song that will be playing?
I would say, apart from this, I have one other song. It's a rap song.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And then it talks generally about Africa, Nigeria.
So what song would you be doing for us now?
I'll just do this this about to be released song, Ekoile.
Okay, let's hear it.
All right. Tó bá dé wọ́n máa wá, tọ́lá bá tán wọ́n máa já. Èkó àkété o ìlú òye. Ọ̀tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀ ṣála wá. Do your own, my brother. Ó ṣá ti mọ̀ wípé jẹ́jẹ́ lọmọ Èkó ń lọ. Èkó ilé tàwa o ìlú ọgbọ́n. Èkó ilé tàwa o ìlú ọlá. If you know wise for Lagos, you no go wise again. Torí Èkó gbàgbé rẹ̀ sẹ́, Èkó gbàgbé rẹ̀ rárá o. Èkó ilé ìlú ọgbọ́n. Èkó àkété o ìlú òye. Ìlú ọlá, ìlú ajé. Èkó oníbàjẹ́ o lórí àwa.
So you have to explain the song because
okay.
A lot of people that are probably listening and would love to know what the song basically
Well,
means.
the song is, it's all about Lagos. And then it's about the spirit of Lagos, the hustle and bustle of Lagos from the mainland to the island.
You know, a lot of people say Lagos is a place of where a lot of talent and a lot
of talent, lots of opportunities.
Yes.
And at the same time, if you are not serious in Lagos, if you don't focus on why you are in Lagos, you get lost. Yeah. And those are the people they call Baba Eko. At 70, you still be on the streets. So the song is just talking about the beauty, the opportunities, the wealth in Lagos, and also the betrayers. Yeah, because there's a saying in Yoruba language that Ara Eko Mbala Don Woshi, which means Lagos does not care about you. You know, if you are facing any challenges, the Lagosians are not ready for you. But once you have money, they'll come for you. And when the money finishes, before you know it, they're all gone. Yeah, so that's Lagos. That's why you have to be wise, smart, and focused.
Interesting. So you see, a lot of people watching. What would be your advice to young and upcoming artists?
I would tell young and upcoming artists out there to keep it up and then focus on your goals. Yeah. So don't let anyone distract you. Invest in yourself first before you invest in other people. Yes.
Wow, that's
like they always say. Person will never sit down. No, they lap another person. So sit down where?
Of course.
Before you lap others.
So tell me, are there any projects you're working on recently? Basically in the music.
In the music, yes. I'm working on the projects at the moment. So I'll make that a secret for now.
Ooh, so but you have to tell us what you should expect.
You expect more of me, more of German, more of my brand. And I assure you, I'm not going to disappoint you.
Okay.
Yeah, I've come a long way, to disappoint.
Okay, that's a cool one. But trust me, I'd love to ask this question basically before we call it. Okay. Your crew or your band, do you have basically your band or you're doing your thing your own way?
Well, I would say I have a band.
Based on the story you told me that you've invested so much on people and into music. So I feel that, a lot of people that have been in such situations would not want to have any other person, but
apart from being into real estate, I'm an artist manager.
Okay.
So I have other artists, who they are still looking up to me. But just like I said, if you never sit down well, other person. So they are my boys and they are doing good in the industry as well.
Okay. So if German is not doing music or not into real estate, what would German be doing differently?
I said I'll be a media personnel.
Oh, so you're the media people. All right, that's beautiful. Why did you say so?
Because I've had the passion for it.
Okay. All right. Okay, that's a good thing. All right. Thank you so much, German, for sharing your light with us here on the Spotlight Show. We enjoyed every bit of it, and I did too. So thank you guys for staying with us. This is where we call off for today. Thank you so much for staying with us on the Spotlight Show. Remember, if you're going viral or going global, please Stay true to your stories and don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle at VOPTV Live and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes and updates. And until next time, I am Precious Agman, aka Call Me Prezi. This has been Spotlight. See you next time. Bye for now.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
VOPTV. Now, you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Lovisha Nelson One, your #1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of Black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
The 2026 Niche Annual Lecture brought together policymakers, economics, traditional rulers, and labor leaders to examine Nigeria's economic direction under the theme Governing the Economy, Choices and Priorities. The annual forum, organized by Niche, focused on governance, economic reforms, and the link between the political decisions and national development. In his welcome address, Managing Director and Editor-in-Chief of the Niche, Ikechukwu Amechi, said the lecture series was designed to promote national development beyond ethnicity, religion, and political affiliations.
In the last 3 years, we have unfailingly every Monday, drawn the attention of Nigerians to the incredible stories of young Nigerian entrepreneurs who are making giant strides in all fields despite the odds.
He said the platform also highlights young Nigerian entrepreneurs making impact despite economic challenges. Delivering the keynote lecture, Abia State Governor Dr. Alex Chioma Oti said Nigeria's economic challenges cannot be solved with quick fixes, stressing that long-standing structural issues require discipline and consistent reforms. He warned that unemployment, poverty, and weak institutions are outcome of years of poor governance and bad political choices.
There is no silver bullet for solving Nigeria's myriads of economic challenges, because economics is about cold, hard facts, not vanities.
Governor Oti linked economic decline to corruption, political optimism, and weak institutions, adding that leadership quality directly affects investment, job creation, and national stability.
Abia, I can say with every sense of conviction, is proof that economics cannot be separated from politics.
He cited Abia State as an example of how governance reforms can rebuild investors' confidence, improve infrastructure, delivery, and strengthen public institutions.
Investors respond not on emotions, but on hard facts. So have you created the enabling environment? If you've not created the enabling environment, businesses will not come.
Chairman of the occasion, His Royal Highness Muhammadu Sanusi, also weighed in on Nigeria's economic reforms, including subsidy removal and exchange rates. He said while the policies may be necessary, their timing and implementation remain critical.
You had to, when you get to a point where 100% of your revenue goes into debt service, you cannot continue. Where is the money going to come from?
Other discussants include Obi of Onitsha, His Royal Highness Igwe Inemeka Alfred Achebe, Nigerian Congress President Comrade Joe Ajeru, Dr. Jumoke Ogunleye of the University of Lagos, and banking expert Chief Anogwe Ayemu. They all stress inclusive governance, accountability, and economic policies that prioritize citizens' welfare.
First question everybody must ask of a governor or the president or a government is, what is the character of the state? That is what defines everything. Is the state a developmental state that's focused on the people? Is the state a rentier state that is a site for extraction of money by political elite? Is the state a kleptocratic state that just there to serve those who steal?
Speakers also urged Nigerians to take the 2027 election seriously.
Economics does not respond to emotions or sentiments. It is guided by thoughtful decisions and the judgment of those who were the instruments of power.
The forum ended with a shared call for stronger institutions, discipline, leadership, and more informed electorate as Nigerians navigate its economic future. From Victoria Island, I am Monica Ogola reporting for Voice of the People TV.
Hi, my name is Zoe Martinson, and you're watching VOP TV.
What's up, people? It's your boy Dulo checking in. I'm here with the fisherman, Dulo, aka Kubi. I want to shout out the VOP, the Voice of the People. Make sure you guys tap in, tune into the Voice of the People today, tomorrow, and every day.
Hi, everyone. My name is Princess Fathia Nkrumah, and you keep watching Voice of the People TV.
Rukomi ni Akweja. Ricky Adelaida, the fisherman. Voice of the People. I'm part of the people. So go on and always watch Voice of the People.
Wagwami people, it's your girl Endurance Grand, and I'm giving a special shout out to VOP TV. Keep listening, keep watching.
My name is Akio Shota. This is VOP TV.
Hi, my name is William Lamte. I'm an actor, and keep watching Voice of the People TV. Keep it locked.
Behind every broken debt lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, From missing funds to policy failures, we ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to Voptv, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, everybody. It's about that shaking man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weights.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you. Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
Hello, my name is Inedo. Keep watching VOP TV.
What up? My name is Usimachiku. You are watching VOP TV. Keep it locked.
Hello, I am Floyd Igbo. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, everyone. I hope you're doing good. Keep watching VOP TV. And, just have an amazing day. Thank you.
Hi, guys. It's your boy Praise. Keep watching VOP TV.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Well, hello and welcome to the African News and Voice of the People television. I am David Edwin. Before we begin the news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website. It is www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories. We begin the African news from the DRC, where the African Centers for Disease Control and Prevention has declared an Ebola outbreak in the eastern Ituri province of the Democratic Republic of Congo. In a statement, Africa CDC said around 246 cases and 65 deaths have been reported, mainly in the gold mining towns of Mongwalu and Raupara. The agency said it is convening a meeting with the DRC, Uganda, South Sudan, and other partners to coordinate response efforts and strengthen cross-border surveillance. Ebola was first identified in 1976 in what is now DR Congo, and is believed to have originated in bats. That is this country's 17th recorded outbreak. The virus spreads through direct contact with bodily fluids and can cause severe bleeding and organ failure. Early symptoms include fever, fatigue, muscle pain, headache, and sore throat. There is currently no cure for Ebola. Moving on, members of South African opposition parties walked out of the parliamentary question and answer session with President Cyril Ramaphosa over alleged allegations of misconduct linked to a 2020 break-in at one of his homes and the theft of large sums of foreign currency. Ramaphosa has denied any wrongdoing, but Parliament is preparing impeachment proceedings. The MK party argued that Parliament should not continue sitting under the circumstances and demanded the president resign, a call Ramaphosa has rejected. Last week, South Africa's Constitutional Court ruled that a 2022 independent report should have been referred to an impeachment committee for further investigation. Under the Constitution, impeaching the leader of Africa's largest economy would require the support of at least 2/3 of lawmakers in the 400-member parliament. A multi-party impeachment committee must first complete its investigation before any vote can take place. Still in South Africa, a top decision-making body of South Africa's African National Congress has backed President Cyril Ramaphosa over the so-called Farmgate scandal. The ANC's National Executive Committee met this week to discuss the issue in which thieves allegedly stole bundles of foreign currency hidden in a sofa at Ramaphosa's ranch 6 years ago. Secretary General Fikile Mbalula said the committee reaffirmed its full and continued support for the president. He added that there was no discussion about recalling Ramaphosa as party leader and that his resignation was not on the table. In West Africa, Mali's army reportedly carried out overnight strike on the northern desert town of Kidal. The town has been under the control of Tuareg rebels and their allies from the JNIM jihadist group since coordinated attacks swept across the country in late April. The rare alliance enabled a rapid offensive that saw several strategic military bases overrun in northern Mali. A Malian army officer said the military is targeting specific objectives and warned their strikes will intensify in the coming days. Kidal served as the unofficial headquarters of the Tuareg Azawad Liberation Front coalition for more than a decade. Mali's army recaptured the strategic town in late 2023 with support from Russian machinery. And in East Africa, Kenya has raised retail fuel prices again, with some increases reaching as much as 23.5%, following a 24.2% hike last month, driven by global supply pressures linked to the Middle East conflict. In a statement, the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority said the price of a liter of petrol will rise to 214.25 Kenyan shillings from 206.97 Kenyan shillings. Diesel will increase to 242.92 Kenyan shillings per liter from 196.63 Kenyan shillings per liter, while kerosene will remain unchanged at 152.78 Kenyan shillings. The new prices will remain in effect from May the 15th to June the 14th. Kenyan imports nearly all of its fuel products from the Middle East. Still in the news, the Moroccan government plans to add $2 billion to its 2026 budget to cushion the impact of the Middle East conflict on the domestic economy. The war has caused major disruption to global energy supplies, a serious challenge for Morocco, which imports most of its oil, gas, and coal and has no domestic refining capacity. The budget adjustments are aimed at funding measures to protect citizens' purchasing power if the crisis persists. These include subsidies to keep the prices of cooking gas, transport, and electricity stable. The additional funds will also help address the impact of winter floods in northern Morocco and cover over other unforeseen costs linked to global economic pressures. In another development, Uganda's President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, is expected to announce a new cabinet in the upcoming hours as he begins his latest term, setting the stage, for a reshuffle shaped by performance, political balance, and strategic appointments. The formation of a new cabinet at the start of each presidential term is a constitutional requirement and a political reset, allowing the president to rotate or replace ministers based on performance and policy priorities. The process is also seen as a balancing exercise, taking into account regional representation, loyalty within the ruling national resistance movement, gender balance, and emerging political alliances. And in Central Africa, an investigation into Cameroon's gold sector has uncovered more than 200 illegal artisanal mining companies, most of them foreign-owned. The Mines Ministry says the probe began after major discrepancies emerged between Cameroon's official gold exports and much higher import figures reported by other countries, especially the United Arab Emirates. A list released by the ministry shows many of the companies are run by Chinese nationals. Authorities have ordered the firms to immediately stop mining activities, but no sanctions or legal actions have been announced. Away from that report, President Joseph Nyuma Boakai of Liberia has called on Liberians to embrace shared responsibility in nation building, stressing unity, patriotism, and collective commitments to national developments in his 2026 National Unification Day message delivered in Monrovia. He described National Unification Day as an important moment on Liberia's calendar, offering citizens a chance to reflect on their identity and shared values. Boakai said Liberia's strength lies in its diversity and common national identity, noting that despite differences in background and tradition, Liberians remain united by a common purpose. He added that the day is more than a ceremonial observance, but a reminder to the country's collective journey and national destiny. Reflecting on Liberia's history, the president praised the resilience of citizens who have worked over generations to rebuild the nation despite challenges. He reaffirmed his administration's commitment to inclusive development, saying government efforts are focused on ensuring all citizens benefit from national progress. You're still watching the African news right here on Voice of the People television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more, in the studio with us is Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Peter is an author here in Nigeria and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Doctor, a very good afternoon to you.
Thank you for having me. Yeah.
Also joined us virtually all the way from Uganda is Barrister Edward Okwaro Matakenye. Barrister Edward is a legal practitioner in Uganda, a business associate, and also a human rights activist. Barrister, a very good afternoon to you, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, David. How are you, sir?
Well, I think my technicians will work on my talk back. I know I can hear you from the other end, but of course, thank you for joining the conversation as well. Also joined us virtually all the way from Kenya is Mr. Martins Irere Njoy. Mr. Martins is a public and political affairs analyst and commentator, a financial advisor, and also the CEO of WealthGate Insurance Agency. Mr. Martins, a very good afternoon to you, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon.
A very good afternoon to you, Mr. David.
Thank you so very much for joining the conversation. Also joining us for the second time is all the way from Kenya is Mr. Sitati Wasilwa. Mr. Sitati is the APAC Assistance Lead Analyst and Manager for Europe, Middle East, and Africa. He's also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. A very good afternoon to you, Mr. Sitati, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon.
Well, many thanks for having me, and looking forward to engaging conversations.
All right, and thank you so very much for joining the conversation. Okay, so I'm being told right now that I know Barrister Edward has joined the conversation, but we're also expecting to be joined by media and communication experts. I'm talking about Mr. Hanson Blayon, all the way from Liberia. He definitely will be joining the conversation in the course of the conversation while we proceed. But let me start off this conversation right here with the story emanating from Cameroon. Doctor, looking at the fact that over 200 illegal mines was uncovered in Cameroon. Now, this is a conversation that is ongoing across Africa. And one interesting part of this conversation is that these mines were, the people that were mining this particular site were of, Chinese nationals. What do you make of this? Why are there no sanctions or persecutions announced even after uncovering over 200 of these illegal mines in Cameroon?
But the truth is that for the people, the leaders of these countries are aware of these mines, and they are making money with it. Why it is called illegal is that government is not behind it. But these mines are not situated in the sky. Understand? Where they are located, the natives know about it. The people around there know about it. And they recruit also Cameroonian workers to be doing this mining.
Okay.
So the word illegal, just they were not registered under the government, and they are not paying taxes to the government. So due process is not is not funded in what they are doing.
Now, there is a conversation, Doctor, about the fact that the Cameroonian government kinda are scared of jeopardizing Beijing's strategic investment in Cameroon. Thus, the reason why they are not prosecuting anybody as a result of this uncovering that has been found by the ministry. Do you share this sentiment as well?
I don't, because it is the responsibility of government to protect or the property within their given space. Understand?
Okay.
A real government shouldn't allow something illegal to be functioning. If those mines are to be mined, the mining company should be registered with the government of Cameroon. Understand? They should be paying taxes to the government of Cameroon.
Right.
And then they should also be doing corporate social responsibility. That is the only way all the people around can benefit.
And in extension as well, the country would be getting a lot of development.
Revenue, understand me? So, but if they come illegally, they will be doing a lot of the things that would not be benefiting other people. That's exactly what is happening in Congo. Understand? The government is not getting what they are supposed to be getting because they are not duly registered or recognized by the government.
All right, then. Let me take this conversation to Kenya, where Mr. Sintati is standing by. Mr. Sintati, this question clearly about the illegal mining in Cameroon is quite a conversation that a lot of Africans clearly want to also know what your view on this would be. Some have said that Cameroon's claim to fighting corruption is a lip service, while billions in gold revenue is vanishing through illicit channel. What do you make of this story? And then why do you also think there are no level of high prosecution, even after uncovering 200 illegal mining sites in Cameroon?
Well, this is a clear demonstration of elite capture, or rather elite corruption in action. It's not just a reserve of Cameroon. Many countries in Africa experience this kind of challenge. Apart from Cameroon, I think Ghana also for some time has been battling the issue of corrupt politicians who are, with tennis-related miners, running mining activities in this illegal or rather mining, fields. My co-panelist has also given a very good example of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. And I think when you check across many other countries, in Sudan, South Sudan, in Somalia, right out there in Mozambique and many others. So it is a demonstration of failed systems, and these failures are quite deliberate so that the corrupt politicians and the foreign nationals who are also embedded in this dark web of corruption can be able to benefit at the expense of the people. Yep.
Now, why do you think, because you did mention Ghana, and I also can attest to the fact that the Galamsey situation, which is what is called in Ghana, where you see illegal mining sites, of course, being operated by other nationals. Why do you think Ghana and Congo clearly deployed military crackdown against illegal mining in their country? But Cameroon seemed to be contented with issuing just stop orders without enforcement. Why do you think that is happening in Cameroon?
Well, look, it depends the kind of interests the people who are at the center of power have at the end of the day. If they do not intend to let these benefits accrue to the local population, so to the national budgets or the state budgets, then it means they are the direct beneficiaries of the benefits that come out of these activities. So it is a case of like I mentioned, a breakdown in state systems and the unwillingness to implement all these policies and all the legal, all the laws that exist that guard against illegal mining, which I'm pretty sure, as a matter of fact, all these countries, mining activities going on. They have frameworks, legal frameworks, and policy frameworks for that matter, that are supposed to guide mining activities. So it is the intention, the deliberate intention by those ones at the center of power to, ignore the full implementation of these policies so that they can be able to benefit one way or another. So systemic failure.
All right, then let me take this conversation to Uganda before I return back to Kenya. Barrister Edward, first off, one thing that comes to mind is the fact that in the early 1990s to the 2000s, similar scandals did emerge in Cameroon around the timber and diamond smuggling. Now, at the time, the same government of President Paul Biya did also responded with bans but lacked enforcement. What do you make of this as well? Because millions in revenue is being taken out illegally. But then again, there are no enforcement. What do you make of this story, Barrister Edward? I would like you to mute your mic so we can hear you clearly, Barrister Edward. All right, then. Well, I understand that the network is just being a bit unfriendly with Barrister Edward, but we definitely be expecting him to continue joining us. Let me return back to Kenya. Mr. Martins, I don't know if you heard my question. Why do you think there's not been a major enforcement of any kind with these illegal miners in Cameroon?
Thank you, Mr. Edwin. One thing we have to understand is mining is one of the sector that is lucrative, and the resources coming from that sector is the backbone of every country economy to run. Sector are mostly governed by cartels, and the cartels are the elite cartels from the political system of governance that they don't want to pay tax to the government, and they want to get the all share without exposure to the tax system. And hence now you find the reason behind calling it illegal business. It is a cartel system which has habited the sector. And in this case, the only avenue is the mining sector to be controlled by the military. I would give a case scenario here in Kenya. The Rusty regime, the former regime, our Nairobi metropolitan, there was no infrastructure development that could exist because of the cartel in the system. Hence, you find enforcing any development was an issue. But now it happened. The former president came with a policy of bringing military in the system, and that's where we could see infrastructure in the county or Nairobi metropolitan. So in this case, Cameroon government should enforce the policies bringing military into the sector so that revenue can come to government, not government and the cartels, because that now will expose the economy of the country in question, which is Cameroon.
All right, then. Let me bring it back to the studio. And of course, I'll come back to you, Mr. Martins. Doctor, you're an economist. And on the part of the economic impact, the government has said the positive in all of this is that artisanal mining at this point will be providing jobs for the locals. Of course, local income as well. But this is practically largely informal and, of course, unregulated, as it were. Looking at this level of conversation about not, having to give more jobs to local, do you think, as it stands, smuggling can really get increased as a result of this?
One, providing jobs to the people is not the most important thing. They should be regulated. They should be registered by the government. Understand? They should be registered with the government of Cameroon. Understand?
Yes.
What they are doing, Cameroonian government should be aware of what they are doing, because anywhere mining is going on, there's environmental degradation. Understand? So there should be, if they come properly, what they are doing should be regulated. What harm are they doing to the environment? How can it be recouped? Understand? All these things should be written down. Their process should be formal. You don't just enter somebody's country through the window with a promise you are going to be creating jobs. No. For me, Cameroonian government should take proper inventory of what they are doing. Understand?
Right.
And their routine should be monitored. And there should be an equity between the people and the mining company.
Okay.
Understand?
Okay.
It should be a win-win situation, but it should not be done illegally.
Can it be really, can it get to the win-win situation from your perspective? Because again, the opposition is saying that the government is quiet because there is a major funding on the part of China and, of course, Beijing, the infrastructures within the country. Thus, the reason why there is no level of enforcement of order on this illegal mine.
One, I feel that some of the government officials must be benefiting from this. Understand me? And that's why they are observing table manners. That's closing their mouth. Understand? Because if they are not benefiting, there's no way they will allow illegality to be happening in their country.
Oh, well, let me take this conversation back to Kenya. Mr. Martins, I want to ask you a very direct question. As it stands, is there the possibility that there are some government authorities practically observing table manners, as it were, in these conversations? Thus, the reason for no enforcement, but rather just words.
Thank you, Mr. David. As I've said earlier, these are elite cartels, and these cartels are the people in the same government. So the table manners is observed. And that's why I'm saying that the only avenue is the government to come, which is the end of the state, to come with a policy and then enforce it through military process, where now the ore mining process will be owned by military. That's how that cartel can be fought tooth and nail and ensure that equity is there, because now it will enhance employment to the youth, and as well it will bring revenue to the government, which will address the issue of infrastructure development like health sector, education, and the leverage in every in the value chain. But now, when these cartels are so powerful because they can do anything, they are cartels who are funding even what we call the terrorism attack, and that now becomes an issue to another avenue to another issue to the government. So when the military own the sector, it means there will be security and there will be transparency, and hence there will be employment in the oral scenario.
All right, then. Let me return, still staying in Nairobi, but of course going to Mr. Sintati in this conversation. Again, in 2024, there was a gold sector probe in Cameroon where over 200 illegal artisan miners were uncovered. And at the time, same situation happened, just conversation, no sanction was found in that particular situation. How much of a table manner are they observing? And I'm talking about the government of Cameroon. Now, that's on one hand. Just opposing it again with the present situation in your country where there has been a major increase in fuel price, where, of course, the increase is reaching as much as 23.5%. What's your take with all of this?
Well, look, for the issue concerning Cameroon, the fact that in 2024 there are other, illegal, miners or mining sites which were uncovered, it means that this is a deeper issue. And I'm pretty sure when you look at the statistical data, not just for 2024, 2026, throughout the years, even going as far back as 10 years ago, is an issue, it is a challenge which, it is anonymous with the Cameroonian government. But look, I'm feeling that these mines, the Cameroonian government cannot purport it has not been having any idea or information of the existence of these mines. And my guess is that these mines are only uncovered when there is pressure, maybe from civil society groups or from the opposition or from local communities, which are experiencing losses as a result of this illegal mining. Some of these Chinese. So it's not that the Cameroonian, the security apparatus, it has the intelligence. They know, they understand. You see, someone or people at the top, as my colleagues have mentioned, table manners has to be strictly observed. So I guess which Cameroon is going to battle with for many years to come.
All right, then. I was still asking you earlier the situation about the fuel increase in your country, because conversations are brewing around it, because a couple of days ago, the IMF also indicated some level of increase in the fuel price in Kenya. And of course, days after, there is another increase. Now, this again is another conversation that is ongoing across Africa, because yes, Kenya imports nearly all of its fuel products from the Middle East. But then again, you would recall some few days ago, there was a major increase, and now another increase. What's the live reality about Kenyans with these developments?
Well, I wish you would have imagined how the situation was last night just before the fuel increases were announced. There were very long queues at major fuel stations. And of course, in between the last increase that was made last night, we've been having artificial shortages, obviously created by some oil marketing companies, so that they can reap big from this. But allow me to say this. The issue of these fuel price increases in Kenya, number one, it has to be recognized that that is ongoing in the Middle East, which is pretty much affecting many countries across the world. That is one thing. But when you look at the structure of, or rather the structuring of the fuel prices in Kenya, then it is high time we have a conversation, and guys in government have to agree that we have a problem in this country. Why? Look, out of around 167 or so shillings, which is the landing cost, let's say a liter of petrol or diesel in Kenya, around, the rest of the shillings, almost 70 or 80 or thereabout, is made up of taxes and levies. The current administration, when it came into office in 2022, William Ruto, by then, when he was campaigning, he said that, he alluded to the fact that high oil prices in Kenya are driven by, the interests of the oil cartels. And he said that one thing he was going to do was to slash some of these taxes and levies on fuel. Now, before he became president, his predecessor increased or imposed a VAT, value-added tax of 8% on fuel.
Yeah.
And when William Ruto became the president, he saw it fit to add, 7 shillings of maintenance levy on fuel, and then later on 8% VAT, which, last month the 8% was removed, but we still have high fuel prices. So the bigger picture in all this is the fact that Kenya as a country, the Kenyan government has never been fully prepared to handle such crisis of, this sort of magnitude.
Okay.
Because, we're not experiencing crisis. That is the best time if you have competent leaders to think about which sorts of measures can we, implement or have just in case we have some doomsday scenarios falling before us. But that is not really something which these guys in government, I don't think they've ever envisaged that kind of a situation happening. Otherwise, a competent Kenyan government would have otherwise, huge money and technology and all the infrastructure required to have at least well-maintained, could be, fuel reserves.
All right then.
So that kind of issues can be handled at least without experiencing these sorts of crises. Otherwise, I can guarantee you that if the crisis in the Middle East is going to persist, then the cost of living definitely is going to go over the roof in this country.
All right then. Well, again, some William Ruto supporters will say when it comes to introduction of VAT on fuel, William Ruto did not start it, because you would recall that in 2018, Uhuru Kenyatta also, under the IMF pressure, did have introduced some VAT on the fuel price. But that again was, of course, suspended temporarily by Parliament at the time. Now, the question I want to ask you, and of course, maybe in 30 seconds, why do you think Parliament is silent on this level of increase for the second time in 2026?
Well, the Kenyan Parliament is by the executive. It lacks independence and it behaves as if it has no mandate to protect the people. So that's the challenge that we have.
All right, then. All right, then. Let me take this conversation to Nairobi, and of course, we'll round up with the studio here. Mr. Martins, your position about this level of increase within a shortness of time. Like I said earlier, twice it has been increased, even though government officials will say, look, we have no choice in this matter because Kenya is fully dependent on oil from the Middle East. But what's the position with all of this? And then what can government do better when it comes to fuel prices to help mitigate the already harsh situation of the people in Kenya?
Thank you, Mr. David. One thing to say is that even if there is ongoing crisis in the Middle East, it should not be politicized to that level whereby oil prices are shooting like rockets.
You think this is politicized?
Coming down as through what we call a parachute. The whole scenario is politicized because reason being in I think around 1 month ago, the Minister of Energy said that they have capacity to sustain the ongoing crisis of fuel shortage. But now it comes a time whereby fuel is rising every time. This is affecting the economy negatively, and the only avenue is to assess the tax policy. I remember during the regime of John Kennedy, he came up with a matrix of adjusting the tax so that everyone can fit to the building of the economy. Because I was in a meeting whereby entrepreneurs were discussing someone uses $50 per day on fuel, and then go queue on the station, then traffic on our own. So they were exchanging ideas that from next week, I will be using taxi where I will be paying $20 per day. That will save me $13. So when tax is hiked higher, it exposes the value chain, whereby now the people who are using their own automotive avenue,
would not be able to use
the collection. Yeah, the collection will be too low. So the government should scrutinize their revenue policy and their tax policy so that everyone can fit in that value chain.
Sorry, before you continue, and I think you just need to wrap up in 10 seconds. Is there subsidy on fuel pricing in Kenya presently?
I'm telling you, I think we have an issue whereby the cartels are in every sector. And in this case, you find fuel rises with the $20.
So in other words, there is no subsidy. There is no government subsidy on fuel price.
It is manipulated within the figure. That's why I'm saying you find the price is $20. Then when they adjust with the $0.5. So you find that there is no subsidy in that avenue.
Okay, thank you so very much, Mr. Martins. Let me bring it back to the studio, and of course, we'll wrap up. Doctor, this is not supposed to be news to you because in Nigeria, I can't even recall how many times we've increased. But then I asked the part of subsidy because I'm seeing 214.25 Kenyan shilling for a liter of petrol in Kenya. But what do you make of this entire story? Do you think this is politicized as well? And then what can be done right on the part of African leaders, not just Kenya as well?
One is African leaders don't have foresight. Understand? Africa is a country where the people on top eat both the fruit and the seed. Understand? They don't, in their mind, there will be no rainy day. So they are not prepared for emergency. For more than 40 years ago, America has been reserving their oil. Understand? Okay. America has been reserving their oil for in case of for times like this. They'll go and open up their reserves. But in Africa, it doesn't happen. That's why once a gun is fired in the Middle East, it will affect America, Nigeria, Africa immediately. Because no shock absorber. Understand? Our leaders in Africa don't think of how to provide the shock absorbers for their people in case of emergency. That's why I say they will eat both the fruit and the seed. And when you eat the fruit and the seed, there will be nothing to plant again.
Now, Doctor, before I wrap this up, on the part of subsidy, this again is another part of the conversation that some people will say in the interim, governments in and across Africa should be having. Do you think subsidy in a time like this will cushion the effect of the hardship that the people are facing? And then in the long term, what can be done?
I have advocated for subsidy for a time like this. What is subsidy? What my people are paying for fuel is on the high side. Let government pay some, let the people pay some to cushion the effect. Government is to make life better. Government is for the security and welfare of the people. And when that is not happening, the government has no right to be. So government, there should be subsidy at this point in time, temporary subsidy, until what is happening in the Middle East is over. And then they should also be thinking of tomorrow and be making provisions for a time like this.
All right, then. This is a good place to anchor this conversation. And I want to say a big thank you to Dr. Peter Anosike, who is an author and also a public and political affairs analyst right here in Nigeria. Doctor, thank you so very much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Also, a big thank you to you, Mr. Martin Siriri-Njue, financial advisor, public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Thank you so very much for chiming in your voice in the conversation this afternoon. And then also...
Thank you so much, Mr. David.
Thank you so very much. And then also, Mr. Sitati Wasilwa, thank you so very much for chiming in your voice on the conversation also this afternoon. We'll take it.
Thanks, Edwin.
All right, then. And also thank you to Barrister Edward, even though the network was just unstable all the way from Uganda. But, of course, we'll take a very short break right now. When we return, Somalia has faced famine risk since 2022. These are business stories. Will be up next. Please stay with us. We're glad to have you back at the Still the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Back to other stories. 2 global food security monitors say parts of southern Somalia are at risk of famine, with one district reaching its worst hunger levels since 2022. Somalia, one of the world's most food insecure countries due to droughts, conflicts, and poverty, last experienced famine in 2011 when an estimated 250,000 persons died, and narrowly avoided it again in 2017 and 2022. The latest warnings come as aid cuts and wider geopolitical tensions complicate responses to food shortages driven by multiple failed rainy season and ongoing insecurity. More than 37% of young children in Bohakabas district in the Bay region are suffering from acute malnutrition, according to the UN-backed Integrated Food Security Phase Classification. The monitoring group, Famine Early Warning System Network, says its most likely scenario is a temporary improvement if rains return, but warns that another poor season could trigger a failed harvest and worsen conditions. And from that particular story, move straight to talking African business. British Petroleum is considering selling some of its natural gas assets in Egypt as new CEO Meg O'Neill restructures the company to cut debt and focus on more profitable projects. BP has invested more than $35 billion in Egypt over the past 6 decades, producing around 60% of the country's natural gas through joint ventures in the East Nile Delta and company-operated fields in the West Nile Delta. The West Nile Delta development includes 5 gas fields located across the North Alexandria and West Mediterranean deepwater offshore blocks in the Mediterranean Sea. And to wrap up the African news, we go straight talking sports. The Confederation of African Football President Patrice Motsepe has downplayed concerns over delays in preparations for the 2027 African Cup of Nations. Questions have been raised about whether Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania will be ready to co-host Africa's flagship tournament. But speaking on the sidelines of the African Forward Summit in Nairobi, Motsepe said that 3 countries are on track to deliver successful finals. At the FIFA Congress in Vancouver at the end of April, Motsepe also expressed confidence in the co-host preparations. And to wrap up the African news, we'll go straight giving you one more sports. Zimbabwe have named their squad for their Unity Cup semi-final clash against Nigeria in London later this month. The Super Eagles are the defending champions of the tournament, which runs from May the 26th to the 30th and also features Jamaica and India. The Zimbabwe Football Association has unveiled a squad featuring several experienced players based across Europe and Africa. The Warriors, now coached by Caetano Tembo, are expected to provide strong opposition after drawing both home and away with Nigeria in 2026 World Cup qualifiers. Organizers say the Unity Cup aims to promote football unity and strengthen sporting ties among the participating nations through competitive matches. Nigeria's head coach, Eric Sekuchel, says he may not have his full squad available for the tournament and has called up 6 players from the domestic league. And with that particular sports story, we've come to the end of the African news right here at Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at Voptv Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelion. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Hi, my name is Zoe Martinson, and you're watching VOP TV.
What's up, people? It's your boy Dulo checking in. I'm here with the fisherman, Dulo, aka Kubi. I want to shout out the VOP, the voice of the people. Make sure you guys tap in, tune into the voice of the people today, tomorrow, and every day.
Hi, everyone. My name is Princess Fithian Nkrumah, and you keep watching Voice of the People TV.
Rukomi ni Akweja. Ricky Adelada, the fisherman. Voice of the people. I'm part of the people. So go on and always watch Voice of the People.
Wagwami people, it's your girl Endurance Grand, and I'm giving a special shout out to VOP TV. Keep listening, keep watching.
My name is Akio Shota. This is VOP TV.
Hi, my name is William Lamte. I'm an actor, and keep watching Voice of the People TV. Keep it locked.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Hello, my name is Inedo. Keep watching VOP TV.
What up? My name is Usimachiku. You are watching VOP TV. Keep it locked.
Hello, I am Floyd Igbo. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, everyone. I hope you're doing good. Keep watching VOP TV. And, just have an amazing day. Thank you.
Hi, guys. It's your boy Praise. Keep watching VOP TV.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Voptv Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
Hello and welcome to Health Check. I am your host, Praise Peters. And as always, it is a huge delight to bring you matters about the medical system. Before we continue, don't forget to follow us across all social media platforms at VOPTV Live and watch this program on SLTV channel 264. This is another amazing episode and we're talking about something quite different from the norm. If you would observe, you'd know that I am really, really excited today because it is International Nurses Week. Woo! Drum rolls. Recently the world marked Doctors' Day, and this week we are observing International Nurses Week. Together, these moments invite us to pause and reflect on the people who stand as the front lines of healthcare every single day. They're often working long hours under intense pressure and carrying emotional burdens that most of us never see. Most of the time, the spotlight is usually on patients, but we have forgotten that some people take care of these patients. And those people that take care of patients are also humans. And so they are also prone to sickness, to get down, and all of that. We need to care about them as well. When we walk into a hospital, we expect care. We expect reassurance, solutions, and all of that. But today, we are turning the spotlights deliberately in the other direction and ask a very important question. Who takes care of the people that takes care of us? And you answer it now. If a doctor is sick, he needs another doctor to take care of him. But if you are sick, you need a doctor. So it means that that doctor that is taking care of you needs to be taken care of as well. And this is our focus today on Health Check. A health check is more than a profession. It is a calling that demands compassion. It demands resilience, physical endurance, and emotional strength. And behind every diagnosis, every night shift, every emergency response, and every recovery story, there are professionals who dedicate their lives to caring for others. Yet, while patients like me and you receive treatment and attention, the well-being of healthcare workers themselves are often overlooked. So that's what we're doing today, literally. We're shining a light on the realities, the sacrifices, and everyday experiences of medical practitioners, doctors, nurses, healthcare professionals who keep our health system running. And so joining us today to share their experiences and insights are Nurse Joseph Kingsley Ebube. Thank you so much for joining us, Nurse Ebube. I like to call you Nurse Ebube. I would like to do Joseph, but let me do Ebube this time around.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much for joining on the show. It's quite amazing that we have a male nurse. I see more female nurses than male nurses. I don't know if I stand to be corrected, but I'm judging based on my personal experience, right?
You're right, actually.
Right. So we also have Dr. Adeogun Charles on the show. He's a familiar face here, and we all know that he's a wellness practitioner and a public health advocate with several years of experience in the medical field. When you look at him and hear him talk, you know that he knows what he's doing. He knows his onion. So we celebrate you today, Dr. Charles Adeogun. Thank you so much for coming on the show again.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Okay, the gentlemen are seated. I'm all pumped up for this today because we always talk about what's going on with the patients. We always talk about, the sickness, the stress of, everyday struggles on the patients, not knowing or not focusing on the fact that you are humans yourself. And so we're going to be doing lots of personal experiences today. So let's begin with your personal journeys. To Nurse Ebube, let's start with you. So when people hear the word nurse, let me not even say people. When I hear the word nurse, the first thing I'm thinking about is injection. Wicked people. They are always looking for how to give us injections, hospital beds and all of that. But from your perspective, what does being a nurse truly mean? I mean, how did you get here?
Well, being a nurse is actually more than just a vocation, and it's more than a profession. I would like to term it a calling.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
So not everybody can be a nurse. Not everybody can be a nurse. Personally, my journey into the healthcare sector started back in 2012. Yes, I would want to say what bettered my journey into it was when I lost my mom. So,
wow.
Yes, it was actually a very horrible experience, a very tragic one. And it's a whole lot, but the whole experience, that period, just spurred up this curiosity in me to know more about the human body system, how it functions in wellness and in ill health and all of that. So that bettered my journey into the medical profession. And while I was thinking about which to go for, a suggestion came from my dad to go for nursing. So I didn't really grasp the whole thing it entails to be a nurse before I entered. But when I stepped into it, I just realized it is God that directed my dad to bring up that suggestion to me. And for 8 to 9 years of my practice, I've actually come to realize that I am in the right place, because what gives you satisfaction most time beyond all the crazy experiences you have is the fact that you're able to put smile on somebody's face. A person that walked into the health facility thinking all hope is lost because of a few intervention of yours, the person gets back to their feet, they are feeling fine, the face that was frowning when they came into the hospital, now smiling, that is a lot.
Wow. So that's the point of fulfillment for you.
Yes. For me, that's what I drive fulfillment.
Okay, I want to believe that nursing is not a very easy task, especially when it comes to seeing different people fall sick, and then you have to tend to those people. It does something to your mind as well. So what was the first experience, your first experience as a nurse like? What really stood out for you in the process?
I recall an incident that happened a couple of years ago. I can't remember the exact year when it happened, but I know it's prior to 2020. So we had this case in our hospital then. The wife of the security, the wife of the electrician of the hospital, she was pregnant, and unfortunately she had some complications that required blood transfusion and all of that. And it baffles me how I didn't hesitate to donate blood, because she needed blood. Yes. And here I am, a care provider that also needs to be strong, because I don't know what else the shift of the day holds. But at that moment, the woman needed an emergency surgery, and we're having issues getting blood for her, because the surgeon said she would need minimum of 2 units of blood before the procedure, and she would also need to have 2 units of blood during the procedure. So the best thing I could do was to just give my own quota, which was contributing a unit of blood. Then that was my very first experience of donating blood. And it came across as a big sense of duty for me, and I felt kind of satisfaction I hadn't felt prior to that moment.
Wow.
It was surprising to know that even more than 5-6 years after the incident, they still call me up until now to appreciate me for what happened then. And each time their call come in, I feel another sense of satisfaction.
Okay. We're not meant to show emotions on TV, right? But this one touched me. Oh my goodness. So when a lot of people are working for the money, a lot of people out there are also still giving their life to this.
True.
Okay, okay. Let's move. Dr. Charles. I know you, right? To be very honest, I think to a very large extent, you're very selfless. Okay, but I'm really, really, really concerned. I'm really interested in your story. So what inspired you into medicine? At what points did you say, okay, this is it for me, regardless of the inconveniences and all of that?
Okay, well, for me, I would say growing up, I was that child that was quite empathetic. I could relate to the pain of other people. I was that child that would rather stay with an ill person rather than go to play. You want to remind the person, oh, have you taken your
So
medication?
it's safe to say this one is follow-come.
Yes.
You were born like this.
Packaged.
Hell, okay.
So, I was that kind of person that would say, oh, you were meant to use this drug at this time. Have you remembered to take this? And when people say, ready to join the other kids, let's go out, I'd rather be here. I'd rather be here. Do you need water? Do you need to sit upright? Do you need to be in a comfortable position? So I was like that. And I really think I was the kind of person also that I would say I was a bit emotional too, because whenever I heard of someone's passing, I just could not comprehend how human beings move on easily after they heard that somebody had passed. So for me, I believe that was a big thing. People hear that somebody passed away and they're like, oh, really? That's so unfortunate. And they just move on. To me, I couldn't just be like that. To me, I would keep pondering over it and keep imagining things and keep wondering, how did this happen? What could have been done to prevent it? I was that kind of child that I was a deep thinker, so to say. Then luckily for me, looking at the sciences, those caught my interest because every single science subject made sense to me. Made perfect sense to me, from the electricity to the optics to chemistry to biochemical reactions to biology, study of living things. It all made perfect sense to me because these were the things I saw all around
When
me.
a lot of people would be struggling to even understand.
Yeah, a lot of people would struggle with the physics and the chemistry, but for me, it was something that I could see applied in daily life. The electricity we see, the optics, like I said, light waves, sound waves, it all made perfect sense to me. So I just knew this was what I was designed for, and I had natural flair and inclination towards the sciences. So for me, it was just something to pursue. Then aside that, I also realized the fact that caring for people came naturally to me. Caring for people and being actively engaged in the care of others, was something I wasn't pushing. It was just part of me. It was just something I had in me. And I felt I wouldn't feel that sense of fulfillment if I found myself in any other profession that does not relate to care, that does not relate to me, given the value that I think I have in me, and, and exploring the talents I believe I had in me. And also, I believe that medicine is a calling, like he said. It's a calling. It's not something you impose on anyone. It's not something you force yourself to do. It comes naturally to you because it comes from your inner self.
So it really wasn't about the money.
It wasn't about the money. It wasn't about anybody coercing you to go for this course. It just came naturally.
A lot of people actually do this job with the respect that comes with it. Like when you tell people I'm a medical doctor
and all that. Yeah, I get that. yeah, that comes with it. But the truth of the matter is those would not stand the test of time in reality. Because when the challenges and the real turmoil that comes with the profession really hits you hard, the only things that will keep you tenacious and keep you resilient would be your passion for it. Because all the prestige will go away, the money will go away, the fame will go away, but what keeps you going, what keeps you pushing and keeps you motivated will be your natural inclination towards that calling. So for me, I believe it was a natural calling, and it was a calling that I am glad that God helped me with. And a lot of people that knew me in childhood would say, you said you were going to be a doctor as a child, and indeed you became a doctor.
Oh, now this is so amazing. This is really, really beautiful. Well, let's move to the mental aspect of being a medical practitioner, really. You know, healthcare workers, I can see the expression on your face like, oh God. You know, healthcare workers constantly face emergencies, trauma, and sometimes loss. Sometimes I wonder, hearing or seeing lots of people die, what does it do to your mind? I don't even know if I can stand that. But you know, you have to keep saying these things, right? While you fight for their lives as well. People that you do not know, yet you're caring for them so much. I feel like it does something to the mind. And people often see strength and composure, but they rarely see the emotional cost. So I'll start with Nurse Ebube. What are the moments that affect you the most emotionally, and how do you handle the emotional aspect of this particular job? Because I want to believe that this is first about a matter of your heart than the money. So how do you take it?
Well, to be honest, it's very demanding and tasking, to say the least. You know, Dr. Charles mentioned something earlier that if you're in it for the money and the prestige, when the demand of the profession hits you hard, you would drop by the wayside. The desire for the money and the prestige is not enough to sustain you when the challenges come. And in my years of practice, I've seen a lot of heartbreaking experiences. Like, I've actually witnessed people I felt would make it, not make it at the end of the day. And it's something that has resonated with me, and I've devised a means of coping with it. And the best way of coping with it for me happened to be me looking at the things I did while I had the opportunity to care for them. So those are the things that gives me solace and confidence,
You
like
tried
courage,
or you
yes,
could.
encouragement, exactly. And that's the reason why I, for one, the way I care for my patients, it's not just let me serve this medication and go, let me just check the vitals and document, let me just do this and have it on record that I've done it. But I want to do something that at the end of the day, if the patient gets well, I'll be able to say, yes, I was able to contribute my quota to their recovery. And if otherwise happens and the patient couldn't make it, I wouldn't want to go back home with this sense of guilt that, maybe if I had done this differently, the patient would have made it. So that's just what I use in coping for me.
So what do you do when you're not working? How do you help your mind when you're not working, when you're not in the hospital vicinity?
Okay, I have a few hobbies, just a very few, a handful of them, and listening to music is one of it, and also reading. I actually read quite, I don't want to say a lot, but I enjoy reading, yes.
I see modesty here, but we understand. It's fine. So this is what you use to,
Yes.
detox and all of that.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow. Okay. Dr. Charles, you see a lot as a doctor, being in the surgery room and all of that, working the whole night. What is the mental reaction of all of this on you, on yourself, and how do you cope with it? Do you experience burnout, and how do you handle this?
Yes, burnout is part of the profession. It's what we see all the time. I would say the profession is physically draining, mentally engaging, and emotionally destabilizing in certain situations.
Your choice of words are very, very strong. Okay.
Because sometimes I'm talking from a personal perspective now. I find out that I feel particularly pained and distressed when a case comes in and a person passes away from a very preventable cause, either because of delayed intervention.
Preventable cause.
Yes, or delayed intervention or late presentations, as the case may be. It's quite painful because, this
could have been
it could have been
avoided.
avoided. It shouldn't have happened, Just a few steps, things done differently would have produced a different outcome. So for me, I would say that gives another sense of pain. And being in this profession, it's not a factor of you even knowing who the patient is directly. Your humanity speaks for you here because there's a level of empathy you should have as a healthcare professional. You don't have to have a needle in your skin for you to feel the pain.
And
for
you
me-
always act strong.
and of course, you always act strong because you always want to still give up the optimistic vibes and letting people know that there is hope and that you're trying your best to do everything humanly possible to make sure that things get better. But for me, I've also observed that in some cases where unfortunately you can't really do much, maybe it's a fatal accident or a fatal fall from. I remember we had an incident, I think it was about a couple of months ago, where it was particularly distressing for me because it was a young man in his 30s, a construction worker who resumed at his site, woke up hale and hearty that morning, left for work, hoping to return in the evening, and unfortunately, he had a horrible fall. He had a fall from a height, and he had his head,
Oh my
a major head
goodness.
injury. And by the time he was brought to the hospital, he was unconscious. You could see obvious deformity in the skull. You know that there's already skull fracture and the rest of it all. And unfortunately, the guy did not make it. I was saddened about the unfortunate incident, but I was also sad thinking that this person left his home hale and hearty, and his family had no clue what was lying ahead for them. And for me, it's particularly very, very emotionally distressing when you have to break bad news to people.
In the way that it
it's-
will not affect
it is
their health as well.
it is horrible, and it's a difficult task. You know, you can imagine you inviting the families or the relatives in, trying to explain to them what had happened because they are still in shock that this kind of accident happened, and then they were not prepared for the accident, talk less of the outcome of that accident. So it's really a kind of pain you can't describe, breaking such a news to them and watching them come to terms with the grief that they're experiencing, a sudden grief that was unexpected. You see people expressing their grief in various forms. Some they express anger, some they express guilt, some are wailing, and you're expected to stay there calm and trying to keep everything in order and under control. And you are human yourself. So you see how difficult it is to balance your emotions. So a number of times when I've had to break bad news to patients about the loss of a loved one, or perhaps the discovery of an illness, a bad diagnosis they didn't know before, you know, you have to have strong emotional intelligence. While showing empathy, you also don't want to let them feel like all hope is lost. So you can see that you can easily burn out from the hours of work coupled with the emotional involvement that the work entails. So it's quite a lot, and kudos to all the health workers out there.
No. Kudos. Nurse Ebube, I want to believe that you see a lot of things that, okay, personally, if I see some kind of injury, I cannot stand it. Just an injury, I really cannot stand it. But I try to imagine what it's like to see, you know, someone being opened up, someone being stitched. Like, I really cannot even pierce something right now. So I really want to believe that all of those things does something to your mind, really. So what emotional support or what support generally do you wish that nurses had?
Well, thank you for this very question because it doesn't come often. And I would want to say, I don't think I've had this question being asked up to 5 times since I started practicing. And the reason is because sometimes people forget that behind the uniform is a human as well. You know, it's very easy to go to a hospital and make complaints. These people, they didn't do this, they didn't do that, they didn't do this. Yes, I understand the perspective of people like that in the sense that they come to a hospital having expectations, and to them, that expectation is what they want to be met. if the expectation would not be met, then all hell should be let loose. I understand that aspect again because they are humans as well. But behind the uniform is also a human that have feelings, a human that have a mental health that needs to be in order, a human that also needs to be cared for. And to start with, one of the best way that I feel healthcare workers and nurses in particular can be supported is improvement on the nurse-patient ratio.
Okay, what do you mean?
Okay, what I mean is the number of patients that a nurse is expected to provide care for, yes, in a facility.
So most times you're bombarded.
Oh, most times you have a lot of patients to attend to and you just can't prioritize because yes, you need to prioritize, but when you have two competing conditions at the moment that needs your attention, what do? You just have to follow your clinical judgment, just the best way you can. So I feel improving on the nurse-patient ratio is one thing that would really, really help to provide care for healthcare workers. Now, aside that, another thing that would also be very important is the welfare as well. The welfare. Now, welfare talking about improvement in maybe the pay, allowances, and all of that. Because I wouldn't want to say patients should manage their expectations or patient relations to manage their expectations. No, that's not what anybody should talk about. Because these people come because they have needs. And you are there in the facility because you can meet their needs. So the only way I believe we should be supported the most is in terms of caring for us as well. When we have enough, a very good nurse to patient ratio, it minimizes the level of burnout that nurses experience. It also minimizes the emotional demand and the burden as well that nurses experience. Because a lot of times you go to the hospital, you don't even have time to sit down, you don't even have time to eat, you skip meals, you skip your break time. Sometimes you go for a shift, you don't even have time to sit until you're done for the day and you go back home. And maybe you only have like a day or 2 days off after like 3-4 days of actively being on duty, working hysterically in the hospital, and it's really a lot.
I don't want to imagine how this would feel. I don't know, but I don't think I can take it. I want to sleep. Oh. Okay. Well, I was going to go to you, Dr. Charles, but I want to quickly paint some. Imagining this that you were saying now, I have a very photographic memory, right? So I am trying to really, really paint a picture in my head. Now, I see why sometimes nurses can be very, I don't want to say aggressive, but most times we see cases like that. And I don't want to specify by saying if it is in the private sector or in the public sector, but sometimes, or most of the time, we have a general judgment that nurses are usually harsh. So do you believe that this particular statement is valid, or do you want to defend the fact that it is like this because of the stress on you? Because I've actually been in a situation where I was really in pain, and this nurse told me, "Hey, are you the first person?" So it made me feel like, okay, you people should go kill me, that kind of situation. And to be very honest, I made up my mind that no matter what, I'm never going to the clinic again. Even if I'll just do self-medication and all of that. But a lot of people might be going through this and they might have this misconception about nurses. So I wanted to clear that up right now, because from what you're saying, it's really not easy on your own. So what do you have to say about that?
Okay, I would want to start by apologizing to you for the experience you had. Yes.
Okay.
And also to apologize to everyone out there who has had the unfortunate experience of being made to know their pain is not valid. Their pain and the care they expect is too much, right? I would want to apologize to them as well. Now, whatever it is that we go through as nurses is not an excuse to turn hard on the patient. That's just the truth.
Oh.
Now, I wouldn't want to make excuses for any nurse out there who is turning out hostile on the patient. But before I even dwell on that, I would want to also highlight an area in the healthcare sector that people tend to overlook most times. Especially in Nigeria, you have a lot of people answering nurses who are not nurses.
Yes.
Yes, and that
Yes.
is one aspect that a lot of times we fail to acknowledge. And it's very unfortunate that to a very large extent, the regulatory bodies haven't done enough
about it.
Kudos to all their efforts, but I believe more need to be done. More need to be done. A nurse is not anybody who is putting on a scrub in a hospital. No, a nurse is not anybody who's carrying a stethoscope. It's not just anybody that can administer injections that are nurses. We have a lot of people parading themselves as nurses who are not nurses. Now, in order for a person to be a nurse in Nigeria, as far as this country is concerned, legally, the person must be registered with the Nursing and Midwifery Council of Nigeria. That is the only criteria that qualifies a person to be called a nurse. Now, the person must have undergone trainings, either in the colleges of health, trainings geared towards making the person qualify as a nurse, or in a university accredited and recognized by the authorities. And the person must have sat for the qualifying exams set out by the Nursing and Midwifery Council of Nigeria and be licensed. That is what qualifies people to be nurses. But unfortunately, in the healthcare system of our country, you have auxiliaries that term themselves nurses.
Auxiliaries.
And it's unfortunate. You also have people from other professions that also term themselves as nurses, right? I wouldn't want to go into calling names, right?
Yeah.
But if you know you did not meet the criteria of being registered with the Nursing and Midwifery Council of Nigeria, and you don't have a license to practice as a registered nurse, you are not a nurse. Call yourself any other name, but not a nurse. And that is one area I would really want the authorities to step up on. Regulations. Because some of the complaints we get on how nurses treat people, if you zoom in closely, you might be shocked to realize that the people that are being hostile like that are not actual nurses. Now, this is not me trying to make an excuse for all nurses or to assert that all nurses are saints. No, if among the 12 disciples of Christ, there was a Judas. Now, in every profession, I also believe there are bad eggs. So I wouldn't want to make excuse for the bad eggs, but I would also want to make it known that even the good ones have a lot of pressure they are going through.
Yeah.
And sometimes it becomes difficult managing the pressure and still putting up a smile.
Yes. Because personally, I feel like even the humans that are nurses, they have their own stuff going on for them as well.
Yeah, of a truth.
Yeah.
I remember an incident. I've experienced quite a number of unpleasant experiences, right? Yes, if I may put it that way. Last year, in one facility where I was working, I remember the workload got so hysteric that I had people downstairs I was attending to at the outpatient department. I also had some patients I need to go get their medications for from the pharmacy upstairs. So I was trying to juggle between this and that, and I slipped on the staircase.
Oh my goodness.
Yes. So when that happened, it was really hurting. It was crazy, but even some of the people that witnessed it, they showed their sympathy, right? But that is just an isolated case. There are a lot of people who have had terrible falls in the course of their duty. And some of those things are just swept under the carpet. They are not seen, they are not sung, and you just put up a smile and carry on as if nothing happened.
Sure.
So that's the way it is.
Wow. Okay, this is getting really emotional. Okay, let's spice it up a little. Dr. Charles, I'm interested in your case because... Okay, what is the longest shift you've worked for, and how do you handle sleep deprivation, in contrast to your performance, your decision making, and all of that? Because I know that you don't sleep. So, so let's have it.
Okay, well, yeah, we do have long shifts. I've had to do close to 48 to 72 hours.
After wait, stretch?
Yes. So that has happened before.
Aww.
And, you are exhausted, but the patient in front of you needs care. That's why they're there. So you can't push your exhaustion on them. And you still have to stay well composed. You still have to stay well, your composure and everything about you must still be intact, and you must still show the empathy that is required of you. But really, it gets to a point where, sleep deprivation affects your ability to make good decisions, affects your energy levels, affects your concentration and focus as well. Even the clarity of your thoughts may be hindered by your sleep deprivation. Normally, for me, I know how important sleep is, and I know I don't do too well if I haven't slept well. So, but basically, if you find yourself in that kind of situation, which I try to avoid now, I try to minimize that as much as possible. But whenever I find myself in that situation, I try my best not to be as irritable as I feel. So irritability sets in because of how you feel. You're tired, probably have one little headache on the side of your head, and then you can't even talk for long, and somebody is expecting you to keep explaining, doctor, I don't understand, can you say that again? Or doctor, can you? And when you think you're done with them, they say, oh, I forgot to tell you this. All that keeps happening.
Like, why did you say it before?
Yeah, exactly. Why did you say that before? I've been here with you more than 10 minutes and you never mentioned that. I actually forgot. Please pardon me. And please, do you mind if I ask another question? And you just keep a blank face. Okay, just go ahead. You keep doing your best, encouraging yourself that, okay, as time passes gradually, the time you have left in your shift is reducing.
So use that to console yourself.
Use that to console yourself that, okay, when I'm done with this shift, then you now tell yourself,
go home to rest.
I am human, I deserve rest, I deserve self-care,
yes.
I deserve to treat myself, and I deserve to make myself happy.
Sure.
So when you've gone through all that, then you try to now tell yourself you've done a well done job, and you deserve that treat. So you go home, you have a good meal, have a good shower, sleep like a baby, and then you may resort to any of your hobbies that you enjoy doing too, apparently. But the little thing there is, in Nigeria, once they have your contact as a doctor,
you're literally working even at home.
Even when you're at home, you are hearing that.
They'll even call you by 2 a.m.
Your phone is buzzing, messages are dropping. And the funny thing, sometimes you even just see, doctor, then question mark, are you there? So it just tells you, oh my goodness. So everything I've done there is not enough. I have to continue here again. But you just tell yourself it's the calling, because apparently people are actually going through things too. And sometimes all they just need is the right guidance, timely guidance, timely advice, timely recommendations. Can just make a whole lot of difference. So you still push yourself despite your fatigue to respond to them. And
this
all
is
that.
Screaming selflessness.
Yes, but we also need them to be a bit sensitive to us.
Exactly what I was going to ask. Like, what behaviors from patients actually make your work a lot more difficult? And what do you think, what do you wish they did better to make your work easier?
Thank you so much for this question, because I had a particular situation that really got me angry, but of course you're still maintaining your calmness. And I was having a very hectic shift, And eventually, after closing from the shift, you know how Lagos traffic is before you get home and all that. I was so fatigued. And for me, if I'm extremely fatigued, appetite even becomes zero.
Wow.
So for me, it was just like hit your bed, you know, just do a little thing and hit your bed immediately. And before I knew it, I was fast asleep. Only for my phone to buzz around 2 a.m. And I looked at who was calling me. I recognized the number. And I was like, what's wrong? Okay, I picked. And what I heard is, doctor. And this person's voice is so clear, so intact, meaning that this person probably is not sleeping or has slept earlier in the day and there's no sleep for the person at that moment. The person said, doctor, please, yeah, that drug, am I to use it?
I don't understand.
Is that meant to be a question? Like, am I to use the drug or am I to stop it? Because I've been on it for like 5 days now. I'm like,
and you had to ask that by 2
When
a.m.
they gave you the prescription, how many days were you recommended to use it for? And besides, to even make matters worse, I wasn't the doctor that even recommended that particular medication.
My goodness.
So I'm just thinking, is it because you have my contacts that you think you can call me by 2 a.m. and ask me? You are not even asking the doctor that prescribed the drug to you. Do you know, at that point in time, I was so infuriated. I was even thinking she was going to call like it was an emergency situation or anything. She was so calm the way she said, because I don't know if I'm to take it or not. Am I to stop it now? I just managed to compose myself to say, okay, how many days have you taken it for? Please, can you confirm from the doctor that prescribed to you? Confirm from that particular doctor. Because since he was the one that recommended it, so ask him. Maybe you call him tomorrow or whenever. In my own situation now, I am off duty at the moment and I need some rest. I wouldn't do that to anybody anyway, so I don't expect that to be done. So they need to be sensitive to professionals. Professionals need rest. If you need them to be available to you, to give you the best, also respect boundaries. Yes, respect boundaries. Respect. I've been looking for an opportunity to say this. Nigerians, unfortunately, we don't do that. And there's something about Nigerians. If you're a professional and you let them have your contacts or a certain degree of access to you, a lot of people abuse it. The people that actually respect the boundaries and do the needful and treat you respectfully, and they respect your time, they respect your efforts, and maintain healthy boundaries are just a minority. The fact that you have my contacts doesn't mean you can call me anytime. I also have a life outside the hospital. I also have a personal life outside my work. And your call may be inappropriate at certain times. But a lot of Nigerians, you know, they just feel, that's why you're there. That's why you're a doctor. So you're a doctor doesn't make you less human. And it doesn't make you somebody who is just fit for the job role alone. You also have a private life.
Very true. All right, on a final note, I just take one sentence from you and one sentence from Nurse Ibube. Our time is far spent, and I know we could go on and on and on because there is so much to unpack in this particular topic, knowing that people don't really talk about this on a normal day. So if you would have some words to encourage your colleagues, what would you say? And to encourage people that are looking to being in this system as well, just in one word, what would you tell them?
Okay, to start with, for every of my colleagues out there, my senior colleagues, my junior colleagues, and also those aspiring to join the profession, remember our anthem. Remember the lyrics of the anthem. Remember every word of the anthem. We are called to serve humanity, endowed with the act and sense of caring. We're built on integrity and discipline that transcends through many generations. I don't want to sing it here, but they know the rest, so they should remember it. And for every time you're standing before a patient, try as much as possible to put the stress behind you. Even if it means faking a smile, just try and fake the smile. Because remember, Florence Nightingale, when she defined nursing, she also spoke about the environment contributing to the well-being of the patient. So it's not just the drugs. We give more than drugs. Remember that.
Thank you. Dr. Charles, any final words?
So the final word, kudos to all the healthcare professionals out there. We see you, we love you, we appreciate you. And if you're aspiring to get into the profession, just know that you can embrace your calling. It is possible. It is not easy. You require a lot of diligence and resilience. But when you have an interface with a patient, always remember that somebody's child, somebody's father, somebody's mother. Show empathy. Remember your Hippocratic oath and know that you are there to serve. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. Wow, this has been a very amazing conversation. You know, today's conversation has reminded us that healthcare is not only about hospitals, equipment, or medicine. It is about people, and people who stay awake through the night so others can rest. Literally selflessness. People who carry emotional stories long after their shift ends. People who show up day after day to save lives, to offer comfort and give hope. As we reflect on Nurses Week, this is our moment to say a heartfelt thank you to every healthcare professional for their dedication and service. Nurse Ebube and Dr. Diogo, thank you so much for coming on the show.
Thank you for
and for sharing your experiences with us. Thank you so much for the work that you do. And to our viewers, remember, a little patience, kindness, appreciation, respect boundaries, be sensitive. These can make a world of difference to the people who care for us when we need it the most. Thank you so much for watching Health Check. I am Praise Peters. And until next time, stay healthy, stay safe, stay alive. Bye for now.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your #1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of Black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is.
Nigeria, with its complex political atmosphere, divergent views, and discordant views, better still, coming with bass bows. Only one question matters. Who really has the best candidate? Something is here. 5 political camps, 1 stage, no filters. Join us in this clash as supporters of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Peter Obi, Atiku Abubakar, Omoyele Sowore, and Adewale Adebayo go head to head in no holds barred town hall debate. No script, just raw, unfiltered conversation. This is more than politics. This is where opinions clash, facts are tested, and the truth fights to be heard. happening live on May 22nd by 11 a.m. at Golden Tulip Terrace Hall, Ihoka Tower, 36 International Airport Road, Lagos. Don't miss it. Watch live on YouTube at Voptv. Set your reminder, subscribe, join the conversation. My candidate is the best, or is it?
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Voptv. Now, you have more than a voice.
Right, would love to know. This is the movie Michael. So what is it? What does this movie mean to you? Tell me.
It means a lot.
Let's hear it.
Michael is an icon, living legend. And one day, I know one day the world will celebrate me like this. I guarantee you. The kind of hard work I put in the industry, trust me, it's gonna happen.
So do you know what we know you are building this Michael in you. And do you know any of his songs? Would you love to share with us?
Oh my God.
All of them.
All of them.
So let's hear one of them.
I can name the one I love is baby, baby, with the high heels.
Please make sure
Way you making me feel. You knock me out of my feet now, baby.
Alright guys, we have the energetic, we have the beautiful, we have the amazing Inieto with us. Come on, somebody shout, yeah. Oh my God, Ini, how do you feel this evening?
I feel great. I feel blessed to be alive, to be here.
Oh my God, this is amazing. Meanwhile, you look beautiful. Come on. Who styled you?
I self-styled.
Somebody say clocking. All right, we are here at the movie premiere of Michael. So what are your anticipations for this movie?
Something electric. I mean, with Michael, it has to be electric. It has to be eccentric. It has to be electrifying in all dimensions. So I just want to be blown away.
God, come on, tell me, how do you feel this evening?
Pretty tired, but let's hope the movie wakes me up.
Wow! Meanwhile, you look amazing. Oh,
Michael Jackson, you have to shine.
So tell me, we are here at the movie premiere of Michael. What are your anticipations for this movie?
I want to feel nostalgic because, I mean, whether you're a millennial or Gen X, right? A fundamental part of your childhood memories, especially when it has to do with partying and any social activities, is Michael Jackson. That is one of the biggest celebrities till date.
Oh my God, this is really amazing. By the way, you look beautiful and amazing. Who styled you?
I styled myself. Like, these are just old outfit that we did. I'm an entertainer. I work with legendary P Square.
Yeah.
I'm their choreographer. I performed on stage with them.
Yeah.
And everybody that knows P Square know that they are influenced by Michael Jackson. Yeah. So they have a whole bunch of costumes that looks like Michael. So I just had to take one, improvise. Add a little bit of my style. Michael Jackson has been known for glitz, so I just applied the glitz. Then I added my style, being armless. So yeah.
Nice. So tell me, what are your anticipations for this movie?
Oh my God, you don't want to know, man. You don't want to see. Let me just summarize it like this. Aside from knowing him as a great entertainer, a musician, and a great dancer, I'm looking out for his childhood background. What went behind the scenes, because my guest has always clamored that he never had a childhood. He became a superstar from 5 years, and he has been working to then, touring the world. So I want to see behind the scenes what happened, the storyline between his relationship between him and his dad, his brothers, to the level he became a beacon to the world. So I'm looking out for that.
From the top. Sounded good.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bomakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to Voptv, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, all right. It's about that shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Blast Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
My name is Esther. They call me the guy part of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King.
Hi guys, my name is Kegan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say they call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, why told me?
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Mind but last, more than No Mind more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. A VOP TV.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello, my name is Inejo. Keep watching VOP TV.
What up? My name is Usimachiku. You are watching VOP TV. Keep it locked.
Hello, I am Floyd Igbo. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, everyone. I hope you're doing good. Keep watching VOP TV. And, just have an amazing day. Thank you.
Hi, guys. It's your boy Brave. Keep watching VOP TV.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV, channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello there and welcome on board. Yes, TGIF, thank God it is Friday. Welcome to another episode of People's Voice on Voice of Television, where stories shape the narrative. And of course, today we'll be dissecting a major story that is dominating the airline sparking conversation across the nation. APC aspirant rejects imposition as Wike meets a chairman. Join the conversation with expert insight and citizen perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Saviour Udo. Let's look into other news stories with details. Dangote rejects NNPC stake hike, plans refinery IPO. Aliko Dangote says the Dangote Group rejected NNPC's offer to increase its 7.25% stake in the refinery and will instead list it publicly for Nigerians to buy shares. It told Norway's Sovereign Wealth Forum CEO that the refinery will produce about 661,000 BPD and aims to hit 1.4 million BPD in 30 months, targeting about $100 billion revenue by 2030. DPRA data shows the refinery supplied 3.18 billion liters of petrol locally in first quarter 2026, cutting imports by 60%. And away from that particular one, inflation hit 15.38% as cost of living bites Nigerians. Nigerians' inflation rose to 15.38% in March 2026, up from 15.06% in February, deepening pressure on households, and National Bureau of Statistics said. Food, transport, and drug prices have surged due to a fuel subsidy removal, Naira devaluation, insecurity in farming areas, and higher production costs. Low-income earners and, of course, unemployed are worst hit, with many cutting mills and delaying, non-essential spending. Analysts urge budgeting, smarter shopping, and home gardening to scope, while calling for urgent government palliative for vulnerable Nigerians. And when we talk about that particular palliative, I just hope it can actually go to the right people. All right, to join the conversation, kindly code number 09044732605. Follow us on social media at VOPTV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOPTV, and of course on YouTube with Voice of People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be dissecting this conversation here. APC aspirant rejects imposition as Wike meets chairman. Don't go nowhere, please. Stay tuned. I'll be right back. Welcome back to the program. APC governorship aspirant in Taraba, Chief David Sabo Kente, has warned that imposition candidates through consensus could destabilize the party ahead of 2027. Speaking in Wukari on Wednesday, he mentioned that transparent primaries are the only credible way to produce acceptable candidates. He confirmed passing screening, pledged to serve one term, to allow power shift to Taraba's central or north zone. And of course, urged support for President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's re-election. In Abuja, FCT Minister Nyesom Wike dismissed a speculation over his visit to APC National Chairman Professor Nantawi Yiwalda, calling it a personal courtesy call with no political motive. Wike said the meeting was a return gesture and stressed his focus remains on delivering FCT infrastructure. We're now being joined by Mr. Dele Fanimo, a seasoned reporter and, of course, a senior political analyst. You're welcome on board, sir. Yeah, good evening.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, so I think I'm loving this. I love the smart look, you know, away from the native.
No, well, I just decided.
As another statesman, you know, sometimes the Gen Zs want to see more of this.
Well. Then
all right.
Gen Zs would have to provide for it.
Okay, it's fine. So I don't know if you would like to respond to any of the news story before.
You see, for me, APC is in a threshold of make or ma.
Okay.
As we speak. I knew this was going to happen because of the wave of defection here and there, and APC suddenly becoming so strong that they have about 32 governors in their kitty. And some of these governors are not the original owners of that party in some of the states. They just came and promises would have been made. A lot of us trading would have gone under. And now, here we are. The party is struggling to either have a consensus arrangement or going into primary. And even in a state where the Aborigines, quote and unquote, all sway, like Ogun State. Ogun State is APC.
I was waiting for that.
You know, and you have some people challenging the consensus candidature of Yayi. And you have in Lagos,
including that of the senatorial district as well, between the governor
and Daniel. And we are here in Lagos State. I just say he's saying, Amzat, you are not going to have it free. We need to go to primary to test our popularity, you know, among the electorate. So it's going to be like that across the states. Particularly, one curious thing that I've noticed about this next election is that, in fact, senatorial election is even almost ranking at par with presidential election because of for the first time, you hear a sitting governor who has not served out his second tenure, whose second tenure will expire in 2028, angling to resign to contest for senatorial seats, preparatory to becoming Senate president. I wonder what goes on in the mind of these people. You had a mandate of 4 years given to you freely by the electorate. And midway into it, you are planning and you are struggling just because you know that election to the Senate would have been concluded while you are still a sitting governor. What if the table turns and you don't even get the senatorial seat? Are you going to remove the person that had assumed the position of the governor after your resignation? And then when you now begin to lose, you now go to another party and start saying, they did it to me because I am opposed to certain things and all that. So I wonder how Nigerian politicians, how they place personal interest above the collective well-being and development of this country. And it has always been like that. But they come with the rhetorics of, we are fighting for you. How many politicians fight for Nigerians?
Okay, let me stay on this particular conversation you just raised as regards to a sitting governor. Of course, we have several sitting governors, but the particular governor is a peculiar one. I believe
Imo
that's
State.
Imo State.
Yes,
So I know you are talking about Imo
one.
State. Now, it's a peculiar one because when I also read that particular, news, I asked myself, you have up until 2028, and you rather want to step down in June to go in for election. And my question, you said the people, your people in your senatorial district are calling for you to run. Hence, you're actually obeying that. And my question, who called you to be governor? Is it not the same people of the state? So are you now streamlined to say that, oh, the people of your constituents, your constituents are now better or more important than the main state itself? And when we look at that particular situation, we realize that this is about power tussle who's to become the next president of the Senate. And as we speak, they are having, different issues where they made a new guideline, which of course has been rescinded, that if you have not stayed for like 8 years in the Senate, you cannot vie for
aspire
to be in that
not even Senate president alone.
Yeah, and even deputy, and of course, yes, leadership of the Senate. Yes. So, and that was the reason why Oshiomhole said Akpabio was not meant to be. Akpabio came in. Akpabio came in 8th assembly. He lost the election in 9th assembly, and he came back in 10th. So he does not also have 8th stretch, and is not even up to 8th as we speak. Now, sir, I would like to ask, why does it look like the Red Chambers is the official retirement, home for every governor? If we call this, if we say politicians were meant to serve the people and this is about governance, why does it look like, I don't want to use more, heavy words, right? But why does it look like this seat looks like a do or die affair for them? If they don't get into that particular seat, it is a big problem. Imagine a sitting governor telling another sitting senator that I made you a governor in so year 2003, I still made you a senator in 2023. Now I want your seat and I want it now. And he doesn't care whatsoever it is, damning all consequences. And on the other side, somewhere in Yobe, Governor Bonny, his in-law has actually quietly stepped down for him to come in. A governor that you are not even done with your tenure yet you are about to step down to move into the senatorial district. I'd like you to give me, more clarity and of course to shed more light on this.
You see, at the heart of all of this is the fact that there is this forbidden apple for politicians. The moment they taste of this forbidden apple, they don't want to let go till they die. I recall that one Professor Jubril Aminu from Adamawa, when he was in the Senate, in one of his campaigns, while planning to return, he said, as long as I can move my feet, I can raise my arm, I can talk, that my senatorial district is not vacant. How he has been able to do that upon the time that he lost out, now he's no longer in the Senate, is what to be seen. Now, most of these governors, they are in their 60s. Some in their 50s. Yaya Bello is just in his 50s and early 50s for that matter. That is if he's 50 already. But at the time he became governor, he was 42. So maybe 51 now. Now, do you want that kind of person to just go and sit idling away in his palatial building? He needs to continue to have access because government money is very easy to spend in Nigeria. So he needs to have access to that money at whatever level. Look at Pauline Talin, a minister who came down to become deputy governor in her state. And she said, even if she's offered chairman local government, that she will take. What does that tell you? It means that feeding bottle must be available
at all times.
At all times. Because they would have acquired so many bags. Marabu will be there. The pastors will be there. The imams will be there. The traditional worshippers will be there. Area boys will be there. Personal security will be there. Retinues of anger song will be there. Then those who drum and feast in his house will be there. And in and out of government, you must service these people. So it is better to go back to Senate, even when you are resting. You don't need to produce. There is no law that says there should be a threshold of the number of bills you sponsor before you can continue to enjoy the perks of office. You have oversight functions. You have constituency allowance. you have the main allowance, and you are paid 13. You are paid for 13 statutory workers who should work for you, researchers, PAs, and all that.
Media aids and the likes.
So when you have all that, and these governors in their states, they had already enacted a law that gives them certain perquisite of office after leaving, like maybe their full salary, a car every 2 cars every 3 years.
3 years.
A building in your choice area, either Abuja or Lagos. And there was no way, if you have a way of producing your successor yourself, you are the first person that will get first, what is it called now? First opportunity of refusal. I don't know. There's a language that every contract that will come to your table, you have the right to tick the ones that you are interested in. And so
it is almost like this signing ISP or irrevocable standing order.
So when you have all that, you need to remain in contention, you need to remain in government to be able to service those acquired anger zone. And so it is convenient for them. An average, somebody said, a legislator from Osun said it about 2 years ago, that the average income of a senator in this country is about 2 billion a year. So you want a governor to go and sit down in his village and see other people roll up and down with 2 billion.
But sir,
are they going to survive?
Sir, we have someone like the former governor of Lagos State, Raji Fashola.
Yes.
Who left office. Of course, ministerial position is an appointment position where he was called upon as Minister of Power and Housing. And when he was done, he went back to his profession as a lawyer, a senior advocate for that matter. He went back to the courtroom.
You just said something. Went back to his profession.
So
do an analysis of the profession of an average politician. Politicians that will feel from and say,
I am a politician.
I am a politician.
I am surprised.
So that person that has no job, that has no second address, apart from being a politician, where will he retire to? Nowhere. And let me tell you, I have seen a former governor who was governor during the Diaki in 1991. By 1997, 98, when Absalami gave a go-ahead for another round of election that produced Obasanjo, I met this particular governor, though of blessed memory now, and we were invited to the same high table. It was a youth program. I was to deliver a paper at that meeting. I sat beside that governor, and on a closer look, the Guinea brocade he was wearing was probably the one he bought in 1991 when he was in government. And as at 1997, he was still wearing that. You think if I was a politician at that time, what would strike me is, continuity must happen. If I don't want to be...
if you don't want to lose touch.
If I don't want to lose touch with you know what. So I would struggle, and that is why, look at all this rush of the campaign to APC and all that. It is because of experience of Zamfara. It's not as if they like Tinubu or they like APC, but they don't want a repeat of Zamfara episode. And even if you want to do kamikaze approach to it, your followers will tell you, Oga, this is a dead end. We are not following you. They would rather go to where their butter and bread is secured. So this is why they jostle. And I'm telling you, with the current trend, at some point, the Senate, the chamber, will be more attractive than presidency. Because presidency, you can only have one person. But Senate, you have 109. Then in the House of Reps, you have 360. Why are they jostling? Because it's a convenient place to sit down, relax, and say nay, say hi.
But the high are always having it.
whatever it is. There was a senator, no, I think a member of House of Rep, that somebody took particular interest in him and discovered that for the 4 years he spent in the House of Reps, the only time he participated in anything is when they say eyes and knees.
Okay, so.
And as a matter of fact, out of about 27 periods of eyes and knees, he woke up from his slumber inside the chamber, and whatever was said louder, he would just join. Ask him what was debated that warranted, he doesn't know. So people like that.
Now, to buttress this point, we also heard, and we have presently the House of Rep member representing Patani in Delta State.
Delta State.
Between, it's a border if you're going to Bayelsa.
Of course, I know Patani.
That's from that
It's
Ugeli Road.
It's all bearing.
Patani, yes, Patani, yes. Then you move to, before you get to Yenogua, Now, you see that road, the reps representing that place, he has been in power since 1999. And the man has been there, just like what you said. Now, the people in the community are calling and saying, can you just step down, let us send someone else? That you have never presented any bill. Not once, sir. Not once.
But he has presented bills to the people that are voting him every 4 years.
Regardless. Now, he has not also said...
He wants to equal the record of Joe Biden.
He has not also commented on anything in the House. The records are there in the public domain. There is no bill that they can actually, say that this bill is coming from him. He has not championed anything.
But who indulged that House of Rep member?
It's people.
It's the people.
Because we don't even know how he wins the election. But he has been there for years.
Because the point is, it is easier to win election in such places.
It's a riverine area, so anything
so what
goes.
Is the population? In most cases, you just find out that sometimes the right result. Once you settle the big boys in that place, you're as good as winning the election.
Okay.
And if he makes, let's assume that a House of Rep member makes 1 billion every year, and times 4, that's 4 billion. By the time he's coming back to ask for their vote, and he deploys 2 billion. In fact, 2 billion is too much.
It's too much.
1 billion. He deploys 1 billion. Who else will say no? Somebody whose means of livelihood have been cut short by oil spill, who does not have electricity and has resigned to fate that until thy kingdom come. And then the only opportunity he has is to send his child to a place where he can enjoy electricity, but he has remained perpetually in the village. And then somebody comes around and say, Papa, we are having election in the next 2 months. And I think you need to change your wardrobe. And then that your canoe is leaking. Take 250,000.
Or let's even get you a machine to make it a speedboat now.
Yes. Take this 250,000 and let your people know that I'm the one that presented 250,000 to you. You think that person will not match his family to the polling booth?
Talking about matching and, of course, internal, and party elections. Let's talk about primaries versus consensus candidacy now. Of course, we've actually seen over time that the new modus operandi of the ruling party is about consensus candidacy, which in some states, it is not actually going well as planned. But of course, some states are actually, following suit as they're actually pushing it. Now, some people are actually arguing and saying that it is only a transparent primaries that can, produce a credible candidate. Is consensus ever viable in Nigerian politics, or does it always breed resentment?
You see, that's another matter. Again, it's like looking for a virgin in maternity ward. If you say credible and transparent election will happen. Not in this climate where the bad ones are even replicating themselves with worse ones. So now, consensus is just simply a way of arm twisting and perpetuating godfatherism in Nigerian politics. If you know how much people spend to get consensus, if you know how much compromise they reach to get consensus, then you will know that consensus is not even healthy at all. And so, for me, consensus is going to backfire this time.
With the APC?
With the APC.
Okay.
It's going to backfire because there was agreement. Some of these governors that defected to APC, they have taken it for granted that, look, my defection is predicated on the fact that it is trite to say that governors are the owners of their party in their various states. The only exception was the condition they gave to Bala Mohammed, which he rejected. That, look, yes, you can go in, you can come in as governor,
but you don't have the structure.
But you can't hold on to party leadership.
Mm.
We are not going to surrender the party leadership. And once party leadership is not surrendered to you, then you don't have the structure in your grip. And if you don't have the structure in your grip, then you are going into an election naked. Because if majority of the house is against you, you either service them till you finish your tenure or you are thrown out through impeachment. So consensus, I don't know the sagacity that the leadership of APC and particularly the presidency and the president wants to deploy to make sure that this consensus does not throw the party apart. Except if we are only looking at the presidential election and not down the line like the Senate, House of Representatives, House of Assembly, and then maybe for governorship, you can muzzle people. But at that level, it's about grassroots. And if you don't get the relationship and the confidence that is required to marshal the grassroots, then you are standing on a quicksand that can sweep you off at any moment. So consensus, except in extreme cases where there will be total agreement, consensus is not an option in this case. Let people go and try their luck. Let them face their party members. And if they win, so be it.
Okay, just like you mentioned, you said, except for that of the presidency, which we also still have someone as we speak.
That's
you know,
that's for the optics.
You understand? Which we have someone who is also saying that he wants to contest against the president in APC. You know, but that's by the way. Now, when we talk about you know, direct primaries and of course against the consensus candidacy, Gbenga Dani also mentioned. He said, aside from Dapo Abiodun trying to, you know, muzzle the people and threaten them, that if he goes into a direct primaries, he would win Dapo, you know, in a very short time. So he mentioned. Now, let's talk about Wike's situation. Wike, you know, is cross-party ties. You know, Wike had a meeting with APC chairman, and he said it was on a personal, you know, courtesy visit. Does this undermine his standing in the PDP or reflect a new trend of pragmatic and, of course, issue-based politics? Now, you would agree with me that we also heard some days ago where the APC actually disqualified so many people, you know, that Fubara, you know, presented. But all of Wike's, you know, loyalists were cleared. So I'd like you to give me your take as regards to that particular one.
You see, number one, as a citizen, free citizen of Nigeria, you can visit anybody. But against the run of political events, Wike probably went to the national chairman of APC to converse with him and clear some doubts as to his standing in the scheme of things in APC. And I'm sure that he would have had fruitful deliberation, and then also share with his national chairman how far he has gone and what needed to be covered and how to go about covering such. I knew that Wike was going to have parallel victory over Fubara in Rivers State.
Some people were actually saying that Fubara now has the structure that the president has actually directed all governors to be the one to write the names of rep members, assembly members, to present it, that now Fubara has the structure.
Now where's the
We're surprised now.
Where is the list that Fubara has submitted that have been taken? You see, Fubara will contest and Fubara will win. I can bet you. You know why he will contest and win? It's going to be a win-win situation for Tinubu. Perpetually, we could want to have Rivers in his pocket. And that's the game that is being played now. All the members of the State Assembly will be shortlisted by Wike. And possibly, after the expiration of the current local government administration, Wike will also have an upper hand. It will now be like a game of Balarabe Musa in Kaduna then. Where he became the governor with minority in the House of Assembly. A poorly made number of minority that they started breathing down his neck. But he knew that he had nothing to lose because he's a pro-masses person and he had lived hostile life all his life. So take him out of government house or not, he's not bothered. But not these over-pampered, spoiled politicians that they cannot survive outside of government. So what will happen is, Fubara will take the ticket for him to deliver Rivers to the president in collaboration with Wike. And Wike will have the assembly. So that will be a potent tool to rein in Fubara for the next 4 years. And in that way, Fubara will have no choice because they already provided Rottweilers that will be tormenting him. The day the Rottweiler says you cannot get out of your house, if you try to get out, definitely it's a meat for the Rottweiler. So he would have to mind his speech. He would have to mind the steps.
Including the bills that he has to sign and whatsoever he has to.
As a matter of fact, he would have to consult widely, even his enemies, to be able to even tread, if he's going to tread at all. Not a question of treading softly. So that is the game for Fubara. But to the outside world, what else does he want? He wants to return as governor. He has returned now. But at what cost? Is it at the cost of the House of Assembly breathing down his neck? I'm twisting him at every turn, telling him, look, you cannot go beyond this. This is your limit. And if we are making 28 billion IGR, you must drop 5 billion every month and tell us how much you are going to spend. And then Oga Wike will also have to find out how he's spending it and what comes to him. So that's the way Rivers State will be run for another 4 years. And at that time, the president would have had his way, pocketed the vote of Rivers State, and the president is better for it.
Let's go deeper into this conversation now. Talking about Rivers politics. Now, I want to make it broad for a party situation now. You called for different governors to move into your party. You are meant to provide proper and adequate care, protection, and factoring them into that forum. Now, upon their arrival, it is looking like you would rather want to preserve your friendship with someone who is not even in your party, that you appointed as a minister, and rather throwing your own party governor under the bus. Is this fair for Fubara? Is this fair for anyone who is decamping to the ruling party?
You see, in all of this, it is Rivers people that will lose. Do you understand? Because there won't be any governance in that state. And then cumulatively, they would have lost 8 good years out of the greed of just 2 gladiators that are not ready to go from the stage. And it's not good for Rivers State. Rivers State is a cash cow after Akwa Ibom State. Most of the oil wells, both offshore and onshore, are in Akwa Ibom and Rivers State.
Yeah.
And Rivers State should be enjoying life in abundance. Most of the corporate headquarters of some of these oil companies are in Rivers State. They pay royalty, they do a lot of things, and that favors the government. But when you now have 2 gladiators that are not ready to give in, there is the saying that when 2 elephants fight, it is the grass that suffers. And now the grass in this case are the Rivers people. So where do they go from here? Wike is not ready to let go. Fubara wants his ambition to be fulfilled. But at whose expense? At the expense of the Rivers people. What is the second question you asked?
As regards to a president, they would rather want to throw, a governor of their party under the bus for an alliance they have with someone who is not even in the party.
The president is not throwing Fubara under the bus.
But it's looking like one already.
I said Fubara will contest.
But to the detriment of him not having his own people, that he should, at about 60-something of them.
That's another matter.
Why would you say it's another matter, sir?
What does Fubara want? He wants to be governor.
He wants to be governor with his
he's ready
people.
They're ready to make him governor.
But with his own people as well.
What you don't ask for in court will never give you. Did he ask for legislators
to go with him? Or he said he wants to go again.
So why are you making case?
I think officially, Mr. Dele Fadimo is just using this reporting and, of course, the media world to cover his face. He has to actually go in as a politician because that was quite a diplomatic statement. He said, what you do not ask for from
you cannot get in court.
Not give it to you. Fubara said he wanted to be governor.
And then they are giving him governor.
Okay, so Fubara, you didn't say he wanted legislators to
so he cannot come back and say, I want legislators. No. I think he never asked for that.
I think that is where this dangerous game is actually lying.
He never asked for it.
No, he never asked for it.
So why is he coming? And up till now, he has not asked for it. The battle is, I want to be governor.
And they've given him the governor.
And they will give him the governorship ticket. And he will win the election as governor of the state. And he will be sworn in. Then, days after, he will be compared to swear in the legislators. Speakers will emerge. Deputy Speaker will emerge. Other officers of the House will emerge. And then let's roll. Maybe the budget will be passed by the legislators. Then Katakata will start again.
Okay.
And then there will be nocturnal meetings.
Okay, I think this is not a good view for the Rivers State politics as we speak.
But that's the truth.
Because whenever this is quite frank, in as much as it might actually hurt, some feelings, But I think
you see what we are saying here is not as if we are propagating an aberration and making it look like it is the ideal. But when you want to face reality, these are the things on ground. It doesn't show that this is the right way to go. But unfortunately, we are the ones helping these politicians to do what they are doing. Imagine if the people of Rivers decide to rise against all these shenanigans. I'm sure that some people will retreat, but they're not ready. The whole place is divided. Odili is not happy with Amici. Amici is not happy with Wike.
Wike is not happy
with Fubara.
The circle continues.
And the circle continues. And among these people, for selfish interest, some are supporting Fubara. For selfish interest, some are backing out completely. For selfish interest, some are supporting Wike. And these are the major stakeholders that should have sat down and decide on the right path to choose for Rivers State. But when they are partisan, Wike, with all his majesty, can call their bluff and say, my friend, go and sit down. Fubara, because he holds the reins of power today, and say, no. I don't want you to meddle in my affair. And when you have a community that you have killed all the elders, then the youngsters will begin to rule. And whatever you get from the youngsters, you take, because there's no option. Imagine if the likes of Odili, Toye Graham, Amici, and other stakeholders. Unfortunately now, Papa Clark, Edwin Clark, is no longer there. So when you don't have rallying points, as it is today, in spite of the fact that Baba Fashoranti is 100 years old, there are certain things that he take back to him in his old age. And whatever he says from his fountain of wisdom is taken by the people. Baba Akonde, they still consult him. And when you don't have such people in your community, the community is going to be rudderless. That is what is happening in Rivers, beyond the president. If collectively, as stakeholders, some of these people that I have mentioned and some other people that I have not mentioned, if they come together and say, look, this is our state, we are on for a rescue mission. This is the direction we want to go, and this is the way we want to do it, the president would think twice before meddling. By now, Wike's wings would have been reduced to the barest minimum, would have clipped the wings, and Fubara would have had his way as a sitting governor. But unfortunately, when you are not ready to forgive the past, it will creep into the present and even shape the future. And that is what Rivers State is contending with today. Nobody is ready to let go. Nobody is ready to forgive. Nobody is looking at the larger picture of the development of Rivers State. Everybody is angling for what is in need for me. And when there's a scrabble, you know those days when we were in the boarding house, if there's a scrabble in the dining hall, half of the food will be wasted because everybody will be jostling. But if you sit down quietly and serve the meal, you will enjoy your meal, and you may not even find a grain dropping on the floor. That is what is happening in Rivers State today. Nobody to rein in anybody. Nobody is there that they can listen to across the divide. They are, no. Look, for the interest of Rivers State, this cannot be. Don't forget that you are there on the stage today. Someday, your children will come on stage. Your generation will have left. Another generation will come. What will be said about you? Thomas Nyerere never built a house as president of Tanzania. After he left office, the community and community around him built a story building for him. And they were remitting part of their produce from their farm at his doorstep. In some days, he will come to the balcony to view the community. The food would have been as tall as the roof of the building. He would not have everywhere. He started begging, going to leaders around the communities. Please, how much can I eat at my old age? What can I do with this food? I am not in need of this. Please, take care of this. Use it for your family. I'm content with the little I have. Today is a hero. Mandela had the opportunity of perpetuating himself in office when he came back from prison after 27 years. He was not as old as Uncle Bia when he relinquished power and said, no, enough of this. I've come to mend fences and let people know that we need to move on without the baggage of the past, without the hatred, the bile of the past. And today is one of the revered leaders that had come from Africa. I think he won the Mo Ibrahim Award of $1 million for leadership in Africa. Since Mandela left, I doubt if anybody has ever won that particular award among African leaders. Is that not instructive? It shows how our vision as leaders in Africa, not even Nigeria alone, as African leaders, are so blurry that we cannot even see beyond our nose. And it's why these people, they torment us, harass us, pillage our resources, because we fight like dogs over bones. Whereas those who instigate this fight, they go away with the chunk of the meat. And yet, at a local level, we cannot think right. We cannot say, enough is enough. I want to leave a legacy for my child. How much food can we eat in a day? How much whiskey can he drink in a day? How much food can Fubara eat in a day? How many suits can he wear in one day? How many beds can he sleep in a mansion of 20 rooms? If he moves from room A to B and C before dawn, I'm sure the wife will raise the alarm that, come and see, my husband is not normal. So if we begin to think that at some point in your life, there are some food you are forbidden to eat. In my early 60s now, I've started cutting down on certain things that I know that this body does not need, because at the rate at which my cell regenerates itself when I was younger is not the same as now. Now I'm more careful so that I don't break any bone, because the healing period could take as long as eternity. Yes. So if we all realize some of these things, then this scramble will be minimized. But our greed has taken over. And one thing about life is greed and wisdom, they don't cohabit. The day you are greedy, wisdom will take flight from you. And that's why it is easy to catch a criminal. Because in one of James Stanley Chase's story I read, he said, no criminal commits a crime without leaving a clue, however minute. Because in a hurry, and it's narrow-minded approach, they don't think of other things that could come in. So it's the same thing with our politicians. And that's why they steal with rapacious inclination. Somebody in his early 60s stealing 80 billion. What is he going to do with 80 billion? And for you to have access to 80 billion, you must have been in power that ordinarily your perquisite of office will be enough to take care of your retirement at 60. But you see 70-year-old stealing billions of naira, stashing them away. Some will rot where you have kept it. Some, the passcode to which this money is lodged in Switzerland, even your children don't have access to it. It becomes another person's money. And yet, who knows what people face in the hereafter? Even if we don't want to go by the biblical injunction. But who has ever gone there, come back to say this is what we experience? Everything that you use here on earth, the moment you are 6 feet below the level, the maggots that you run away from will feast on you, and then you will become history in no time. If not for legacies of Awolowo, who would have remembered Awolowo today? Awolowo died in 1987. If not for the legacies of somebody like Bob Marley, who would have remembered Bob Marley? Bob Marley died in 1981, 45 years ago. But people still remember them. But they were not stupendously... Bob Marley was not stupendously rich. Madame Teresa was not stupendously rich. Yet, the world revered them out of the corner of the earth that they emanated from. But you want to take hold of the treasury of a state? Somebody died after taking over 200 billion from a state, and the only thing the wife could do is to put AC in a cenotaph. Somebody who is in the grave, does he need AC? That's how crazy some people
Are
can
we going
be.
to call that a misplaced priority or what? But it's okay. Now, just like the names you mentioned, but that of the Bob Marley, maybe because I'm actually a fan of his ideology and philosophy. He said, "Emancipate yourself from mental
slavery."
So that particular one would not, leave my head anytime soon. We've actually, touched different nook and crannies of Nigerian politics today. And basically, I would like you to give me your concluding thoughts as regards to, the stand of opposition party against, the ruling party. Initially, they were saying that they didn't also have issues. That's the ruling party. But of course, they're having internal crisis as we speak. So many people are now rejecting the imposition of, so candidates as regards to, consensus candidacy. Now, for that of the opposition, we're also hearing that the likes of Atiku Abubakar is saying that the Northerners would not support Wike and Kwankwaso, and they're saying that where have you ever heard that someone from a certain region is, going head-to-head against the same person in that region and winning incumbency? That doesn't happen. Now, Rabi Kwankwaso said that the Northerners picked Obi, hence they told him to run, to be a running mate to him. So if you just respond to this,
Who are the Northerners?
In just 30 seconds, I'd like.
Who are the Northerners? You see, the funny part of all of this is the fact that in less than a week, or let's say in less than 2 weeks, on the movement of B and Kwakwaso to NDC, ADC is now campaigning on behalf of APC against NDC. Have you not noticed that?
That's indirectly?
Indirectly now. When you begin to point fingers at somebody who was part of you until last week and deriding that person, are you not helping that neutral person? I don't know if you watched a particular short video on TikTok. 2 dogs were fighting. One was labeled Igbo, one was labeled Yoruba. They fought to a point that they almost killed themselves. But here you have somebody, another dog, just looking at them. When they had adjusted themselves, the Hausa dog came and picked the bone and left. And so, the question you ask yourself is, if this thing is for the people, why such level of bitterness? Why?
Okay.
At some point before the division, everybody was hailing Atiku. Now Atiku has now become somebody that is looking like an orphan just because 2 people defected from that same party in less than 2 weeks.
But they actually said they have moved on.
It's going to be, like I predicted, I said it's going to be a 3-horse race.
With Seyi Makinde coming in.
Seyi Makinde will support Atiku.
Okay. All right, no problem. Thank you so much, Mr. Dele Fanimo, for being part of this particular edition of the program. It's been a wonderful time with you here. This is how far we can actually go. Coming up next is Locker Room. If you know, I'd love the world of football. I'd like you to stay able to enjoy that particular one. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will do last. But whoever you face on soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Xavier Udo. Have a good evening. Rest.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Voptv Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Voptv, Voice of the People Television.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is
Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to Voptv. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you. And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want you actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see, you better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Hey guys, it's your girl Arika of the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching VOP TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Arco here, and I'm hanging out on VOP TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagade. You are watching VOP TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post? I mean, who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with VOP TV. Don't move.
Hi people, Bisola here, and you are watching VOP TV. Mwah.
Shout out to VOP TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to VOP TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the AV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman, and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching VOP TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomo Watsebe. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on VOP TV. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is your girl Philly Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to VOP TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nzeye,
Please
and
keep watching Voice of the People Television.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before.
More Yuka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Hi, my name is Zoe Martinson, and you're watching VOP TV.
What's up, people? It's your boy Dulo checking in. I'm here with the fisherman, Dulo, aka Kubi. I want to shout out the VOP, the Voice of the People. Make sure you guys tap in, tune into the Voice of the People today, tomorrow, and every day.
Hi, everyone. My name is Princess Fithia Nkrumah, and you keep watching Voice of the People TV.
Rukomi ni Akweja. Ricky Adelada, the fisherman. Voice of the People. I'm part of the people. So go on and always watch Voice of the People.
Wagwami people, it's your girl Endurance Grand, and I'm giving a special shout out to VOP TV. Keep listening, keep watching.
My name is Akio Shota. This is VOP TV.
Hi, my name is William Lamte. I'm an actor, and keep watching Voice of the People TV. Keep it locked.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. Set to tech electronic drums and accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Yuka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bama Kore, actor, model, producer.
and I'm giving a big shout out to Voptv, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, all right, it's a boy, but that's shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weights.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys, you already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers Boy Ever Live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bomakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to Voptv, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, all right, it's a boy, but that's shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weights.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers Boy Ever Live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelion. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Hello, my name is Inejo. Keep watching VOP TV. What up? My name is Usumachiku. You are watching Voptv. Keep it locked.
Hello, I am Floyd Igbo. Keep watching Voptv.
Hi everyone, I hope you're doing good. Keep watching Voptv and just have an amazing day. Thank you.
Hi guys, it's your boy Praise. Keep watching Voptv.
What are some people's voice where we amplify the voice of
.48 teams, 12 groups, 16 cities. That's exactly where it will be happening come June 11 to July 19, 2026. The FIFA World Cup co-hosted by 3 nations for the very first time in history of a World Cup tournament. And this is where we'll definitely be bringing everything down to you right here in the locker room. We break down facts, we bring you the stories to the empirical states. And of course, I will not be doing this by myself. I'm in the company of Afis, and of course, Maiwa, who will be throwing the heavy punches virtually. Afis, good evening and welcome to the locker room.
Yeah, good evening, Kechuku. Good evening to the viewers out there. And I mean, 27 days to the World Cup, and it gets more exciting by the day. Teams are already releasing their provisional squads, while some are already dropping their full list. But we are waiting to see the names, of players that will be representing different nations for the World Cup. Africa, we are still waiting on African teams to drop their squads. France has dropped their squad. Spain releasing the provisional. I mean, there are a lot of permutations and all of that going on behind the scenes. Who is going to play? England as well. So I think it's just adding and fueling to the excitement of the World Cup coming ahead in North America. And away from the World Cup as well, the Premier League is very much still on. Who is going to win the Premier League at the end of the season? Other leagues have been wrapped up. The Champions League final is still there. A lot of football still to be played before the end of the season, then into the World Cup. So I am happy to be here to break all of it down.
Absolutely. A lot still yet to be played before we move straight into the World Cup. And of course, Maiwa standing by. Maiwa, welcome to Locker Room. All right, Maiwa, it's out. Of course, for viewers, if you want to be part of the show, all you need to do is to leave us a comment on our YouTube platform if you're watching online, or you can definitely pick up your phone and call us via the number beaming on your screen. And to let you also know that we would love you to be part of the family, all you need to do is hit the subscribe button, and do not also forget to like, share, and be a part of the family. Of course, we will definitely be hitting on from the very big one that's happened right there at the Bernabeu. Kylian Mbappe finally spoke out after a long silence from him after what's been going on right there about his future right there in Madrid. 30 million plus persons have actually signed the petition for him to actually be axed from the squad. And now the Real Madrid forward has actually admitted he was disappointed to miss last weekend a Clasico against Barcelona, claiming he usually scores in the fixtures. The French star, who recently returned from injury in Madrid's 2-0 win over Real Oviedo, was booed by a section of the Bernabeu crowd after coming on as a substitute. Mbappe, however, said he understands the reaction from fans and insists such criticism is part of life at the Bernabeu. He also defended his recent trip to Italy, stating that he had the club's permission to be away and was not the only player absent during the El Clasico. Now, this man, Kylian Mbappe, has come out to actually been talking about, his future at the club. And of course, he also said before this game that the manager himself, Alvaro Arbeloa, also told him that he is the 4th man in line when it comes to the attacking options in Real Madrid, behind Vini Jr., Franco Mastantuono, and of course, the young man who's been doing all of the wonders in Madrid, Garcia. And this is exactly why, he felt like, why will I be the 4th man option? Again, in his defense, the president of the club also said that Kylian Mbappe is the most important forward. He scored lots of goals, which is obviously a fact. But tell me, the life of this guy in Real Madrid, do you think with the way he's going, he's going to spend additional 2 years at the club?
Well, for Kylian Mbappe's career, let me first start with the fact that the coach, Alvaro Arbeloa, has actually come out to deny that statement. In a press conference, he said he didn't call him the 4th player, that maybe there was a misunderstanding. But that misunderstanding is also like an understatement to, summarize everything that is going on, at Real Madrid. On the pitch, Kylian Mbappe, a great player, he scores all the goals. Yes, maybe other players are not contributing as much, and there have been cracks in their tactics and all of that. But off the pitch, I think that's where the problem really is. And for the fans, for them to start booing a particular player, even Vinicius Jr. received some boos, and it didn't start last night. He's been on, for various sections of various parts of the season. One of the players that is loved at Real Madrid, Federico Valverde, with the situation, him being at the hospital, the likes of Tchouaméni as well, not receiving, a good, welcome from the fans. It just shows that there are a lot of cracks, behind the scene at Real Madrid. There are talks of Jose Mourinho trying to come in. Even there are legends, the likes of Enrique Casillas, tweeting and saying that they don't even want him to. They don't want him to be there. A lot is going on at Real Madrid, and it's not just on Kylian Mbappe alone. There's a lot we don't know that's going on behind the scene. Is Kylian Mbappe the problem? To some, he is. In fact, to most people, he is, because they feel like, when he came in, he has a lot of history about ego clashes, with other players from his other clubs. Even when he was at Monaco, he had issues with the likes of Raggi. At PSG, he had issues with, other players like that. They said Mbappe is the main reason why the Mbappe, Neymar, and Messi connection did not work at Paris Saint-Germain. Now moving on to Real Madrid and the free transfer, a club of his dreams. Obviously, he's getting the goals for them, but how is he with other players? But Vinicius Jr. has also had a lot on him even before the arrival of Kylian Mbappe. So that's why I feel like at Real Madrid, the ego clash is actually there. One of the reasons why Xabi Alonso was given the boot, or let me say he just left, because he felt like he couldn't handle what was going on. And Arbeloa as well hasn't really done anything either to, try to, dose that fire that seems to be burning at Real Madrid. He is not, the situation is just like worsening under him as well. He hasn't done enough to handle these players. Why? Because, of course, he doesn't have that managerial experience. This is like his first big job. Maybe a Mourinho can come in and steady the ship, put everybody back in order in the locker room, in the dressing room. But my own question about Mourinho's appointment, if it happens, is that how about his tactics working in 2026? So for me, Kylian Mbappe, he got back into the Real Madrid fold. He came on and he gave an assist. He responded well to the boost. He gave an assist, and it still shows that whatever it is, he's still playing for the shirt. You could see Vinicius Jr., his body language was not so good. He was kicking everything around. But I think Kylian Mbappe still wants to stay. I think the way he is and where he's coming from shows that, must have shown to a lot of people that this man has an issue with his ego. He has a problem with his attitude and all of that. But you can't deny the fact that he wants to play for the club and he wants to get goals.
Absolutely, he wants to get goals. And let's bring Mayowa in. Mayowa, welcome to the locker room.
Well, it's always amazing to be here. 27 days to the World Cup, Nigeria is nowhere to be found, and we have ourselves and the NFF to blame. But that aside, the FA Cup is coming up tomorrow. Will Chelsea be able to get into Europe via the back door? Well, by this time tomorrow, probably we would have sorted that. But it's always amazing to be here. CGIF edition. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely, Mayowa. We're talking about Kylian Mbappe. Tell us exactly the future of Kylian Mbappe. Back and forth to the manager. He said he's the fourth option. The manager came out to debunk. He didn't say so. The president, Florentino Perez, siding with Kylian Mbappe is the most important forward. Tell me exactly about the future of this young man, knowing that the fans, about over 30 million persons, have actually signed for him to actually leave the club. Can Kylian Mbappe stay in Real Madrid, or will he be in Real Madrid in the next 2 years? From your projection, tell me.
Well, I think, when the story broke about 2 years ago that Kylian Mbappe was going to, Real Madrid, you could bear with me witness, I spoke about it on room, that it was going to disrupt a whole lot of things. Kylian Mbappe is not the kind of player Real Madrid needed. They have won everything. They never needed Kylian Mbappe. They just needed him, for the expansion and the shirt sales. And that was it. I think, as long as Florentino Perez is there, any coach that will come, we have to bow down to Kylian Mbappe. The big question is this, because there is talks about Florentino Perez wanting to bring back Mourinho. The big talk is this: when things go sour between Mbappe and Mourinho, which will definitely happen, will Florentino Perez back Mourinho, or will he stick by his gun, side with Mbappe? Because of the commercial lies around him, they will not let him to go. The success of Real Madrid lies in the fact that Florentino Perez has to answer decision making in that particular thing. If not, Kylian Mbappe will continue to misbehave and will continue to scatter the dressing room, and they will never have a stable manager.
Well, but Mayowa, you also agree with me that over the years it has always been Florentino Perez's style to actually dictate or sometimes use his influence on the club. Recall that the signing of Karim Benzema was one of the reasons why Jose Mourinho started having issues there. Because the truth is, it wasn't the manager's ideal signing, but then he wants him regardless. Some of these top managers, club owners do these things all of the time, or CEO do these things all of the time. But it's over the years, Real Madrid have used that particular style to actually gain success. Will it actually be different with Kylian Mbappe? What's so different about Kylian Mbappe? They've seen the likes of Cristiano Ronaldo with huge and bigger commercial value than Kylian Mbappe. So why is Kylian Mbappe different?
Okay, well, the problem is this. And kudos to players that are coming up. There is a lack of stars at the moment. There is a lack of exceptional stars at the moment. Take away Lamine Yamal, probably take Mbappe, maybe an Haaland. That big stars can control, the numbers. And to be honest with you, the reason why they brought Kylian Mbappe was commercial stuff. Mbappe in the Champions League and he feels Real Madrid, the most likely chance to win Champions League. Real Madrid does not need a Kylian Mbappe. So at the moment, because of the big name, the team is not even achieving what they're supposed to achieve. The bottom line is this: if Florentino Perez is not careful, this is going to backfire financially, because 30 million people are signing up against you to get you out of the club. 30 million people will vote against the president if he doesn't take.
All right, let's move on to. I think Mayowa's we're having issues with Mayowa's network, but let's move on away from that. So when Mayowa comes, we'll probably wrap up his thoughts on that one. But let's go straight to what's happening right there in England tomorrow. A big one is going down: the FA Cup final, Manchester City and Chelsea. And Manchester City manager Pep Guardiola has admitted Chelsea could have an advantage in such this FA Cup final due to his side's demanding fixtures schedule. City are balancing title race with cup commitments and played Crystal Palace in the Premier League on Wednesday, while Chelsea have had full week to prepare for the Wembley showdown. Guardiola expressed concerns about fatigue affecting his players, but insisted he still has confidence in the squad after rotating key stars in the win over Palace. The Spaniard is aiming to win his third FA Cup title and secure 20th Premier trophy, I beg your pardon, as Manchester City manager. 20th trophy as manager of Manchester City. Yeah. And of course, the FA Cup final is there for the taking. If they win it, and who knows, if Arsenal slip up, that's going to be a domestic trouble for them. But then look at Pep Guardiola, his concerns. Are they genuine, or it's just, one of those antics we've known Pep Guardiola for? Yeah. Because you also want to know that, Pep Guardiola is a man who actually likes to actually take things based off what's happening, to him in the past.
Right. I think there's nothing wrong in trying to show a little respect to the club you're playing, especially a club that you faced a lot of times at Wembley. They've gotten the better of you at Wembley. You've also defeated them at Wembley. So even though no matter what Chelsea is going through, this is a final and it's happening on a neutral ground, which is Wembley. It's not at the Stamford Bridge, neither is it at the Etihad. So I feel like it's still okay for Pep Guardiola to show them, some respect, telling them that, yes, they have a week to prepare and there might be a threat to his 20th trophy as Manchester City manager. But still, you and I can agree that Pep Guardiola, when it comes to mind games, is the king of mind games, because he's talking about balancing, the title race with, cup commitments. It's not been a problem since they won the Carabao Cup against Arsenal. It's not been a problem. And you could see that from that game that they won, the last game against Crystal Palace that they won at home 3-0, look at the rotation that he made in that game, and look at the players that he had on the bench. Jeremy Doku was there on the bench with Erling Haaland and Sheki, though he came on in that game later. It shows that he's taking this final as a big priority. He's prioritizing this final. Even if they don't get to win the Premier League, the Carabao Cup and the FA Cup, I think it's still going to be enough. Maybe not by his standards. He wants to win the Premier League trophy. That is why he's there. And I know that about Pep Guardiola. But the FA Cup final is not going to take it lightly. Remember when they faced up against Manchester United? They lost that one against Manchester United. Now they're in another final, and they'll be looking to get this off at Chelsea. But the only thing I would say that will help Chelsea is the fact that it is played at Wembley. They've gotten the better of Manchester City at Wembley in the past, and they were looking to do it again. Yes, they've been refreshed, but I know it's a final whereby you might not want to look at form. Form might go out of the window, right? Because this is about let's go and play and let's see what happens. It's just one game. It's a one-off. But then you are still going to not deny the fact that both teams are on contrasting run of form, right? You could see Chelsea, They are trying, to win something. They are trying to even win points. They're trying to get points, maximum points in the Premier League games. They're trying to win games. While Manchester City, you know that those ones, they are on a upper trajectory. Yes, the bookies will favor Manchester City, but let's see what comes out of that. But I think that Pep Guardiola is just trying to play my games with Chelsea.
Well, of course,
he knows what's coming.
Give me a prediction for that game.
I think Manchester City will take the day. Maybe not a ridiculous score line. Maybe a 2-0, just as it was in the Carabao Cup against Arsenal.
All right, so let's move on straight to another very interesting story. In fact, this one is going to be ushering us to what's going down, in June, which is the World Cup, and of course, still very much about England. The Three Lions, former Tottenham Hotspur manager Tim Sherwood has actually urged English coach Thomas Tuchel to actually build his team around Phil Foden ahead of the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and it's actually a very big deal because Sherwood actually praised the Manchester City stars' creativity and vision, insisting it must be included in England's starting lineup. Sherwood said Foden is one of the best players capable of operating behind striker Harry Kane, despite strong competition from numerous number 10 in the Three Lions bag of creativity, including names like Jude Bellingham, Cole Palmer, Morgan Rogers, and Morgan Gibbs-White. Now, looking at this young man, he's really had a very top fit of the season. It's not really been his best season. Right. But then I feel Foden, you cannot actually downplay his quality any day, anytime. But if you tell me exactly, if you're the manager of the Three Lions, right, who is going to play in your number 10 role? Is it Phil Foden? Is it Morgan Gibbs-White, Morgan Rogers, or Jude Bellingham?
So the question to Thomas Tuchel is: do you want to take players to the World Cup based on form or because of what they've done for you in the past? I think there are some times where nostalgia, maybe recency bias, and maybe that momentary things that happen from moments, you want to play that and just suddenly feel like, oh, look, because he gave a no-look assist, now you can go to the World Cup and go and perform. For competitions he has been with England, in all honesty, and with all due respect to Phil Foden, a great player, what has he done with England over the years? In the big competitions. Even at the World Cup in 2022, he wasn't the star man. So for me, for Tim Sherwood to come out and say, oh, Phil Foden, it should be the one that they should be building the team around, why is Pep Guardiola not sharing that line of trust and saying, look, this is my team since Kevin De Bruyne left, I want to build the team around Phil Foden. How has that worked so far? Ryan Sheki came into the team, signed for 30 million, and has relegated a certain Phil Foden to the bench. Bernardo Silva is still ahead of Phil Foden in the pecking order. Phil Foden was part of a rotated squad that defeated Crystal Palace. Phil Foden should be the one getting rested for the FA Cup final. It shows that he is not part of Pep Guardiola's plans for the first team this season. A lot of people blame that on an injury. He will come in, drop a good game, go for the next 5 games missing. You won't blame Pep Guardiola for putting him to the bench. Now it's this same player that you want to build the team around. I know that club football can be different from international commitment, but there are other number 10s that have done so well for themselves, the likes of Morgan Gibbs-White. It's done so well for Nottingham Forest, pulling them all the way to the Europa League semi-finals. There's a certain Morgan Rogers who started the season also very well, tailing off towards the end of the season. But he is there. For me, I will still put a Morgan Rogers right there over a certain Phil Foden. So coming out to come and say that the team should be built around Phil Foden, I don't want to believe that. Even Cole Palmer his fair share, or let me say unfair share of injuries this season as well with Chelsea. But he's still somebody that is you put in and say is more creative than a certain Phil Foden. Ebere Eze is also there, still in and around that place. So for me, Jude Bellingham, no, I won't put Jude Bellingham to be the number 10. I think I would rather put Jude Bellingham to be number 8. Jude Bellingham can mark, he can go, try to defend, try to get the ball rolling, and with some good key passes as well. But I won't put him as a number 10. But for me, if I'm to pick an number 10 role for England, I don't think Phil Foden might even make the World Cup. Yes, on his day, he can give good performances, but when is that day coming? We could see what he did in the 23-24 season when he was the star man for Manchester City. Since that time, has he replicated it? This is 2 seasons after that. He's still yet to replicate that form from 23-24. So I don't think he should be the man for England's creativity in that middle to be built around. I don't think it's Phil Foden.
Well, that's actually a first thought. It's quite really difficult to actually argue against because Phil Foden has actually not been the man. If you look at what he's done this season, maybe, just maybe, he might be missing out. But his quality, some players like that they might not actually give the very best of season. They go into the World Cup because of their experience, what they've done, over the years. You definitely see or trust them to step up. Case in point, Zinedine Zidane actually was not, in the best shape in running to 2006 World Cup, but then he came into the World Cup. It was a different, mode of player. So we've seen.
But Zidane has done it over and over and over.
Well,
not one season.
But the thing is,
and you tail off.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you play side by side in terms of experience, exposure at this level, likes of Morgan Gibbs White, Morgan Rogers, you want to trust Phil Foden. That's exactly what.
Because he has their experience.
That's
exactly. He's been playing longer.
That's what the likes of Zidane actually did. He came in because of his exposure, his experience. Sometimes you don't need to.
But what has he done for England? That's why I asked at the beginning. I said, what has he done for England?
What has England as a team?
But we've seen other players that have stepped up. Bukayo Saka, yes. Is that the injury every season with Arsenal? Yes, maybe not on the best of form. He's just getting back towards the end of the season. But when Bukayo Saka went to the World Cup with England in 2002, 2022, sorry, you could see his performances at the World Cup. You could see his performances at the Euros. You could see Kopama's performances at the Euros. Yes, Kopama as well is not in the best of form, but you could see the performances they give for England. Raheem Sterling, the same thing. Even when Raheem Sterling is not on form with Manchester City, he has done well for England when he was being selected. But Phil Foden, what has he done? That's the question. Phil Foden doesn't do as much as these other players that I mentioned. He didn't do as much as them when he was representing England. At the Euros, he was one of the shining lights. Coming off the back of that 23-24 season where he was the player of the year in the Premier League. He went to the Euros and what? To what end?
All right, so
that's it.
Definitely move on to another very big story, and this time around it's actually about teams actually dropping their list. The World Cup is definitely 27 days to go, and one of the biggest shocker is Eduardo Camavinga missing on that particular list. The France national team actually dropped their list, and this is the World Cup group. Yes, this is exactly what the World Cup group looked like at this point. But then Eduardo Camavinga is a big man in the news now, and before we get to the group of before we get to the group where France actually belong. Yeah, before we get to that particular group, we'll definitely look at the group of the teams that will be participating in the World Cup. Then we'll come back to the Eduardo Camavinga miss. Now, Afis, let's quickly look at the group. Group A is, of course, one of the host nations, South Africa, and South Korea, and of course the winner, in that pair. Of course, we found out who actually won that particular World Cup, playoff now.
Let's check here.
Yes. Now, if you look at this particular group, the way it actually stands, now let's start to dissect the group, group by group, right? And tell me exactly who looks like the most likely team to actually make it out of this particular group.
Well, that's a tough group, to be honest. And for Mexico and South Africa, they met in 2010 at the start of the competition. You remember the Shabalala goal right there during the 2010 World Cup. And this time around, Mexico, they've dropped their 55-man list, and the big man, Guillermo Ochoa, is still in and around, the squad, and it might even be number one. And South Africa as well, yet they are yet to drop the list, but I think some of the players that will be going, the likes of Wasuna Police, Mofokeng, I think they want to do a whole lot better, for a certain Ugo Bruce, when he selects his team at the end of the day. And as for South Korea, I think they will want to build the team around a certain Heung-min Son as well. There are other players that are also stepping up for them. And as for Czech Republic, the likes of Kinski and Patrick Schick, should be available for them. For South Africa, remember, especially they were, we want to talk about them because, they are the team that, let me say, denied the Super Eagles of Nigeria, qualification for the World Cup. So you could say that a certain South African team, a lot of Nigerians might not want to root for them. A lot of Nigerians might not want, they might be watching them, but trust me, they did their part to get to this stage, and they also want to, prove to a lot of people that they can still go well when it comes to this World Cup stage. So, if you ask me the two teams that will qualify from this group, I know it's too early to call. The tournament is yet to start. It kicks off at June 11. But I think I will go with, football is a bit on paper, but we are just doing it on paper right now. I think I will go with Mexico and South Africa to qualify from this group. So I know South Korea can be very, very threatening, but I think Mexico and South Africa will qualify. Czech Republic as well will do well. They will try to do their best, and there's an opportunity for the third best placed third team to also qualify. But I think Mexico and South Africa will qualify automatically from.
Yes. So let's look at the group, the big group B, right, where we have Canada and other teams that will be going to the World Cup in that particular group. Tell me exactly, if you look at that second week, if we can actually have the image of that. So Canada, Switzerland, Qatar, and Bosnia. Now these are this is another group that contains one of the host nations.
Right.
And tell me exactly who is going to be making it out of this group.
Yeah, I think this group is evenly matched. I don't think there's any team in this group that's going to blow the other away. For Canada, they're one of the hosts as well, so they didn't get to play any part of the qualifiers. Even Mexico as well in Group A. And for Canada, let me start from their star men they'll be looking up to do the business. And when you look at Canada, one of the biggest names because Alphonso Davies, the left back of Bayern Munich, and you look at the likes of Jonathan David, the striker at Juventus, Tani Oluwaseyi, who plays for Villarreal, Promise David, Nigerian-born Promise David, also representing Canada, and the likes of Stephen Eustakio in their midfield as well. I think these are players that we want to do well for Canada. They were there in 2022. They got a draw, if I'm not mistaken, in one of their groups right there with Belgium. And for Switzerland, I mean, who else would you want to look at for Switzerland? Aside Granit Xhaka and Xherdan Shaqiri, there are other players right there, the likes of Bril Mbolo, Zeki Amdouni, and the likes of Ricardo Rodriguez as well, Ruben Vargas as well for Switzerland. I think Manuel Akonji too. I think I'm just loving these names I'm calling because I just want to see all these players when the World Cup starts. And as for Qatar, well, they also did well in the Asian qualifiers. Bosnia as well, Edin Dzeko leading them, over the line via the playoffs. That's talking about Bosnia. I think this group is evenly matched. And for Qatar, Ikechukwu, we might be seeing the oldest outfield player, if he's selected, because they've dropped their preliminary list. Julia Lopetegui has done that one. And if this particular player, Sebastian Soria, is selected, is online, or let me say in course to become the oldest outfield player at 42 years old on some days.
Absolutely. Now, of course, let's go straight to the big one about Eduardo Camavinga. France actually dropped their list, and a lot of persons, started shouting. People were talking about how, on earth would this guy miss out in that particular list. But look at that, the midfield of the French squad. I mean, it's spoiled for choice. They got so much, quality in that team, and it takes my mind back to exactly what you were talking about, Foden, about playing time and how it's actually come up for his team. Eduardo Camavinga, really, to be very honest with, to be very fair with him, he's struggling with injury this season, but then you cannot take away the quality of the young man. And of course, the manager in the person of Deschamps actually came out to say it's actually difficult to actually pick a team without him because the young man is a player who can actually support defensively, is so good at going forward, is also can actually play as a defender. I mean, it says a lot about the quality and the versatility of the young man. But then France dropped the group, and it seems like, we've already found the world champion.
I know a lot of people have been talking about France's attack. Yes, even in that attack, there were some names that were not mentioned, that were not called up, let me say that, by Didier Deschamps. And for the Camavinga one, yes, just like you said, Didier Deschamps came out to say, look, he's not had the best of seasons. A lot of people are even attributing it to that red card. People are, the talk of Mbappe being the dictator, but that's not the case. I think it's all solely on Deschamps saying, look, you've not had the best of season, and I want to bring in players that, are in the right shape, in the right frame of mind, that are also in form, to go into the World Cup, and let's see what comes out of that. I think France's midfield, for me, a lot of people were expecting more names, more bodies in the midfield, but I think it's enough. It's not bad. The likes of N'Golo Kante, Manu Kone, Adrien Rabiot, Aurelien Tchouameni, and Warren Zaïre. I think these are players that can shield that backline and can also be a box-to-box midfielder.
N'Golo Kante for Camavinga?
N'Golo Kante at 34 is still playing better than the Camavinga. N'Golo Kante is still running like he's 25, 26 years old. N'Golo Kante is still N'Golo Kante. Let me just put it that way. We saw it at the Euros. And I think his selection is also going to be justified at the World Cup as well. N'Golo Kante is not playing like he's old. And let's just go to the attack, like of Magnus Akliouche, who can operate in front of two midfielders. He can operate as a number 10, also operate as a winger. Bradley Barcola is there. His form with Paris Saint-Germain says it all. And Sheki, his form with Manchester City says it all as well. Ousmane Dembele, Ballon d'Or Dembele, player of the season, in the Ligue 1. That's of Desiree Doué, Mateta. I think it's the Mateta one that a lot of people are now asking questions like, oh, why Mateta and all of that. But I think Didier Deschamps prefers a big man up front. He likes a big man. Remember 2018 with Olivier Giroud. He likes a big man being up front to bring in the wingers as well. Who are going to be the wingers is now the question. Will Mateta even get playing time also is the question. A lot of people were asking, why is the lack of Koupi of Bournemouth not making the list? Esteban Lepol, who is playing well in the local league, the Ligue 1, scoring 20 goals plus. Why is he also not called up? So, but for me, I think Didier Deschamps a lot has been said about the attack. It's going to find a way. And as for the defense, where I personally was looking at how is it going to come up about, I think that was where they were going to have issues. Their defense is also not bad. That's of Koundé called up, Maxence Lacroix getting a call up as well. The Crystal Palace defender, William Saliba, of course, a mainstay. Upamecano, Konate, the Hernandez brothers, Lucas and Theo, and Malo Gusto and Lucadine. I don't think it's that bad, for France. I think if they can find the balance between their defense and their midfield, their attack is going to be splendid.
Absolutely. So let's continue to count down the World Cup. Afis, tell me, based on what we've seen in the group, I would like to see the group table again, right there. And tell me exactly which team, looks like they have the easiest path to the knockouts at this point.
If Brazil and Morocco play really well, I would have loved Morocco if Walid Regragui was still, the coach. But right now, Regragui is no longer there. They have their under-20 coach now taking over the first team and the main national team. Brazil as well under Don Carlo Ancelotti. If they get to do well, I think Brazil and Morocco will have it slightly easy against Scotland and Haiti. But trust me, Ikechukwu is 48 teams. No team is going to be easy. There are going to be shocks, even bigger than the shock we received in 2022 when Saudi Arabia defeated Argentina. There are going to be shocks in this tournament, trust me. There are some teams that will qualify and you yourself will be surprised. Cabo Verde, I think they are going to be much tougher for Saudi Arabia and Uruguay, maybe not for Spain. I want to see what Cabo Verde can do for Africa. Let me say in Group I, that one is going to be very, very tough right there. France, Senegal, and Norway. You know the quality that is in those three teams. I think I'm sorry for Iraq. Iraq might be the whipping boys of that group. Trust me. But because Erling Haaland is not going to be smiling with Martin Odegaard also in the mix. Senegal with Sadio Mane. France with all those names that we mentioned. Look at Group J, Argentina, Austria, Algeria, and Jordan.
Yeah, that's exactly where I have, the biggest of concern. Now,
right.
That group reminds me of, the 82 World Cup, right? That's where we have the, unfortunate incidents where football pundits will not stop talking about it, talking about the shame of Guion, where, Germany and, Austria had to actually play against themselves, had to actually, nobody decided to actually mark. After just one goal scored against Austria, the both of them just decided to stay half line and allow the entire game to go. In fact, Algerian fans on the pitch was there on stands rather, were burning money, shouting "Fora, Fora," that means get out, because this is no football. In fact, after that particular game, FIFA had to amend its rule. That's exactly when we start having the last game of every group to be played simultaneously. Because earlier in the day, what's his name? Algeria played earlier, and then they won their game. So they drew their game against Chile. So it was expected that with 4 points they should be able to scale through. I mean, pending on what happened between West Germany at the time, which is Germany now, against Austria, and what we saw was just one goal. Germany made it to the final, and then on goal difference.
That was the bet of Arambo.
So now we are back here. I mean, Afis, it feels like lightning, or will I call it lightning now? Will I say it's an opportunity for Algeria to actually pull that quote, take your own, that quote that says take your own pound of flesh this time around against this Australia.
You will not want to take your pound of flesh anyhow because you need points to qualify.
But how good is this this Algerian side against to actually pay back for what happened against the Belloumi-led Algerian side in the so how good are they against this particular team this time around to ensure that that thing doesn't happen today?
First thing, I think the joy of this World Cup is that every of the 48 teams, they all have their star players, right? And if you look at Algeria, yes, Riyad Mahrez is still very much available, likes of, and other young players coming in. Ryan Ednori is going to be available. The likes of Anit Ajmusa is also going to be available. Algeria might not be the Algeria of 2019. We saw them, at the AFCON. Lucas Zidane might be missing the World Cup through injury. We saw them at the AFCON. They were not even fancied, at the start of the AFCON, but they went on to get, to the quarterfinals, and they were eventually knocked out by Nigeria. So I think they will regroup, they'll bring in their other players, even those that were born abroad, Usema Wa and all of that. But the quality, in comparison to the other team like Austria, I think Austria themselves, they might not be looked at, but they have good players. David Alaba is in there. I don't know if Marko Arnautovic is going to make the World Cup, but they have the likes of Gregoric, Paul Werner. They have players right there, in the Austrian national team. Kane Chukwuemeka, of course, the Borussia Dortmund midfielder will also be there. But I don't think any of those teams will want to match.
So I think let's look at the last two groups, Group K and Group L.
Portugal, Colombia, Uzbekistan, and Congo. I think DR Congo too. Nigerians will also be very, very particular about this group. They want to see if they were able to go against the likes of Colombia and Portugal. But like I said, Portugal, for me, I think they are like the most balanced team. Trust me. Because let's look at their goalkeepers right now. They have Diego Costa, who is doing well with Porto. In the defense line, there's Ruben Diaz. There is the likes of Inacio and Silva.
Have they dropped their preliminary list? Have they dropped their final score?
No, not yet.
So let's await. You know, I mean,
no. I'm just talking about these are players that will make it. They have the okay. Are you telling me Vitinha barring injury?
That's exactly what
barring injury.
That's why I'm saying let's not call it because something might still happen. They might not make it.
But barring injury, these are players that make it.
You cannot say barring injury because the squad is yet to be made.
That's why it's preliminary now. That's what we are doing. We are bringing preliminary squad.
Let's wait.
It's not the full squad now.
But some things like France, they've dropped their full squad.
Okay.
Right.
Let me ask you, will Ronaldo make the World Cup for Portugal?
I don't know at this point.
Ronaldo.
See, if he's fit, yeah.
Even if he's not fit.
No.
If he's not fit.
If he's out,
he might miss the first game.
If he's out injured,
he might miss the first game.
It depends on the level of injury.
Exactly.
And so that's what I'm saying.
But that's what we are saying. Now
we are just part of the game.
We are breaking it down.
Are you taking away injury from the game?
I'm not taking injury.
Are you saying that the player that's injured
you can miss the first game now. Lamine Yamal is being said he might miss the first game for Spain.
So let's wait until the list.
But we're just talking about players that might make it, right? I know that a lot of teams are already dropping their preliminary list, but we are just looking at players that at least all things being equal, they will make it.
So what about Group L?
Group L, England. This right here, I think a lot of people will be saying it's going to be an easy group for England, right? And I think England, they always find a way to just get the good bite of the cherry and all of that. But
Croatia, is this a good bite? Does it look like a good bite?
Ghana has not been the best. They've not been in the best of form. I know they have the likes of Mohamed Kudus, Semenyo, and all of that, but they've not really been the best. They didn't qualify for AFCON. Yes, they put in all their power to qualify for the World Cup, and now they've sacked their coach. They brought in a new coach, but Carlos Queiroz. I don't think Carlos Queiroz is going to be the man.
It's experience. A man who has handled the Real Madrid, you want to give it to him.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay. But we are still, they know why we're still getting scared with a Champions League winner that is managing Brazil. That Brazil might not even get to the quarterfinals.
No, we're not getting scared. About we're not getting scared. I mean, I was asking yesterday if Don Carlo Ancelotti has what it takes.
But you didn't put them as contenders now.
I was asking you. You didn't ask me.
Are they contenders?
Yes, they are.
They are not.
Brazil will always be contenders. Brazil. See, Afis.
Because it is Brazil.
Exactly.
But with these players we are seeing, they don't look like they are going to be contenders.
Okay, so let's look at the group one more time. Tell me exactly which team, which giants look like, will not likely make it out of the group.
Brazil.
You have a bone to pick with Brazil.
It's not a bone to pick. It's just what it is.
There's just something.
It's just what it is.
So which group is the group of death here?
Group of death for me, I think it's the group containing France, Norway, Senegal, and Iraq. I think that's the group of death, and I think any team can finish first, second, third in that group.
What about Group F? Group F, because that group looks very evenly. It looks very.
There are many groups that look evenly matched, right? You look at the Netherlands, Japan, Tunisia. Yes, it's very evenly matched. Belgium, Egypt, Iran, and New Zealand as well. Spain, Uruguay, Saudi Arabia, and Cabo Verde. United States, Paraguay, Australia, and Turkey. They are groups that are very evenly matched. But if you're asking for the group of death for me, I think it's a group I, if I'm not mistaken. France, in Senegal, Norway, and Iraq.
Okay, so still talking about the World Cup and moving on. So let's look at the countries that has the country that has the most points to prove in this World Cup. Which country are you looking at? Okay, this country has the most points to prove in this 2026 FIFA.
The most points to prove? If there's any, I think all of them. They all have points to prove. I think France as well, a lot of people will be saying, look, you gave Argentina a run for their money. Can you go a step further? Yes, maybe Deschamps himself doesn't have anything to prove to the world, but can you go a step further? Africa as a whole, they also have a point to prove. Can we do better than what Morocco did in 2022? Spain as well, winning the Euros. Can you go on with that, 90%, the bulk of that squad to also go on, to win the World Cup?
It's good you mentioned Argentina at some point in this,
do you have the ability to defend it?
Let's ask the question exactly. Now, can they actually, defend their crown? Do they have it in them?
It's going to be much tougher than 2022.
Before you go on, right? You recall that before the 2022 World Cup, nobody actually tipped Argentina to win it.
Right.
To be very honest, because of the quality of players, apart from Lionel Messi, nobody was actually seen as a player who can actually cause a lot of problem. But now they went all the way to actually win it.
Yeah.
Now it's still the same thing now. They also don't look like a real contender for the World Cup crown at this point because of the way they are now, age and all of that. But again, can they hold it? The manager is still very much the same. The Messi maybe not the same quality of player. 4 years, from the time we last saw him, is very much slower now.
He's still doing well.
But it's very
in terms
much
of numbers.
It's very much slower now.
Right.
So let's look at the team and Argentina.
And the 2022 World Cup even was not all about him too. Going into the tournament, you could see the players rising up to the occasion for him, and he was also doing his part. It was still even slower at the time. Then with moments of magic, it will ignite.
Can he still bring that magic?
Yes, that's the same Lionel Messi.
Can he inspire them to? Do they look like a team that should be, be careful? People should be careful about them.
Argentina?
Yes.
I mean, well, maybe before they released the 55-man list, I was being skeptical when Cristiano Romero pulled up with the injury. But when the list came out, I could see that Argentina, they still have something about them. I mean, the likes of Giuliano Simeone, I think is going to be very much involved. The likes of Nico Paz, Messi himself, Lautaro Martinez, Julian Alvarez. I still think they have something to offer going forward.
I mean, time is very much not our side now. So we have to just tell me which team is built to win this World Cup as we wrap up.
If it's by attack, France. If it's about the balance of the team, Spain and Portugal.
It's about defense?
Defense, none.
All right, so that's exactly what we'll be leaving it off this episode of The Locker Room on Voice of the People TV. And Afisa has been awesome breaking down all of the group stage. And of course, we'll be here, same time on Monday to actually continue on this part to bring you every single details and information with regards to the World Cup as it continues to unfold. I am Ikechukwu Agwago. And of course, this is exactly what we're leaving it. Up next is Political Lens with Chukwuma Okoro. Have a great day.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bomakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to Voptv, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girl Strip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, everybody. It's about shagging the man from back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Hi, my name is Zoe Martinson, and you're watching Voptv.
What's up, people? It's your boy Dulo checking in. I'm here with the fisherman, Dulo, aka Kubi. I want to shout out the VOP, the voice of the people. Make sure you guys tap in, tune into the voice of the people today, tomorrow, and every day.
Hi everyone, my name is Princess Fithia Nkrumah, and you keep watching Voice of the People TV.
Rukomi ni Akweja. Ricky Adelaide, the fisherman. Voice of the people. I'm part of the people. So go on and always watch Voice of the People.
Wagwami people, it's your girl Endurance Grand, and I'm giving a special shout out to VOP TV. Keep listening, keep watching.
My name is Akio Shota. This is Voptv.
Hi, my name is William Lamte. I'm an actor, and keep watching Voice of the People TV. Keep it locked.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Lovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyo Sarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. Nigeria, with its complex political atmosphere, divergent views and discordant views, better still, coming with bass bows. Only one question matters: who really has the best candidate? Something is here. 5 political camps, 1 stage, no filters. Join us in this clash as supporters of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Peter Obi, Atiku Abubakar, Omoyele Sowore, and Adewale Adebayo go head to head in no holds barred town hall debate. No script, just raw, unfiltered conversation. This is more than politics. This is where opinions clash, facts are tested, and the truth fights to be heard. Happening live on May 22nd by 11 a.m. at Golden Tulip Terrace Hall, Ihoka Tower, 36 International Airport Road, Lagos. Don't miss it. Watch live on YouTube at VOPTV. Set your reminder, subscribe, join the conversation. My candidate is the best, or is it?
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voiceover personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella, shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde, Suspect 95, là on est sur VOP TV, on passe un bon temps, j'espère que vous kiffez, on est au Afrima, on est ensemble, VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation president, outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. Like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Arunze. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Only are you, but on the Fuji was who. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Trust.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bomakore, actor, model, producer.
Well, Nigeria's power game takes a dramatic turn as former Vice President Atiku Abubakar reportedly took the nation's democratic concerns to the United States Congress, with his former aide Shegu Showumi saying it is time for the youth to take over the reins of leadership. While allies of Peter Obi insist he remains committed to a single-term promise. In the meantime, Nigeria's President Bola Ahmed Tinubu says Nigerian youths will judge his performance at the ballot box, even as Seyi Makinde has declared his presidential ambition. With 2027 already shaping the political conversation, the battle for Nigeria's future has truly begun. Good evening and welcome to Political Lens on VOP TV. I'm Chukwuma Okoro. Thanks for joining us on the program. Now let's bring in our guests. We've been joined in the studio here by Dr. Peter Anosike. Peter is a philosopher, journalist, business consultant, and the author of Dangote's 10 Commandments of Money. Good evening, Peter, and thanks for joining us on Political Lens.
Thank you for having me.
Good to have you join us. I appreciate your presence. Now, let's quickly run into it. Representatives of former Nigerian Vice President Atiku Abubakar met with aides to U.S. Congressman Riley Moore in talks organized by the lobbying firm Von Batten Montague York LC, such a tongue-twisting name. Well, the discussion focused on protecting election integrity in Nigeria ahead of the 2027 elections and addressing the country's worsening security challenges. The lobbying firm described the meeting as productive and stressed need for free and fair, credible, peaceful elections in Nigeria and long-term stability. It also warned that any Nigerian official involved in election rigging, corruption, or anti-democratic actions could face international consequences, including possibly the global Magnitsky sanctions. The report also highlighted Atiku Abubakar's long-term political career, including his time as Nigeria's vice president under Olusegun Obasanjo and his repeated presidential ambitions. In a related development, the article stated that Atiku was reportedly invited to the U.S. Congress following recent discussions with American lawmakers. Dr. Anosike, how come we are outsourcing our elections to outsiders? We have outsourced our judiciary. We have outsourced our economy. We have outsourced our economy. Why can't we, our taxes, economy, and all of that, why can't we organize something as simple as an election without seeking help from outsiders? How did we get to this sorry pass?
Well, the truth is that we are making one step forward and 4 steps backwards, because 1960 to 2026, it's a long time that we are supposed to have been matured to be able to handle our own affairs. But because of a lot of negativities, it is not happening. So since we are unable to handle our affairs, we need help. And that could be why Atiku decided to go to the United States.
Atiku decided to go to the United States. He was vice president for 8 years. How much did it come true for Nigeria? I mean, we are looking at 66 years of independence. And you see some countries in Asia, I mean, talking about the Asian tigers, some of them, it took them 30 years, at the maximum, look at Singapore, that moved from third world to first world within 30 years under the leadership of one man who laid a good foundation. And they keep making progress. So how much responsibility should somebody like Atiku Abubakar take for having to outsource Nigeria's problems?
But you should also know that those Asian countries that you are talking about, we are not really practicing democracy.
So democracy is our problem in Africa. So is that what you're saying?
Democracy is like gives everybody what he or she wants. So there's certainly a cohesion. And when there's no cohesion, when there's no unity, where everybody is free to think and behave as he wants, it affects
so
national
Dr. Anosike, your position is that democracy is a problem. And when you talk about the Asian tigers, I mean, Singapore is democracy. Malaysia is democracy. Hong Kong, Taiwan, I mean, okay, you can talk about, let's leave Taiwan. Hong Kong is a democracy. South Korea is a democracy. These people have all made progress. And we started out almost at the same time. As a matter of fact, before them, Singapore, pulled out from Malaysia in 1965. But we got our independence in 1960. 66 years down the line, we are unable to put our acts together. And so somebody commits a crime here and he walks free. But when he gets to the UK, for the same offense, like 7 of them that he was cleared here, just 1 caught him in the UK. And so if you go to US, the same thing. We have people that commit crimes here and they go scot-free. But when they go to either US or UK, I'm sorry, sir. Talking about somebody like even Atiku Abubakar, you recall all the Halliburton case and all of that. How many people? Congressman Jefferson, and about 8 people in about 7 different countries all went to jail because of that issue. But not even one person here had his career damaged, talk less of taking the person to jail. So,
but you should know, if Atiku Abubakar was really involved in that case, he wouldn't have been visiting America.
When was the last time he visited?
That's not his.
I'm just telling you, I know. When was the last time he visited?
But
the last time he visited, let me tell you, the last time he visited as an aide of Olusegun Saraki, who was then Senate President. Are you aware of that? So apparently he went on a diplomatic passport. So why is he sending I mean,
a diplomatic passport doesn't stop you from diplomatic passport does not mean immunity.
No, it does.
It does not mean immunity.
It does.
If America is looking for you,
Okay.
it does not mean immunity.
Okay, so you are saying that article is clean as far as that Jefferson, the Halliburton case is concerned.
If he was, if America has anything against him, they will have picked him up.
Okay.
Understand?
So they didn't have.
That you're having a diplomatic passport in America does not mean immunity.
Okay, but I just told you the last time he went to the United States of America.
But he has gone there again.
When? When was that?
Understand?
When was that? I can't recall.
Are you his...
no, you said he has gone there. I can't recall, so you just inform us.
So America don't have anything.
Okay, so let's leave Atiku Abubakar. The fact is that, I mean, our judiciary here, we have a problem with it. And so that is why we also outsource some of our outsource. And what I mean by outsource is that people are set free here, and when they go outside, the long arms of the law, catches up with them.
Because of the type of government that we are running here, understand, individuals are bigger than institutions.
Okay.
Understand? So the judiciary is not free. The judiciary is not free. Cases are not treated on their merit, but who is offended and who is involved.
Okay, now this same company, that is speaking on behalf of not just Atiku Abubakar, probably the opposition, is the same company that Atiku hired to burnish his image ahead of the primaries and elections. How much trust do you think that Congress will impose on this company? Don't you think that there could be said, oh, this same company that is speaking, for the Nigerian people is the same one that is trying to burnish the image of Atiku Abubakar? Don't you think that they will say, well, probably Atiku is pursuing a personal ambition? What do you think?
Well, for me, Atiku is an elder statesman in the country, and he has enough that to turn America and the other parts of the world, because he has been in the system right from when he resigned from customs.
Okay.
Understand? So he has enough, and the Americans will want to listen to him, going by what is going on in the country. Okay. And he's from Adamawa, a state that has been hit by Boko Haram and the other insurgents.
Okay.
Mind you, when Jonathan was in power, Adamawa was under state of emergency. So he has enough experience for the world to give him a listening ear.
Yeah, okay, I'm happy that you brought us back to this point. There's a question that I asked that we didn't really talk about, and the fact of the question of how much responsibility should Atiku Abubakar take for the rot you experience here in Nigeria, having served as the vice president for 8 years? How much responsibility should he take?
Well, for me, Atiku Abubakar did well. That's when he was the vice president. At least we can see just like EFCC, ICPC, understand, the private BPE. These are, and it was also under him that we got Okonjo Iweala, who cancelled our debt too.
Okay.
So Nigeria was never in such a mess under them as we are now.
Okay.
And mind you, they inherited the case of the army.
Okay.
So if you're going to transition, it's always a difficult time. So for me, I will give I will rate Obasanjo Atiku administration very high.
Okay, very high. So at least Atiku has something to campaign with.
Sure.
Okay, now beautiful. How much influence do you think that the U.S. Congress does have, or that the U.S. as a country does have, and will have on the 2027 elections? We have seen Riley Moore visit here. He went to Benue and Plateau. In fact, on the way to Plateau, he had to cut short. He said, what I've seen in Benue is enough for me. He went back to Abuja, said one or two things and left. We have seen Ted Cruz back. We have seen Kimberly Daniels, the Florida representative said, enough of the killings. Do you think that they will go beyond words and do maybe something to help Nigeria have a credible election in 2027?
Well, for the first time, we are having American soldiers in Nigeria. Understand? Because we have, according to the report, we have about 200 of them now on advisory capacity and also taking notes.
Okay.
And these people are being fed with American money, not with Nigerian money.
Okay.
And the current president of America is a businessman who doesn't like wasting money. So, and recently, Nigeria shifted from a country of particular concern to the epicenter of terrorism in the world.
Okay.
So Nigeria is now on the world watch list.
Okay, so I'm sorry to cut in. The 200 soldiers that you talked about are here to help us, fight the war on terror.
On advisory capacity.
So how would that impact or affect the credibility of our elections?
No. What I'm trying to say, with the situation in the country today, people who are not interested in Nigeria before will now be interested. Understand? Because Nigeria is very important to the world. A country of over 200 million. Understand? So if what happened to Libya happens in Nigeria, it will affect every part of the world.
Okay.
Because the migration will be hell. Understand me? So people will be very, very sure. America, Europe will make sure that things go on well in Nigeria. And remind you about last week, the European nations said that they don't have any party in mind in Nigeria.
Okay.
Understand me? So Nigeria has gotten that to that stage that America should be more interested.
Nigeria, okay, more interested. As a matter of fact, UK is interested too because they sent an envoy here, I think that was 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks, and he met with the INEC chairman, met with opposition figures and all of that. In specific terms, I like for it because I want us to expand this discussion. The fact is that Atiku has gone, his representatives have gone to US Congress to say, we are having problems with the elections in terms of credibility. We are thinking that there might be surreptitious moves, by certain elements to rig the election. And we want you to help us do that. And so you don't have anything against internationalizing the elections by way of people, foreign countries coming to help us have a credible election.
If you are borrowing money, so there's nothing wrong with other countries coming to help you.
Okay, so what, in specific terms, what do you think they can do? Is it to man the IREF, or is it to say, okay, give us technology to back it in terms of high connectivity? What, in specific terms, do you think that they might do or that they should do to help us have free and fair election and do away with vote buying?
You have seen what Randy Moss said, understand?
Okay.
That whoever is found guilty of manipulating the process or the election will face international sanctions.
Okay, Magnus-Sky.
Understand me?
Sanctions, more like stopping them from coming to
understand
the
me? So
freeze their access in parts of
that
the world.
could be part of it.
Do they really care? Do they really care? The people that are involved, the leadership, do they care? If they don't go to US, they could go to Europe and other parts of the world. So what effect
I
is that
say
going to
that
have?
could be part of it. That
Okay.
could be part of it.
Okay.
Last year, Donald Trump told Maduro, you came in through a rigged election, resign.
Okay.
Understand? Step aside, let the rifle winner take over. Maduro was stubborn, and we saw what happened. So Nigeria is not different from Venezuela.
Nigeria is not different from
At all.
Venezuela.
Nigeria,
You think that could happen here?
it could happen. It could happen. It could happen, and Donald Trump will be in power when this election will happen. And already, Nigerians abroad have been bombarding U.S. governments with a lot of documents concerning what is happening in the country.
At some point, was it last year, early last year, we got information. The revelation was made that the president is an active agent to United States government. So do you think that if that is true, what we got at that time, we had just feeble rebuttals here and there, and Nigerians didn't push to find out the authenticity of that, but it was everywhere. And so if that is true, do you think that United States of America will, as a matter of policy, go against somebody who is their active asset?
Many of them who are assets have been even killed by the U.S. government.
Okay, because they turned coat.
Many of them who are even head of state, president had been killed. No, not just removed from power, killed.
Okay, because
MK Abiola was an asset.
Okay.
Gaddafi was an asset, and so on and so forth.
Osama bin Laden.
Understand me? So
Latin America.
So it doesn't give you immunity if America say enough is enough.
Okay, it doesn't give you immunity. So that you think there's a likelihood.
You cannot be.
If we don't get it right, and
you cannot be the only asset.
You cannot be the only asset. All right, Dr. Anosike, thank you very much. Let's move on and still talk about Atiku Abubakar and the 2027 elections. His former aide, Shehu Shogumi, has advised Atiku Abubakar to step aside from active presidential politics ahead of the 2027 general elections and allow younger leaders with fresh ideas to emerge. Speaking on a national television program, Shogumi said Nigerians should focus more on competence, policy depth, and leadership capacity rather than political drama and personality contests. Shogumi praised Mohammed Hayatuddin as the strongest opposition candidate under the ADC, citing his economic expertise and private sector experience. He also commented on Rotimi Amechi and Peter Obi, saying that Amechi had not yet inspired him politically, while according to him, Obi still enjoys strong public support, but will need broader national alliances to succeed. Now, this is Shehu Shogumi, closely associated with Atiku. Do you think that he's been altruistic with his opinion, or is it because he gravitates towards Tinubu now? You recall that at some point he had a meeting with the president, and he came out and said, well, there is nothing wrong in working with or for Tinubu.
He is working for Tinubu.
Okay.
He is working that's for Tinubu. We can do away with the messenger and focus on the message.
Okay, so what's the message?
The message that it's high time Atiku retires from politics.
Okay.
Understand? I remember in the United States, Hillary Clinton wanted that of a president in 2008. He was one of the aspirants in 2008 when Obama won.
Okay.
But Obama used him as Secretary of State.
Used her as Secretary of State.
Okay. Then in 2016, she became the Democratic nominee. When she failed, she said, I'm done with running for political office, but I have not resigned from politics.
Okay.
And that's what I feel that, and she just ran once. Understand? But Atiku had been there since 1992. Understand me? So for me, he has tried. He has tried, but Nigerians say, no, we don't want you.
Okay.
Understand? So he should go and become an advisor, an elder statesman, so that people will be going to be consulting him the way they used to consult Babangida.
Okay, Atiku Abubakar has come out to say, well, this is my last shot at the presidency.
Because nothing again is on his side. He is almost 80.
He's almost 80. Now, if you say that Shehu Shogumi is working for Tinubu, to what benefit will it be? Because as a matter of fact, a lot of people believe that it is in Tinubu's best interest that Atiku Abubakar is on the ballot. Standalone candidate. Peter Obi on the ballot. Standalone candidate. And so, if Shegu is working for the president's interest by trying to, unify the opposition or what, or trying to divide them, to the president's interest or what?
The issue is this. He is offering advice to Atiku Abubakar to step down.
Okay.
Understand? To step down and give the younger ones opportunity.
Okay.
But the younger ones don't have the war chest.
Okay.
Understand? Which Atiku has.
Buhari didn't have the war chest.
But Amechi and Lagos and the Rivers sponsored the 2015 election.
Okay.
And understand me? So if you don't have, and you have people who have behind you, it is still the
Okay, so do you think that Atiku has people who have war chest?
He has war
chest.
chest. Understand
and
me?
so he supports a candidate and probably looks for one of these governors with deep pockets and say, okay, come, let us do all of that. Do you think that will make a difference?
So one, anytime Atiku contests, he will make impact because he has built his supporters for a very long time. The way Tinubu, Buhari built his. Buhari started running from 2003, 2007, 2011, before he won in 2015.
Okay.
Understand? So that is building that's a chain of support.
Okay.
It's something that Atiku has done. So you cannot compare Atiku, who has been there for more than 20 years, and the young guy who is just starting now, even without even deep pockets.
No, my position is that Atiku has war chest. And so he looks for a younger person who also has deep pocket and say, come, let us collaborate and work together. What difference would that make?
And do what?
And I mean, remove the APC. Because if Atiku feels strongly that the current government is not working in the interest of Nigeria. And
so is it the young person deputizing him or?
No, the young person running, like the Buhari example that I said Buhari didn't have war chest, but Lagos and Rivers State had. And
supported him.
And so what if Atiku does all of that?
Just step outside and bring up somebody. That's what everybody is saying.
And so what?
That Atiku should take the back seat.
Okay. And you think that will make a difference? And they will shove the president aside, the current president, with all that you understand?
With I don't understand anything.
No, you don't understand that.
I don't understand anything.
You don't understand that.
There's nothing to understand.
You don't understand that.
Forget these minds. Forget these hypes. There's nothing to understand.
You think they are just hypes?
They are just hypes. It has been hypes. How did they cross over? It has been hypes.
A lot of money at the disposal.
It has been hypes.
Tinubu won the election as an outsider. Now he's the incumbent.
It has been hypes.
Okay.
Kwankwaso said money has never made anybody to lose election in the country. Understand? So those things have been hypes.
Okay, so money does not play a role.
I'm telling you what Kwankwaso said.
Do you agree with him?
He has been in the field, understand? He has run as a governor and as a president. So he is more experienced in the field than me.
Than you. And so you believe that money doesn't make a difference in elections?
So everything, Nigerians believe a lot of minds, master strategy, so. I don't believe it.
You don't believe in that?
At all.
Okay, now that we are talking about Atiku Abubakar, what is happening in the ADC? Talking about the court case and the indefinite adjournment, what's the possibility of ADC being on the ballot? I ask this in the light of the fact that no matter this, despite these preachments, Atiku Abubakar is still insistent on running for president in 2027. 90 million naira doled out. He has submitted the nomination form. And so what do you think is the fate of the ADC?
Well, I don't know what is giving him well, he is under pressure to meet the INEC deadline, which is inconvenient to all the other parties apart from APC. Understand?
Okay.
So that's why ordinarily he should have waited for the court to give judgment to know where he stands.
Okay.
But 90 million is nothing to Atiku Abubakar.
Okay.
Understand? This is what just one of his companies makes in a week.
In a week.
Understand? So that is not a problem, but he should have waited until judgment comes.
That is the question. For how long will he wait? I mean, the court has adjourned indefinitely because Bala Nafiu is shopping for a new judge to handle that case.
that word, sinadai, understand, may even mean the next day. Understand? So, but my worry is that case is still in the court of first instance.
Exactly the
High
point.
court.
Exactly
Understand?
the point,
So, and today is the 15, remaining 16 days.
16 days for them to run through primaries, submit the list of candidates.
Understand? No, not even run through primaries. What if Nafiu Banda want to, assuming Nafiu Banda loses the High Court and want to go
appeal.
On appeal?
Exactly my point. So this 16 days is between High Court, Appeal Court, and Supreme Court. And within these 16 days,
it's practically
the ADC has to conduct its primaries. And now submit list of candidates as at 30th of May, which is about
31st of May.
31st of May, which is more like
16 days from now.
15 days as a matter of fact.
Okay.
Today is 15.
15.
Okay, 16 days.
16 days.
Okay.
So for me, Atiku must be having hypertension by now.
Amici has also submitted his form.
So
don't you think that they might have insider information? Oh, gentlemen, you just go ahead with all of these things. The court should just allow you to run and all of that. Is there a possibility they could have insider information?
No, one.
Or they are just playing gambling. They are just gambling.
One, every politician is an optimist.
Okay.
Maybe they feel that everything will be okay before the deadline. But mind you, the AGF has withdrawn that case of the listing ADC.
Okay.
Understand? And he did it immediately. P2B joined NDC, which means the problem was not really Atiku and all that. It was P2B.
Okay, so that's one of the three legs of the ADC legal problem, and so they have two left.
They have two left.
Okay, so and
they have two, and we will not even start mentioning one.
Okay.
Understand? We are just on Bana Gombe. Understand me? So when are they going to finish all these things to do their primary and come up with a candidate?
Dr. Anosike, you have come back to the question I asked you. Do you think that Atiku, maybe because of his connections in high places, might just have information? Well, gentlemen, just go ahead and do these things. Probably the court, or they are gambling with 90 million naira each. Rotimi Amechi, former Rivers governor, former transportation governor, 90 million
former
naira. Mind you,
two-time speaker.
Mohammed Hayatuddin is also in the race, 90 million naira.
These are very
wealthy people.
Very, very well. So, or the money is not the problem
for them.
So this is the risk that P2B did not want to take.
Okay.
Because Socrates said a man who sees a danger he could avoid, but to wait that to confront it is not a hero but a fool.
A hero but a fool. I had a guest on the morning show that I anchor, and a guest said pointedly that Atiku is working for Tinubu. Do you share that view?
To gain what?
Okay.
That's the question. When something happens, I ask myself, what is the motive? Because a white man would ask two questions. One, can you prove it? Two, what would I gain from this?
Okay.
So Atiku working for Tinubu, is it that to get money which you don't have, or that Tinubu would hand over to him at what age?
Okay.
Understand? One, if Atiku has committed a crime that would lead to him going to jail, Obasanjo would have jailed him.
Obasanjo would have jailed him.
Understand me?
Okay, so apparently your position is that Atiku minor.
Atiku wants to achieve his own personal ambition of being a president.
And not to help anyone to maintain his own ambition. All right, now let's move away and talk about something that is of interest to Nigerians. The political associate of Peter Obi, Ibrahim Abdul Karim, says Obi is committed to serving only one term if elected president in 2027. He explained that the plan is part of a broader strategy focused on reforming Nigeria, rebuilding institutions, and creating long-term political stability within 4 years. Abdul Karim also revealed that Obi's supporters are considering a succession plan that could see Rabiu Kukwanso take over after 2031 to ensure continuity of reforms. He said the movement's goal goes beyond winning elections, focusing instead on strengthening institutions and reducing excessive concentration of power in the presidency. Dr. Anosike, how do you react to this? Obi's one term, single term, 4 years, is on the front burner again. Nigerians argue, no, it's not possible. It's political statement. He's trying to play politics. How do you react to this?
The best Lagos State governor, the man who transformed Lagos State, Native Jakonde, ruled for just 4 years. Understand? Okay. And what he did in that 4 years, no other governor has done it. Fashion that they did not do it. Tinubu did not do it. Sanwo-Olu did not do it. Up to today, Native Jakonde is still the best governor that Lagos State had, and he ruled only 4 years. Understand? So what matters is one, being focused on what you are to do. Even a Nigeria problem cannot be solved in 50 years. Understand? Because every new day comes with a new problem. Every new day comes with a new problem. So Nigeria problem cannot be solved. Someone say 8 years. Give anybody 16 years, there will still be problems. So what you are looking for is somebody who will come and lay the right foundation for his successor to build on. Or somebody who can just come and take one part and take it to the top. An instance, if P2B comes in and even give us constant power supply, if that can be his only achievement, understand? Another person that comes can now go on infrastructure. Do you understand me? Because government is a continuum. So whoever is saying that 4 years is not enough, but they destroyed the country in 4 years. So if 4 years is enough to destroy a country, 4 years should be enough to build a country.
Okay, now Rotimi Amechi said, what I just need is 4 years to turn Nigeria around.
For me, I would prefer using that phrase, to put Nigeria on the path of progress.
Okay, so you think it's possible? Single term of 4 years.
I have mentioned the Jakonde.
What Jakonde did. I mean,
for 4 years.
Is it to change the face of Nigeria or to build a foundation? Because if you talk about changing the face, probably move from a certain level. Now, Nigeria remains an underdeveloped country. As a matter of fact, in some literature, you find Nigeria is, as some people classify it as underdeveloped. Some classify it as developing nation.
No, underdeveloped.
Underdeveloped.
We are not developed.
We are not developed. We are not even developing. No, I didn't talk about developed. I said developing nation. There's a difference between underdeveloped, developing, and developed. So in literature, classification, underdeveloped and developing, certainly not developed.
I say you put ing, developing. I say we are not developing, we are underdeveloped. Full stop.
I'm telling you what some scholars also use. They say Nigeria is a developing nation.
We are not developing.
Okay, we have not even started.
At all.
Okay, so and
we are going backwards.
Why I'm citing this is that a country like, I keep going back to Asia, a country like Singapore, it took them 30 years, to move from the third world to first world.
Excuse me,
okay.
I'll go back to democracy again. Was Nkwa Nyon that's elected?
Yes, he was. Prime Minister, yes?
Yes.
And his party, PAC, kept winning elections, based on his performance.
That's a building on what he started.
Okay, building on
understand me? So that's why we're talking about somebody who will come and lay the right foundation.
Okay.
Understand me?
Now he lays the foundation. Next, after 4 years, he leaves, and another person
somebody builds on it.
What if that person doesn't build?
That's why manifesto is very, very important. Manifesto. Okay. A party manifesto. This is our agreement. This is our focus.
APC has a manifesto. PDP has a manifesto.
I'm not aware of APC manifesto.
You are not aware of APC manifesto?
Look, do you know P2B this in Anambra?
Okay.
Will be contested with MDG goals
as his manifesto.
Okay. Sure.
And by the time he left, what happened?
Understand me? From MDG to SDG, are the person that succeeded him wasn't as good as him. So Anambra went from good to bad.
You have come back to my question.
Understand me?
Now, somebody, Obi or Rotimi Amechi, comes in, does 4 years, fantastic, lays the foundation. And the person that comes after him, the successor, doesn't do that good. So we go back to where we are coming from. So what is the essence of, what is the meaning of those 4 years?
Progress has been done. Now, those that took over from Jakonde couldn't do what he did.
Exactly.
But posterity still remembers Jakonde.
Nigerians are not interested in eating prosperity. They want well-being.
Posterity still remembers.
Nigerians want well-being.
Jakonde died a long time ago, understand? And Nigerians still remembers him for the wonderful work he did in Lagos.
Remembrance, but Nigerians are still backward. What I'm saying is because Yar'Adua is reputed too. A lot of analysts say, well, Yar'Adua did a good job. And after he left, what did he do?
I don't know of his good job. For me, people have sympathy for him. You know, people don't have sympathy for the dead.
Okay, sympathy for the dead. Let's move on. Let's talk about our president because Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Nigeria's president, has said that Nigerian youths could vote him out of office if his administration fails to improve the economy. Speaking at the Africa CEO Forum held in, I think that was in Rwanda, he acknowledged the frustration among young Nigerians and stressed the need to create opportunities and economic stability to meet their expectations. The president also highlighted his economic reforms and achievements, particularly his tax reforms during his time as governor of Lagos State. He said Nigeria is attracting nearly $20 billion in foreign direct investment this year and argued that transparency, accountability, and reduced bureaucracy are key to boosting investor confidence and Africa's economic growth. Dr. Nosige, what exactly is the president saying? Does he understand that we are already in an election season? Say if he doesn't do well, if he fails, that Nigerian youth will vote him out. I mean, we are on the last lap to an election.
The election is about 8 months away.
Okay, so 8 months is enough time for him to make a difference.
So the issue is this one, and the man do that's the president also said that we were going to use 11.6 billion in debt servicing.
Okay.
One, I don't know who is writing his speech, understand, and who is guiding him in his interview.
You think the person is not doing a good job?
They are not doing a good job. They are not doing a good job. And they said that practice makes perfect. Tinubu has not been practicing speeches, debates, and so forth. Donald Trump, before running in 2016, was already a master in these arts. With the program that he was presenting, that's understand. So the issue saying that you have a robust youth who are restless and could vote him out if he fails. Understand? And in your 4th year in office, you are still talking if. And the parameter yardstick for success is not even there. Understand? There's nothing you can build that's in the state of insecurity. Understand me? There's nothing you can build in the state of insecurity. And they say, where there's no peace, there can never be development. So on that, Tinubu has already failed. So saying if does not make any meaning again. Section 14, subsection B of the subsection 2 of the Nigeria Constitution said that the primary purpose of section 14, subsection 2 of the Nigerian Constitution said that the primary purpose of the president is the security and the welfare of the people. Security, understand? Welfare means economy.
Okay.
And in these two areas, Tinubu has failed.
But he's made efforts. He's making efforts. I mean, we have security collaborations with
Nigeria,
US,
people
UK,
don't
France,
celebrate
China,
effort.
Turkey.
People don't celebrate effort. What they celebrate is results. Understand me? If you take your car to a mechanic, what you need is for your car to be repaired, and not for the mechanic either to make effort.
But the mechanic
will you pay him for making effort?
The mechanic will tell you how long it will take him to repair.
But will you pay mechanic for making effort?
But at least he will tell you.
Do you pay people for making effort?
He will tell you how long it will take.
What Nigeria, what people celebrate is results, not effort.
Okay.
Understand me? So you cannot tell somebody I'm making effort.
Okay. So you are saying that Nigerians expect that after 3 years in government, in office, that Tinubu should have at least made not effort, but reduce the level of insecurity in the country.
At least, done few things that you can hold your hands on. The most important thing being security, which borders on the life and property of the people, which is what he swore to protect. Understand? Then the welfare of the people. Understand? Now check. According to World Bank, we have 141 million people on multidimensional poverty. Under Buhari, we were hearing 131.
Okay, so there's an addition to that.
You see it. So which means we are reversing, not moving forward.
Okay, we are reversing, not moving forward. Dr. Anosike, as a costume, I want us to talk about something that is very interesting happening in the political space again. Talking about Seyi Makinde, who has officially declared his intention to run for president in 2027 under a new alliance between the PDP and the APM, that's the Allied People's Movement. Speaking at a large rally in Ibadan, Makinde warned that Nigeria was drifting toward a one-party state and called on opposition parties and citizens to unite to protect democracy and address the country's economic and security challenges. Makinde said the PDP/APM alliance, which he called the Reset Nigeria Movement, will field candidates across all levels of government in 2027. However, Nyesom Wike, FCT Minister, Seyi's good friend before, rejected claims of any formal alliance between the parties, describing the move as political deception and dismissing Makinde's presidential ambition as dead on arrival. As a matter of fact, Nyesom Wike said that what Seyi Makinde is doing is 419. You know what 419 means in our local parlance and all of that. So, Dr. Anosike, what's going to be altered with Makinde's entry into the presidential race? What will change?
Well, I listened to Isaac Fayoshe. He said that they tried to snook them with Goodluck Jonathan. They have to quickly snook them with Seyi Makinde. Do you understand what he's saying?
So explain to our viewers. I don't understand.
Okay, that they tried to use Goodluck Jonathan to divide P2B's vote.
Okay.
Understand? So they quickly use the Seyi Makinde to divide the Tinubu's vote.
Okay. So the strategy is do me, I do you.
Understand me?
Okay.
So they wanted that to prop up Goodluck Jonathan.
To divide P2B's vote. And so the other camp, they are using...
Yes, Seyi Makinde to divide Tinubu's own vote.
But some people believe that Seyi could be working for Tinubu.
And he is declared that's a presidential ambition.
And that in the nick of time that he's going to collapse his structure and support Tinubu. Like he did in 2023, where he was in PDP, but in cohort with the 5 governors, the G5, they all supported. As a matter of fact, he delivered more than 400,000 votes to the president. As a matter of fact, more than Rivers State. Rivers State did 230,000 votes for Tinubu. Oyo did 400,000.
Then he was afraid of something.
Okay.
He had something to lose at that time.
He wanted to return.
Okay. Understand? Now, what does he need Tinubu for?
Okay, so you think he wants to be president?
Understand?
Or he wants to snook? You use the word snook.
That's what I'm quoting Isaac Fayoshe.
Okay.
Understand me? So then,
So who is doing the snooking? Is it P2B and Rabi Musa Kwanso?
He said they want to.
Okay, there, use the
so
word there.
he never mentioned
Anybody's
anybody. But it is getting interesting.
Okay.
So it means that the votes from the South are going to be in pieces.
The votes in the South are going to be in pieces.
Because Makinde have his own supporters.
Makinde has his
Understand? And Ibadan has about 33 local government.
Okay.
And he was a popular governor in Oyo State.
So apparently, all of that will work in favor of somebody in the north who picks the ADC.
Who picks the ADC ticket?
Okay.
Who is very popular in the north?
And that could be Atiku Abubakar.
That's Atiku Abubakar and Kwankwaso. Understand?
Atiku Abubakar and Kwankwaso.
Sure. These are the two popular.
Okay, but they are running on different tickets.
They are running on different tickets, and again, they come from different geopolitical zones.
Northeast and northwest.
Yes,
okay.
Northwest for Kwankwaso. That has the 7 states.
Okay.
And then
Northeast
that has the 6 states.
Okay.
Understand?
So you are of the opinion, do you buy the idea that it might end up in a runoff?
This is what L5 predicted more than 2 years ago.
Okay.
Understand? That we will not get a winner at the first ballot. That will go for a second ballot, and that Tinubu will not even be part of that second. That's of the second.
Dr. Anosike, shall I take that as a concluding thought, or maybe 30 seconds to just conclude?
So 2027, that for me is still open. It is still very, very open.
It's still very, very open.
Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. This would be a good place to end this conversation. We've been speaking with Dr. Peter Anosike, philosopher, journalist, business consultant, and the author of Dangote State Commandments of Money. Thank you, Peter. I appreciate your presence on my show.
Thanks very
Now, on
much.
behalf of the backroom staff, I am Chukwuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nana Ndembuto. Bye for now.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
Voptv. Now, you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before.
I'm addicted to you. I don't know what you did to me.
Don Jazzy is a name synonymous with music, talent discovery, and production in Nigerian music industry. Born Michael Collins Ajere on November 26, 1982, Don Jazzy grew up in Ajegule in Lagos State, where he honed his skills in music playing drums for churches. Co-founding Mo Hits Records in 2005.
Stop the door, talk to my baby.
Don Jazzy's production skills and collaborations with artists like D'banj catapulted him to fame. His unique blend of Afrobeat, hip-hop, and pop created timeless hits like Dorobuchi and Chop My Money. A recipient of numerous awards, including several BET Award nominations, Don Jazzy's impact on Nigerian music is undeniable, having impacted on the careers of Tiwa Savage, Ricardo Banks, Crayon, Corey Bello, and others. Today, Don Jazzy's Marvin Records empire is solidifying his position as a music mogul. Don Jazzy also focuses on giving back, supporting education and music initiatives. Don Jazzy is a true maestro who is shaping Nigerian music landscape with his unique sound and vision.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Voptv, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to Voptv, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's a boy that's shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Hi, my name is Zoe Martinson, and you're watching VOP TV.
What's up, people? It's your boy Dulo checking in. I'm here with the fisherman, Dulo, aka Kubi. I want to shout out the VOP, the voice of the people. Make sure you guys tap in, tune into the voice of the people today, tomorrow, and every day.
Hi, everyone. My name is Princess Fathia Nkrumah, and you keep watching Voice of the People TV.
Rukomi ni Akweja. Ricky Adelaide, the fisherman. Voice of the people. I'm part of the people. So go on and always watch Voice of the People.
Wagwami people, it's your girl Endurance Grand, and I'm giving a special shout out to VOP TV. Keep listening, keep watching.
My name is Akio Shota. This is VOP TV.
Hi, my name is William Lamte. I'm an actor, and keep watching Voice of the People TV. Keep it locked.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get drum! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voiceover personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella, shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde, Suspect 95, là on est sur VOP TV, on passe un bon temps, j'espère que vous kiffez, on est au Afrima, on est ensemble, VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation president, outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. Like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Arunze. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe.
Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOPT.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, sat only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In guitars, Marshall amplification, Mapex acoustic drum set, Tech electronic drums and accessories, Evans drumheads, Ashdown engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
A very good evening to you and welcome to another exciting episode of the Issues and Voice of the People television. I will bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I'm your host, Nenna Ndobjoto. Today on the issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance, from United Kingdom disclosing it has no preferred candidates for 2027. to Wike-led PDP screening presidential and gubernatorial aspirant. Also, Masob calls for sit-at-home to mark Biafra Day. Finally, former Minister of Power Maman jailed for 75 years over 33.8 billion naira fraud. Join us as we break down the fact and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics Don't go away. Hello. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. The British government has moved to dispel speculations about possible foreign interest in Nigeria's next presidential election. Speaking during a 3-day visit to Kwara State, British Deputy High Commissioner Jill Lever stated that the United Kingdom remains committed to supporting democratic processes and credible elections in Nigeria, without endorsing any political candidate. Lever emphasized that the UK's priority is the promotion of democratic institutions, transparency, and peaceful participation in the electoral process. Her comments come amid increasing political activities and early alignment ahead of the 2027 elections. Political stakeholders across party lines have continued consultations, declarations, and coalition talks as attention gradually shifts towards the next electoral cycle. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by just one guest here in the studio. We have Mr. Elvis Elimihele. He is a journalist, political and public affairs analyst, also a member of the Guild of Public Affairs Analysts of Nigeria. Glad to have you join us.
Good evening, Nena. How's your day?
Yeah, not to your signature smile. How are you, sir?
It's good to be here again.
Yes, it's always good to have you.
Thank you.
Yeah. So let's start with, of course, the British government has said that they don't have any preferred candidates for the election. But I don't know. I would like. Yes, you're not the British government here, but why? Why do you think they felt the need to publicly clarify their position ahead of 2027 elections?
I don't think there was even any need for it. At least Nigeria is a sovereign country, and by right, we are supposed to choose our leaders by ourselves. And if they say they don't have any preferred candidates or any preferred political parties, well, be it. And that's what we expect them. Let Nigerians be able to take care of their own whatever, whether challenges, whether celebration or whatever. Then when we need their help, we can also ask where necessary. But for the leadership of this country, Nigerians need to come out as expected and be able to choose their leaders. And what we are actually, expecting the international communities like they are, is to be able to monitor the election as expected. The EU has an observer, election monitoring observers that usually come here whenever we have our elections. And they should be able to drum into the ears of the ruling party that they should allow for free and fair election, not just free and fair election alone. They should give that free atmosphere to all the political parties that are contesting in the election to also have the same free opportunities to campaign, and Nigerian voters, electorates, to be able to get to the polling booth and have the free and conducive and secure atmosphere to cast their ballot as expected. So these are some of the things which they should, even if they are not going to speak in our election, but they should help in, sensitizing the government of this nation that there should be nothing like what you call violence around polling booths, like what we saw in 2023 when people were being chased out of their polling booths because they believe we are not going to vote for their candidate. Such must not be allowed in this 2027 election that is coming. These are some of the things we just want them, diplomatically to also educate Nigeria, the ruling party, and Nigeria, the leadership of this nation, that a conducive atmosphere must be given to all the political parties that are going to feature candidates. And Nigerian electorate must have that same conducive atmosphere to get to their polling units and be able to cast their vote as expected without being molested, hindered, or confronted as expected.
Okay, and when you talk about without being molested, that seems to be one of the greatest fears of Nigerians, because we saw how 2023 elections panned out. We saw how people were especially in Lagos, where of course where we are, and that's what we saw, or the way which we experienced rather, and we saw how people were stopped from voting just because they belong to a certain group of a certain region of the country. But when you look at this, you say that the UK should actually get our government to ensure that there's free and fair elections. But wouldn't that also be termed as a little bit of interference as well?
No. I said educate.
Educate.
That was the language I used. You understand? In 2023 general election, I was an INEC observer through our GPAN, Gate of Public Affairs Analyst of Nigeria. I was an observer. And I know what I saw on the field because we write reports. We were actually trained by the EU observers for that assignment. And I know too well that that election was not, what anybody can term as credible election. I don't want to look at the finality of it when they now said there was a glitch and the result was announced around 3 a.m. I don't want to, but I'm talking about what happened on the field. What I saw on the field, there was so much of violence, against some certain tribe. You don't do that. We are electing leaders for this nation, and this nation belongs to every one of us. Therefore, there mustn't be this kind of, if you are not going to vote for this person, and because you live in our own place, part of this country, you should leave the queue. That's an embarrassment. You are denying that person of his own civic responsibility. I mean, the franchise says, right to vote and be voted for. That's franchise. And that is every citizen of the nation, have that right. But by the time you now believe that the candidate from your own side must be the one that everybody that live in your own side must vote for, you are denying them of their right, because democracy is all about choice. So I'm saying that even if we're not telling them they should come and interfere in our election, but there should be this kind of education, I see some of the EU, some of the campaign, they also do like, coming in alliance with someone like Yaga Africa and EU. They have a kind of lecture that they give, one of the television stations every day when talking about election. Those kind of things are necessary. We should be able to, educate the ruling party that crime must not be allowed to fester in this, violence must not be allowed to fester in this coming election. And we should also be talking about, the credibility of the election itself. That's too important. So we're not telling them that they should come and support one political party or support one candidate, but general education, towards, because the observers are going to be here. Observers are going to come in from all parts of the world, and those observers must be able to leave this nation with good results of what the findings, in our own electoral system.
Okay, still speaking on this particular issue, we know how it was touted that the Obama-led government contributed to Jonathan's removal from office. Some persons have actually said that, maybe not in the exact way, but that somehow they actually contributed to how Jonathan was eventually removed from office. So when you look at all of that, how can major foreign powers really truly remain neutral in strategically important elections like Nigerians?
That's the reason why I said we are not even calling them in, because we know too well that they are medicine interloper. They will always want to.
But even if you don't call them in, won't they be there?
That's what I'm saying. These statements are more of political statements.
Okay.
We know that, behind the door what they do, we know what they do. But now that they are now using their own mouth to tell Nigerians that we are not going to interfere in your election, let it be as you have said. Because like the 2015 general election, you made mention of Jonathan's, when Jonathan was the president of this nation, former president, Goodluck Jonathan, we actually knew the overbearing influence from the foreign government, on that administration, especially the American government. And we also saw the results, what now panned out at the end of the day. We saw an incumbent president lost that election. And the good thing was that immediately INEC said, in fact, he didn't even wait for the end of the result to be announced. He called the candidate of the ruling party, of the opposition party, then APC, later General Muhammadu Buhari, and congratulated him. I think that doused the tension, because The American government were not thinking that he was going to toe that line when we were like in support of the opposition to take power from him. But he behaved so maturely and they handed over. So now, if they said they are not going to interfere in our election, they should stay off. But they should not even heap some kind of frustration on the election itself, even though they are making these statements and behind, they are doing some things that will frustrate the election. We don't need it. Nigeria is, we are talking of a country that is about 66 years, if not because of the way our leaders has drew this nation backward. 66 years old man is not a baby any longer. We should be able to take care of some certain things without even calling for the influence of other government to, get the desired results.
Okay, but when you look at it, do external endorsements in any way or perceived foreign support, so does it in any way affect voters' behavior in Nigeria, in your own opinion?
No, it does, because you see some of these NGOs, which they normally use in some of these things, they have a way of influencing our votes. They have a way of influencing voters because they are not coming to be on ground as in physically. They use NGOs. Some of these NGOs are they are affiliated to some of these foreign countries. And these NGOs, they must have one soft spot for one party or one candidate. So those are the areas that we are saying that if it is an NGO or whatever you are supporting that is coming to bring conflict, we don't need it, So instead, help us to preach peace. Help us to preach unity. Help us to preach credibility in the forthcoming election. And help us to sensitize Nigerians that election in democratic system of government is a matter of choice. The one I like may not be the one you like. But I have my own right to exercise my civic responsibility by voting for the one I like. So create that atmosphere for everybody to play, freely. That's what we are talking about. So if there are NGOs, that they believe that they are coming behind them to now, start dictating the shot, they should, let's seize that. We don't need that. We don't need election conflict to be added to the insecurity that we have on ground. They've mentioned it. They don't have any favored political party or candidate. Let it just be at that level. We are not calling them to go beyond that.
Okay, you mentioned having allowing everyone have a level playing ground. Yes. That's when you look at our political situation or how politics is being played in Nigeria. It looks like we are lacking in that aspect.
100%.
We are lacking, but when you get to see how different parties get to suppress the other party, we've seen cases. Even in this particular election, we've not got to the election, but even in the build-up to the election, we have seen how even when Daniel Akpata, I think that's his name, Olumide Akpata, when he went to Edo State to get his ADC membership, and what happened in Edo State and all of that. And we've seen several cases, we've seen billboards, even when campaign has not even started.
Even podium, campaign center.
Yes, we've even seen halls not allowed to be used because of them. So, it just looks like when it comes to all of that, Nigeria has a very long way to go when it comes to, but what can really be done in being able to get us to accept ourselves or get political parties, accept ourselves, because really human beings are the ones human beings are the ones that are in these political parties. How can we get to that point where tolerance becomes our everyday word, not just in words but in action?
Yeah, it all boils down to the ruling party, Nena. We saw that in 2015, as hostile as the opposition were, this APC were then, Jonathan never, followed up without their hostility to actually said, no, you must not do this. You understand? And today, some people are taking it as Jonathan's government was weak. It's not about weakling. It's all about, this is how this game is supposed to be played as expected. But some other persons have now taken it that by the time I am in opposition, or you are the ruling party, I'm in opposition, all I should do about you is to pull you down. Opposition are meant to criticize, but criticize, judiciously, and criticize with data that you can actually prove. Everything that we saw in 2015 that was used to pull Jonathan down, are they not worse in this present administration? Huh? They said Jonathan could not fight insecurity, he should resign. Is insecurity not worse now? Jonathan could not give us electricity, that the only solution to electricity was the day APC government took over the control of this country, will have electricity. Do we have it today? So Jonathan's administration was full of corruption. Today, we are reading every day that EFCC is slamming on the ministers from Buhari's administration. And even in this administration, as we see, we have seen some ministers. I mean, what can be more fraudulent than a minister who did not have certificate and he was in the office for almost 2 years without certificate, and today he's left off the hook without being prosecuted? That's corruption. That's corruption. And you can even see what is going on now, that even in the electoral system, we have now electoral act now. We have now been told that even if you forge your certificate, it's no longer an offense when you are contesting an election. I mean, how are these supposed to play out? They are not. So if you now accuse the former government of all this, and your own government is now getting worse, I mean, you are not showing maturity and sincerity. And again, some of these things lead to this intolerance that we see. That, oh, when it was my own turn, you criticized me against this, and now in your own turn is worse. It's just because that in this dispensation, we really don't have opposition as expected. If APC was in opposition and some of the things that are playing out now happening, then you agree with me that it would have been difficult for even the opposition to have a federal executive meeting weekly or whatever by weekly, because of the way the attack will be coming up. We can still remember people like Lai Mohammed, when he was the spokesperson of the opposition party then. Remember people like Bisi Akonde, the former governor, the chairman then, who was former governor of Osun State. These are people that Nigerians, remember El-Rufai, when he said the foreign observers, if they come here and misbehave, they will go with body bags. We even remember the man who became the president, who they said won the election later, General Buhari, when he said blood was going, babu and whatever blood was going to flow. Are those statements supposed to be democratic? Are those statements supposed to be what, I mean, a leader, an aspiring leader, is supposed to be making because we want to go to power? You don't do that. Today, banditry has become an issue in Nigeria. As at the time Jonathan was in power, there was no bandit. We were only fighting Boko Haram. That was what problem we had. But they imported these guys because they were thinking otherwise, to destabilize this nation. Karau Baraje is still alive, who said they brought in all these things thinking that Jonathan's government was not going to hand over and they were going to use this one to unleash mayhem. But he handed over. They could not manage it. Today, banditry has now come to become the kidnappers of Nigerians today. Free will that you cannot travel. So you cannot imagine such thing. So we need to, begin to educate ourselves from time to time that choosing leaders is not supposed to be a do or die matter. It's supposed to be something that everybody, I have my own choice, you have your own choice, and if your choice is higher than my own, you carry the day that your candidate wins. And if your candidate wins, go now, fine. I'm in opposition. I should be able to critique your candidate as expected. If you say you're going to do this in your manifestos and you're not doing it, and time is running up, I should remind you. That's what the role of the opposition at all time. But today, opposition cannot, there's no more opposition, you can't talk. By the time you talk, they now came up with several laws they call cyber crime now and all others. And remember that this was the same social media they used to bully Jonathan out of office. Today, it's a crime now that there's things you cannot say in the cyberspace. You will now be, picked up by the DSS. It wasn't like this, and it's supposed not to be in this manner too.
Oh, thank you. Let's move on to our next conversation. The People's Democratic Party, PDP faction, backed by Nyesom Wike, has screened Sunday Ono, its sole presidential aspirant, alongside 25 governorship aspirants from 17 states. In a statement signed by Chinwen Norom, National Director of Publicity, the party said it was proceeding with its electoral processes following the resolution of its leadership crisis by the Supreme Court, which affirmed the Abdul Rahman Mohammed-led National Working Committee. The screening process is seen as part of ongoing effort by competing blocs within the PDP to strengthen their structures ahead of the next general election. The internal developments continue to reflect existing divisions within the People's Democratic Party following dispute over leadership and political direction. You know, what do you make of this development? It looks like PDP's matters is getting worse every day because the Supreme Court is supposed to be the last bus stop when it comes to legal matters. And the Supreme Court has come out to give a resolution, but it looks like it's not been followed. And there's been different counter statements to that fact. Wike is saying the Supreme Court upheld his own body, his faction, while the BOT people are saying, no, it is not your faction. The two factions have been rendered null and void. It is now back to the BOT. But it looks like even the BOT doesn't really have anything to say. Look at what Wike is doing now. Wike faction is screening presidential and gubernatorial aspirants. This is actually deepening questions about legitimacy and leadership within the PDP. Who is the real leader? Which is the legitimate faction? These people that are buying their what's it called, their forms. You know, why are they buying their forms with Wike? And then what happens to them afterwards?
You see, the PDP matter, Nena, it has gone beyond what we can actually analyze in the studio here, because the democracy, the judiciary has not speaking truth to this matter, as expected. A situation where, as sophisticated as Supreme Court will give judgment, every lawyer, even the learned lawyers, will now be frustrated about the judgment and now begin to give different interpretation. What can you and I say, peasant journalists, say about that? The people who say they are learned, who are supposed to tell us this is actually the direction of this judgment, they themselves are also confused. As we speak, the court upheld that the suspension of Ayaun stays and other leaders. The court also said the convention in Ibadan is null and void. But we saw that Wike's fashion are the one that INEC has in their
even as at today.
Yes.
Even as at today.
Yes. That the leadership that came out from Wike's convention in Abuja is the one that are in INEC's website. So when you put all this gamut of frustration and confusion together, Nena, you will not discover that Nigerians don't really know where this pendulum is swinging. That has to do with leadership of PDP. Today we have the Adorawan fashion and we have the Turakis fashion. Okay, when the Supreme Court gave that judgment, I said go back to the lower court to go and finalize the decision of others, which I know that whatever that is being tried in the lower court now will still get back to Supreme Court. It has become back and forth matter. You put 2 or 3 lawyers together to defend this matter, to interpret this judgment, all of them will confuse you the more. So that's why you see it is the only political party today that are having 2 factions that are selling forms. The other part, people are also talking about selling their forms to aspirants. And at the end of the day, when the judgment comes from the court finally, and Nigerians can understand the judgment, that's when you now begin to see that all these people that bought from the various fashions, which one the court is going to say, okay, this is the legitimate one. But for me, I would have said that as confused as PDP is now, any right-thinking politician that actually want to serve his people, aspiring to serve his people, shouldn't have gone to start rubbing mind with that kind of confused situation. You should have looked for another political party if you genuinely want to serve your people. It's not like you are coming to act as spoilers, because everybody I see here, I see them acting as spoilers in line working for the ruling party, because by the time they come in, they are coming to split the vote and divide the vote. That will give the ruling party the opportunity to say, okay, what happened in 2023 will repeat itself again. By the time the opposition has shared their vote left, right, center, APC will gather the ones and move ahead. So if they actually said they have a common front to fight, one would have expected that they will close rank and leave the court to be doing whatever they are doing in the court, as the frustration that is all the court cases that are on, let them go on, then converge, like we saw, like what we were thinking that was going to happen in the Ibadan declaration, that they could come up and said, okay, if this ruling party, if this opposition party is cleared, let the candidates go in there and try their own popularity from the primaries, then get to the general election. Then Nigerians can now know that we have one credible political party that does not have all these skeleton of cases in their cupboard that we can have, flock around and say this is the opposition party against the ruling party. But today we don't have it. SDP has cases in the courts, and they have come up with a presidential candidate. ADC, I mean, people have started buying from there, and they're going to have their convention, I think on the 24th or so. Then PDP, 2 factions are there. The BOT now that is led by Adolfo Swabara, from the other side of Adoraman side, and Turaki side, and the other wicked side that is led by Adoraman, dragging the leadership of PDP, that we are the authentic leader, we don't even know who is who. So when you see this confusion, kettle of confusion everywhere, it's itching that we have not learned our lessons as Nigerians, because if we continue with this in the next few months, we are giving opportunity to the ruling party to say, carry on, we are not tired yet. You can even see what Oshomola said. Oshomola said, Atiku is now helping the APC to campaign. You cannot imagine that. This is the same people, government that we are supposed to, at this time, the opposition is supposed to be critiquing their 3 years in office and why Nigerians must not vote for them again to continue. Is it not? That's what the job of opposition is supposed to be talking about. Then, at the same time, the ruling party is supposed to be telling Nigerians, okay, this is our scorecard for these 3 years, why you must vote for us. But we are not seeing any of those ones. We are not seeing politics of personal attack, as if I took your wife or you took my wife, that we are now washing our dirty clothes in the public. That's what we now see. We are no longer paying attention to the things that are actually paramount to Nigerians, the failures of a political party, of a leadership in this nation. We are no longer paying attention to it. We are not paying attention to our respective personal life in the national televisions. So that's just the problem, Nena. It's like we have not learned our lessons.
Wow. Talking about dividing the opposition votes and all of that, and also it's still like bitter, but it's still the PDP issue. Because we've seen Sheyi Makinde also come out to declare his presidential ambition under an alliance that someone like Wike has called, Wike actually called 419, that's fraud. So, what do you even make of that declaration? Isn't that more confusion, that this alliance, or wait, first, just what do you make of the Sheyi Makinde's declaration? Because that's actually a big one. And then the PDP-APM alliance, how feasible is that kind of alliance? Well,
Makinde is a citizen of this nation, and he's eminently qualified to contest for any office in this nation. He's ending the 8 years of governorship of Oyo State. Good. That's no problem about that. And all this while, we saw he made some move to join the ruling party, but I think there was some frustration at the end of the day that he could not join the ruling party. So I saw Makinde, holding on to PDP even to the last minute. And, his own fashion of PDP, that was, the convention that the court annulled was done in his state, Ibadan Convention. So he held on, and the last minute of, okay, where will I go, was this APM that came in. Himself and Bala Mohammed of Bauchi State, APM came in. APM is like, the savaging party now for them. But I want to tell you that if they were actually people that actually love their constituency, their state, and the citizens of their state, Makinde should be talking of how to get a successor who will build on where he stopped for Oyo State. Yes, it is quite well. It's about the youngest governor the state has ever produced, and he did well. He should have been talking of, okay, even if I'm joining the APM, now that PDP is like having issues, I should work formidably with my party people from the PDP into APM to secure the governorship of that state, because let him continue from where I stop. I would have been saying that. But this one that he's talking about is going to become the president of Nigeria. Under what platform? PDP, APM. And there is nothing like that, even in Nigeria Electoral Act and even in the Constitution. That's why Wike said it's a 4119, because you don't have that opportunity of flying two political parties' ticket, and it's not going to be in the ballot. So he should have just told us, I have moved completely to APM, and I have moved all my supporters to APM Forget about the PDPs. Let the PDP be having its own trouble. By the time the PDP settles its trouble, if there is any carcass that is left in that PDP, well, they can remain with Wike if Wike is favored. If it's Turaki that is favored, then you can now begin to organize yourself and get yourself back, towards 2031. It's not compulsory that they must be in the ballot in this 2027 because with this gamut of cases in the court, nobody knows where it will swing yet. But even if we win an election and the court announce the leadership of that political party, it means you are going to lose your leadership, the election. And all the campaign and all the money and all the time you spend, it's going to be wasted. We saw it in Zamfara State that time. So it can also happen. So I don't know why. I think that's just too ambitious for Makinde to be talking of presidency. But on the other hand, to me, I think he's working for his big uncle because I don't see him like he has anywhere to go. I mean, he just probably is at midnight, he works for APC. Then at daytime, he would work for and tell the people that this is PDP, APM. That's why I reason it.
That school of thought of him working underground for
his big uncle.
Yes, for President Tinubu has been said in different quarters. And, well, our politicians, I really don't know where they lie.
Anything can happen. In 2023, he worked for him.
Yes.
He was among the G5 of Wike. So what would have suddenly changed? So if there could be that bargaining behind, which you and I may not be aware of. And the only way that can be secured is, okay, go ahead with what you have in plan. Because there's nothing like PDP, APN. So at the end of the day, it's all going to be where this is just razzmatazz for people to see that, oh, I'm doing this. But I would have expected him to work assiduously so that even if he has carcass of PDP and join the APN and use the APN to win the governorship of Oyo State so that his footprint can still be retained.
But when you look at this, his ambition, but where does that leave the Ibadan Declaration that they had?
No, the Ibadan Declaration is completely over. Everything, there was no sincerity in Ibadan Declaration, you understand? All of them that gathered there, I keep telling you, politicians don't tell themselves truth. Politicians, 3 politicians or 4 politicians, when they sit together, they have the same ambition and want to be at the top. So there is this pull him down syndrome among them. So they gathered there, and what came out of it? Within 2 weeks now, we just discovered that the Ibadan Declaration was just like a mere razzmatazz. Nothing came out of it. One would have expected by now they will be building on it. Yes, primaries are coming. I know when primaries ends, then there is still going to be some realignment. Some aggrieved party members in some of these political parties are going to look at the one that will favor them and say, okay, I'll move my supporters to vote for you. That's going to be the last realignment that is going to happen. It's very hazy now. You can agree with me now that even in the ruling party now, there are issues. This consensus, this imposition is going to be from whoever one the Baba says that will go. All this one will confirm issues in the ruling party. Then in the opposition party, for those of them that are actually like, I want to be there now, and if they cannot get it and they believe that, oh, one person was a money bag that snatched it, there's still going to be some disgruntled element among some of the opposition party and say, okay, I don't want to work with people again. You pushed me out because you have more fatter pockets than me. So I'm going to carry my own supporters and align with. So they'll tell their supporters, go and vote so party on that day of the elections. Some of those ones, that's going to be the last realignment that is going to happen. They cannot move their membership as, okay, we are going to now become members, but they can vote. The Electoral Act did not say that even if you are a member of the APC, you cannot vote for ADC or NDC. So I think that will happen. That will just be like a gentleman agreement that is going to happen after the brouhaha that is going to take place after the primaries. There's going to be more.
And so we are in for so much. We are in for so much drama during this period. But before we move away from this particular conversation, there's something I wanted to talk about. One of the things that was said here is a sole presidential aspirant was screened by this Wike's faction. I think this actually lays to rest the issue of Jonathan, because all through this week, people kept talking about Jonathan this, Jonathan might not, Jonathan might, and so looking like, okay, even if he wants to, which of the parties, is it the PDP? So does this actually lay to rest this issue of Jonathan, this Sandiono, this sole presidential aspirant by wicked faction?
Last week, Friday, we spoke about this matter.
Yeah.
What did I tell you?
He said Jonathan doesn't have any ambition.
Jonathan doesn't have any ambition. There's no two ways about it. Jonathan...
But there's been talks all around that.
Yes, it's already in the domain. Those talks are bound to happen. You understand? Everybody cannot buy my own idea, my own opinion.
True.
Yes. So for me, I know the body language. I told you 3 questions he gave them that day. That was he just wanted a situation where he was going to despair them without looking at it that he shunned them. How many of you here have PVC that are calling me to come and enter the race? And remember that if you don't have PVC, you cannot even vote for me. Yes, then. How many of you here think that presidential race is like a computer game? He said it's not like a computer game. It's something you work towards. And he told them that, come, even at your level, as young as you are, you have to get involved. He got involved at some point before he became president. You are coming to woo him to come and become the president of this nation. And many of you don't even have PVC. Many of you are not registered. And look at the time frame. Where is even the platform for him to even get into the race? Well, if he was still PDP, one would have said, okay, still a member of PDP, so he can, maybe his party will still give him that ticket. There's no PDP as we speak. Let's not deceive ourselves. So I never saw Jonathan, as one of the contestants in this 2027 election. I never, and I know too well that Jonathan don't have that ambition. It's possible that Nigerians just want to make noise. And I just thank God the way he answered them, that he answered them diplomatically, that they should go back and, even ask themselves these questions. This coming to, it does become a sudden comrade or overnight because I just want to make noise because there is media and social media, to escalate whatever I'm saying. These are some of just the issues, Nena. I never see Jonathan as somebody that is interested in coming back, for this same nation. The people that never valued him, bullied him out of office, and he's coming back again to. I even saw a trendy video of his wife saying they are not interested and they will not go back, and that the wahala of being the president, president of this nation is too much. That anybody that goes into Aso Rock and come back should thank his stars. So I think Jonathan is not a part of the equation, Nena. It's not.
Okay, let's move to our final story for tonight. The Federal High Court in Abuja has convicted and sentenced former Minister of Power Salim Maman to a total of 75 years imprisonment in absentia over 33.8 billion naira money laundering offences linked to the Zungeru and Manbila hydroelectric power project. The conviction marks one of the most high-profile corruption judgments involving a former cabinet member in recent years. According to court proceedings, the case involves allegations of financial misconduct and diversion of public funds during Maman's tenure in office. Anti-corruption advocates say the judgment sends a strong signal about accountability and public service, while legal analysts note that the case may further intensify scrutiny of government spending and procurement processes. This broke out earlier this week, or midweek. I don't know what you make of. Does it? When you hear that number of years, 75 years, you even ask yourself, how old is even this person?
It's like life imprisonment.
That is being charged 75 years. What do you make of that judgment? Do you think that, of course, that's a way to go for? Does this act as? Do you think that this will act as a deterrent to to people who feel like they just need to just come out and just take anything public money and nothing will happen to them?
Yeah, this is one of the things that I celebrated this week, Nena. At least we want to see more of this. Even though Nigerians are saying EFCC is selective, I don't really believe in that. If they are selective and they come to you and they cannot find anything in you, Nena, I think the court will vindicate you and set you free. So, but if EFCC comes to you and you are prosecuted in the court and there are evidences that at least what they said about you is actually there, Nobody should be talking about selective. For me, I believe that, this prosecution has to start from somewhere. What happened to Salim Mama, and the judgment that came from the court, I think Justice Omotosho did a good job. I have to commend him for that, because if I'm not a lawyer, but from the little understanding of what I read, there is no part of that matter he did not touch, to the extent that he said wherever he is, he should be fetched out and be handed over to the correctional centers to get him into prison. Very good. And remember, this man was a minister. And what we are crying of today is part of the ministry, as important as the Ministry of Power, which the government of General Muhammadu Buhari gave to him, as custodian to, assist him to fix that ministry for Nigerians, to fix electricity for Nigerians. He betrayed it. Zungeru and Mambila are supposed to be generating stations in this nation that will actually add to remove to the national grid, whatever we have in national grid today, and remove this stress of electricity Nigerians are going through. This to tell you why electricity has never worked. Wrong people have always been there, who are only looking for their own at the detriment of Nigerians. Because he can afford generator, he can afford solar. So whether other Nigerians, live in the darkness does not concern him. So this kind of judgment, I think every other person that are having issues of, against the Nigerians and Nigeria state, especially as in corruption, we want to see more of this judgment. And we want to see that it is not that after he has spent 2 years in the prison, tomorrow, another government will come and go and grant him pardon. Like they granted...
Presidential pardon.
Yes, presidential pardon, like they granted Dariye and Joshua, Jolly Niami. These ones, again, will, become disappointing to the judiciary. And it will act like a betrayer. You understand? So if this man, has, worked against the state of Nigeria, by embezzling 33.8 billion of Nigerian money, and they said the remaining one that is left with him, 22-point-something billion, he should return it to the coffers of Nigeria. That is very good. I love every part of that judgment. We want to see more of this, to act as deterrent. What we are now saying is that tomorrow, nobody should carry the file of this man to whoever is the president and say this man should be granted pardon. These are the things, because those kind of pardon will discouraging the judiciary. After they have done their job, and the next thing, another government comes in all the part because of politics and because of what they want to get from using to enter his own state and his own tribe, now granting pardon. Remember, this man sinned against Nigerians, not just against the few politicians that you want the pardon to favor. So this kind of person should be allowed to remain in the prison and remain and languish in the prison till, if he's alive to finish his prison sentence, so be it with him and his God. I think it was a good one this week, Nena.
Okay, before we go, I think we need to speak to the reason, we know that we have so many corruption cases in this country.
Yes.
Looks like corruption is embedded or ingrained.
It's the only thing that we have. It's the only problem we have.
It's ingrained in our system. But why has it become our most, persistent problem?
Because we don't like ourselves. Yes. If I like you, I won't do anything to hurt you. Like what this man just did now. Electricity for the whole Nigeria. Only one person cornered at 3.8 billion. It doesn't like Nigerians. That is the same thing that transcends to leadership. Electoral system, voting for who becomes the president or governor or whatever in your state. Because the wrong person will come, and that's the one everybody will say we are celebrating. Let me tell you, this corruption is the result of failure of insecurity. Corruption is the result of this failure of infrastructure we don't have, whether road, whether hospital, whether electricity, it's a result of corruption. So the only problem we have in this nation that we should sincerely think of how to tackle is corruption. It's the problem of bad leadership. Because INEC believe that even if I do a shoddy job, nobody will investigate me, and that's corruption. When Mahmoud Yakub told Nigerians that there was a glitch, if there was a formidable anti-corruption agency, and said, tell us what led to this glitch and whatever, and a anti-corruption agency that is not like appointed by the ruling party that the judgment favored. Nigerians deserve to know what transpired and what led to that kind of narrative he came to give us. It all still boils down to corruption. So if we are able to solve corruption problems, Nena, we will be able to move forward within 3 or 4 years. And how do you solve it? Empowering institutions, not individuals. If I appoint you, you must do my bidding. But if there is a standing institution on ground which you are only appointed in to come and serve, and this institution, you can't go below the standard of that institution. You will be pushed out of the office because you did not do your job as expected. Things will work. We saw Dora Akunyili, late Dora Akunyili, when she was the DG of NAFDAC. NAFDAC became the toast of Nigerians. It was then that Nigerians even know that most of the drugs that are sold in the Nigerian market are fake drugs. But today, since Dora Akunyili left NAFDAC, the glory of NAFDAC just got punctured. I know that the mama that is there now, she's doing her best. But do you know, can you compare it to what we saw? So if there is a standard that is built, and everybody that is coming into that standard, you must key into it, and you can't do less. That's what you see in the U.S. As tough as President Trump, by now, U.S. would have been like his own business empire. But the institution is still trying to regulate him because there are functional institutions that are beyond every individual citizen of that state. But here, President Tinubu has just appointed Amukbiton as INEC chairman. And we already started seeing the body language of Amukbiton. Everybody is like, will Amukbiton INEC going to be worse than Mahmoud? These are the fear. So if we have institutions that work, anti-corruption agencies will be able to clamp down on whoever. This kind of narrative is because it's in opposition. That's why the ruling party is running after him. If you are in opposition and your hands are clean, you can be investigated and taken to the court. And the court will say, no, this is not a fair investigation on this person. You'll be set free. In that case, you can even sue the government for damages. But unfortunately, we have not allowed the institution to work. We build our agencies around one person. And once that person is gone, the agencies remain as it is. Today, 70 to 80% of the corruption in this nation is from the civil servants. It's from the civil servants. Forget about politicians that come and do 4 years and go. Even this minister that is able to garner this money now, every other person the minister cannot carry 33 billion alone on his own. There are civil servants that worked out this money for him. Where are they in this judgment? That's what we should be asking, Nena. Where are they?
I was already carried away with what you're saying, and yes. I'd lost track of time. Because she just look like we should just keep talking about this and see how we can
permanent secretary that work with him? Where are the DGs that work with him as minister?
Nigerians' problem, but we have to draw the curtains at this point. Thank you very much, Mr. Limihele, for being a part of the issues.
It's my pleasure.
Yes, sir. That's all we have for today's episode of the issues. Explore the challenges facing Nigeria's politics and governance. Thank you for being a part of it. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nenna Ndomdioto. This has been the Issues and Voice of the People television, where the future faces forward. Please don't forget to stay tuned for Hashtag with Vivian by 8 p.m. Don't go away. Hello.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Voptv. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.